Second time's a charm. Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett. Welcome to all of our nerd family. It is good to see each and every one of you here tonight. It's been a while since we've done just the regular call-in show, and that's what this is. This is the call-in show. This is the show where you guys can call in and we could talk about whatever you want to talk about. All right. So I'm going to drop the link here in the chat. And you guys can use this to go ahead and come on in and we can talk. We can have a good time and do some nerdy discussion tonight. All right. So I'm going to throw that in there. And as I throw that in there, go ahead and feel free to use that. I'm doing good tonight, guys. How are you guys? It's Sunday. Tomorrow's my day off, so that's good. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to having some time to spend getting some stuff done. I'm getting ready to go. We're getting ready to do a little vacation thing. We're going to do Poindexter on the road. Boy, look at everybody populating the room. Look at this, boy. Everybody is just populating the room. Everybody's ready to go tonight. Boy, you guys are on it, man. You guys got stuff you guys want to talk about or something, I guess, tonight, don't you? That's awesome. Real quick, I'm going to say hi to a few people here in the chat, and then we will get started. What's up, Neon Sci-Fi? It says with Enosh becoming here, I'll throw that up there. I wish we could put that up there. With Enosh becoming more popular, I'm glad he's still doing this calling. Absolutely, guys. Look, I want to say something off the top because I know we haven't done a call-in show since the whole shebang happened this last week. But look, this is what the channel's about. Okay, this is what we're here for. We're not here to argue and fuss and fight with a bunch of people. Like, we'll stand up for what is right for sure, and I will definitely do that if need be. But that's not what we're going to be about. You know what I mean? There's sometimes a call to action where the call rings out and you got to stand up for what's right. And you got to take a stand for what you believe to be the truth and what you believe to be right. But beyond that, like, we're not just going around picking fights with people and acting stupid, you know? So that's not the point of this. So, but yes, hey, thank you, Neon Sci-Fi. I'm glad that, you see my heart, that this is where we are at, and this is what we will be doing. What's up, Andrew? What's up, Melissa? Good to see you guys. Always good to see Melissa in here, and I'm sure she'll share some cool stuff with us tonight. Who else is in here? What's up, Jenner Custom Toys? My man Bruce is down there. He is boy, holy cow, everybody's got something to say tonight. Oh, it's going to be a good night, folks. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We've got quite a lineup. Trackpad's freezing up here. So it looks like we got quite a lineup, and that's awesome. So everybody hang tight. All right. Know that I see you. I see you in there. And we will we'll try to get to everybody. Let's see. I said hi to them. What's up, Nick? Nick Hammond's in here. Good to see you. Tony's in here. Obviously, he's waiting to talk. Obviously, it's always good to see Tony. Bruce says Enosh probably fell asleep. No, I didn't fall asleep. You know, I was spending some time with the wife a little bit, trying to watch some shows, and I fell asleep watching some shows this evening. In fact, I'm gonna do this right now. The lovely Tiff-tastic, needs to be on. I need to try to get her on one of these talkback shows. The only problem is she has to work, and it's midnight here. So I'm going to. She just texted me and she said, "Love you," and I'm gonna text her right now and tell my beautiful wife that I love her too. I love you too. Good night. The stream says hi. So there you go. So we're all set there. All right. You guys are awesome. Thanks, guys, for sticking with me for all of your support over these last few days. It's been definitely an interesting ride. What's up, Amparo? Good to see her. Haven't talked to her in a while. Movie Madness Entertainment. Says he's in here. We're gonna talk to him first. He says, "Wow, you are going again. I don't have the energy to set up a stream tonight." I know, man. I'm about like I'm running on fumes sometimes. But you know what? It's okay. It's all good, man. It's my commitment to doing this and to giving the people what they want. Like we had Film Gob on this afternoon, and that was really cool. And I invite you guys to come back tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern time, right here. We're gonna have Robert Meyer Burnett. I am really excited about that one. I had reached out to him. We had talked, and I am really excited to have Robert on. If you guys, if you're wondering where you know Robert from, Robert has been a producer on several films that I'm sure that you probably love. And then also he can be regularly seen on the John Campea show on I believe it's Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And we joke, and I'll probably joke a little bit with Max here in just a second that I'm going to let him talk. I'm gonna give him an opportunity to talk because we want to hear his voice. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to have Film Gob on. Sir Nerd a Lot, good to see you. Music Man, Michael Castillo, Yova Rods, that one Carlos, good to see you. Darth Tasty in the house, Jason Granger, my good buddy in the house. We got to get some. We got to get back to doing these. Poindexter Councils. Tristan the Collector, Montes, good to see you. Ronan, the Troll Slayer, Joey, Zeverfett in the house. Good to see you, sir. You know what? It's just good to see you guys. I just love you guys, and it's kind of fun. What's up, Ray's collection? Ray's collection. Good to see you, man. So it's just it's an interesting time, and you know what? The good thing is that we're pushing on. We always get these people, these people griping, and I see you guys taking them on in the chats and in the comment sections, as it were, and so we're fighting some battles. We're doing our thing behind the scenes, and we're going to Mr. Horror Junkie just got off work. What's up? Good to see you. And so we're doing our thing. What's up, Alan? And we're going to keep on. So first of all, I'm going to bring in my good buddy, the masked one, the one who will not be put down, the one that you better watch it because he's full of movie madness, and the madness just continues to grow. That's right. Okay, so just so you guys know, right now, the studio can only hold 10 people. And I see a bunch of people, apparently more people are trying to come in. So this is a first. This is a first here on the show. So this is a first here on the show. So if you're in the if you're in the queue, if you're in here, stay here. And then as we clear some people out, more people can get in. So everybody's looking to get in. Boy, it's the first talkback show since all this stuff happened. So this is cool. This is really awesome. You guys are making my night. So if we move right along, just know, I know a lot of times we give everybody we try to give everybody a long time, and really have a good conversation. I want to have good conversations with everybody, but if we have to roll along, I want to try to get to everybody. Okay. So here we go. We're going to bring in Mr. Mad Max. What's going on?
Hey man, sorry I'm not camera ready. I was thinking about doing the stream earlier, and I was like, I'm not feeling it. I was really gonna go. I was just like, but man, Enosh is like the Energizer Bunny here. I don't know what you do, man. You're a pastor, you got a job, your family, and then you're grinding.
I'm telling you,
you're gonna hit 10K before the end of the month. Give props to Enosh, and then you're getting all these interviews. We just need to get Ray Fisher next.
I'm telling you, man. I'm working. I'm trying.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
We're obviously not. Well, you should shoot for the stars if your dreams. But who would you like to interview that you would be like maybe just in the YouTube space that you would love to get on the show? Because I think you can go after that with this fan base now. With this, you're trending in the people starting to really get eyes on your channel. You could end up like a Campea level. I'm not saying that high. Well, eventually, but I'm just saying, like, if people know you got mentioned by a celebrity, Ray Fisher.
Yeah.
He loved that you were defending him. You're getting people on the show. What are some people you would like to interview? Not putting pressure on them, but you would just like to in the entertainment or just here in the movie talk.
In the movie talk thing, I reached out to a couple of people. I'd like to try to get Brandon Routh on the show.
Oh, yes.
Because I met Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have that picture in your house. You've met him before.
Yeah, we met him and we really connected when we met. I want to remind everybody, if you're trying to get in and you're noticing that it's kicking you back out, it's because the studio only lets 10 people in. So that tells you it's full. Because I keep getting this,
I'm only
notification.
gonna stay for.
No, you're good. No,
for 10 minutes,
I didn't say that for you,
Yeah,
for you, Max. I just want people, because I keep seeing it's the first time I've ever seen this little thing. It says someone is trying to enter the studio, but it's full. It says the studio can only hold 10 people. Please ask someone to leave.
You know, this group of YouTubers we have is really something special. I feel it
for sure.
Like,
for sure, man.
I've been trying to get people together. For as long as I've been on YouTube, like, be in different groups, but I think this one's special.
Oh, I absolutely believe it, man.
And I like, because you know my history with Star Wars, and I was mad, I was angry, and my story after the Last Jedi. I don't want to talk about the Last Jedi. I'm just saying, it's fun. It's so much more of a positive experience to be for something than against something. Even though I hated the sequel trilogy, now I do not hate it. It just is. It is what it is. There's Star Wars for me to love again with The Mandalorian, and I'm hoping the other shows are just going to be just as good on Disney Plus. I hope they get it together with the feature films that they're planning to do. So I'm at peace with Star Wars. I really am.
Good.
Like, I don't hate it, and I found that when I really pushed hard for the boycott of Episode 9 and Solo. But it just makes the people that like it miserable. I still think you should vote for your wallet, but I think an organized boycott, that's what I really tried to put that together. We did have this big group that boycotted. It's just, especially since with everything going on in entertainment and people actually losing their jobs.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to go down that route again. And it's so much more positive experience to be for something instead of against something. So that's why that's why I went so hard too with the Snyder Cut and defending it and the fandom. I really think it's one of the best fandoms I've ever been a part of.
Well, I tell you what, man, this whole thing, and you know what, guys, I want to publicly thank Max, because Max sought me out, and you know, Max, it's because of you that I'm actually in this position to begin with. I mean, obviously we do what we do here at the channel, and you just keep grinding away, and you do what you do. But I got to thank you, Max, because I mean, after I did that first video about Jody, you found me and reached out to me, and you guys welcomed me in with open arms.
Well, people don't realize that, and I'm unfortunately, some people say fortunately, Max has to adjust his content somewhat. I got to be more. Play like chess. I got to be careful what I do, and I still want to discuss it, and all the other creators too. I think that's interesting. Like, I always thought, when I come home from work and everyone's done every subject, it was interesting to comment on someone else's commentary, and but I gotta adjust. What things I've always liked to do is okay, this is the point I was going to. Sometimes my memory gets off. When I go comment on someone else or something else, the end goal for me was always to talk to that person.
Yep.
And then say, I'll talk to you. And then when you're in the same room, that's when things aren't as heated as usually, unless it gets to the boiling point. But listen, anytime I talk about someone, even not that celebrities. Listen, people are going to be more likely to talk to you without a mask than me with one. I know it for sure.
Sure.
And my content's a little more aggressive than yours. I get that. But that's always my goal, is to, if I criticize someone, I want to talk to them and hear their point of view. That was always, it's not just to comment on them and then just beat it down. Unfortunately, in these current situations, I don't think we'll ever get that chance. And I have to do something else.
Yeah. Well, Max, the thing about all this is first of all, and I can say it because I'm just going to say it. Like, nobody should try to control what somebody else puts on their channel.
Yeah.
and some may say, well, you tried to come against these two guys and say what you said or whatever. No, it's because I had something to say about it, and you know what? And then this other thing happened. Okay,
Yeah.
like we were commenting about that, and I'm sorry, but if you're in the public, look, I'm not mad at them for putting me on their channel. Thank you for putting my face all
I'm
over.
gonna have to be careful with some of your chat here, because what happens is once you get heat on them, you'll have people come in the chat and say things and look what he allows on his channel.
Yeah,
so
no, I get it.
You see someone in the comments saying stuff.
Yeah, I get it, but you know what? You know what? The thing is that, man, Max, you're a good guy.
Oh, thanks.
And
I think you are too.
Thanks, man. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you for bringing me into this group and having a chance to meet the people that I've gotten a chance to meet here in the last couple months, and just the way that's escalated. And I think that's cool. And we're going to take those opportunities and, and we're going to take those to the next level. And the way I look at it is, you know what, as far as this whole thing goes, and these waves, they come and go, and, and some are going to last longer, and who knows, like how far we can ride this, but the thing is I'm definitely going to try to take it as far as I can.
Oh yeah.
And bring along as many people as I can to bring awareness of the things that we talk about, things like the Snyder Cut and these positive things. And I think the more that we do that, the better things will be, for fandoms.
Yeah. I'm really hyped for the future. I'm actually starting to grow again. I know I'll never be a big guy, but 5K is like a dream of mine, because when I started to go more towards commentary on other movie pundits, I knew my subs would drop, but I was also frustrated about what was going on. So to actually see it, I'm actually getting close to it. That's exciting for me. I think you have a good lane for success. I also when I go on YouTube, I also kind of feel myself as like a talent scout. I go to other channels. I'm like, oh, this guy's pretty good. Let's talk.
Sure.
That's why I reached out to you. I'm like, oh, you're pretty good. Let's talk. That's the same thing with Zeverfet and some others. I'm like, wow.
By the way, Michael, I just added you, man. So yeah,
and Nicotina, he is really great too. Zeverfet kept saying, you got to talk to Nicotina. He's a great organizer too. So any events,
you too, Darth Tasty. You too, Darth Tasty. I added you as a moderator. So if you guys could help me out a little bit tonight and just keep it real.
Yeah, because what I'm just going to prepare you, and this is not without talking. What happens is you have people do weird operations, and then if you miss something, like, oh, look like kind of people are in his chat.
Yeah.
So don't allow, if you know what I'm saying.
No, I do. I know.
I saw one.
I know exactly what you're saying, man. So we're gonna keep an eye. And that's the thing is, like, we're dealing with new stuff that we haven't had a chance to deal with before, and and that's the thing. That's part of growing. That's part of growing, and I've gotten this far just on this, but look. Zeverfet's got it, and I definitely want to get to Zeverfet here in a few, because I think
I just wanted to come on and support this. It's like the people, what really's happened with our group here, and I'm going to start inviting more people to that fan Discord too.
Mm-hmm.
Really, it's just people wanting to collab, and we're really just friends. Like, it's like, you see a friend going live, and I'm like, oh, I just got to come in and say hi real quick. Even though I was sitting there on the couch with my dogs. We were watching The Order on Netflix. That's a pretty good show. We're trying to finish season 2. I was like, man, I have a topic that I was going to talk about. I was like, I'm just not into it right now. And then I saw you go, and I was like, oh, I'll at least pop in and say hi. Thanks for
I love having you here. Hey, and I got to apologize, man. I hope you know that, like, and I hope everybody knows that, like, when I come, because I've seen, you know, because I'm trying to what I'm trying to do is throw some support because I am starting to understand. Like, I want everybody to understand. Like, I don't have some big head. Like, I'm not trying to pop into people's channels and take over their
no.
stream or anything.
When you're relevant, you gotta strike while it's hot.
Yeah,
sure.
and so I want everybody. I hope that you understand and others understand
Yeah.
that I'm not trying to like come in and take over your streams or whatever.
No.
You know, I want because
that's just a joke. That's just a joke.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure that everybody understands because actually I've seen that, like, actually, I mean, and this is a cool thing, and this is not me thinking that I'm some, you know, some big-headed, you know, person. I'm not some big-headed person. I got a big head actually, but I, you know, I had a boss one time that told me, he said, you know, Enosh, you have a huge head.
So do I. The mask barely covers it.
Yeah, I was like, dang. And he's like, no, it's a good thing. He's like, it's a good thing. Not that way. He says, you know, a lot of celebrities actually have a big head. He's like, look at Conan O'Brien.
Here's where you're on the cusp of something really cool, Enosh. From what I've heard, once you reach certain milestones, your videos start popping in the algorithm more, like 5K, 10K, 20, 30, 50, 80, and then 100. Like your views start leveling off, but then when you get that next level, it kind of like gives you an extra little bump or push. So you're right on the cusp of 10K. And then when movie entertainment news starts coming back, you're gonna be rolling, brother.
Yeah, man,
be rolling.
And that's what I feel. I feel like I'm on the edge, and that's what I want to do. I want to bring awareness to other channels because I see other channels. Like, I mean, look, you and other channels are like so far ahead of where I was at like 4K, right? Or 5K. I mean, you guys have so many more tools at your disposal. I mean, like StreamYard and other things that like I didn't have. You know what I mean? And so like I was just plugging away, man. I was just editing videos on my phone, and you know.
Well, you know what? People love the live streams. Yeah, I was not going to live stream at first either. I was just going to be a hot take channel. Well, the very first thing I was going to be a Blu-ray Steelbook review, and then Last Jedi happened, and then I switched to hot takes, and then my friend said, "Well, if you're going to do hot takes on other people, you're going to criticize them. Do it yourself." I'm like, all right. So my friend's the reason I started live streaming. And then people love live streams. Yep. They love that instant engagement. I see it working for you, man. Support this man. Look at everyone in here today.
I know, man. This is awesome. And
I started to watch the Film Gob interview. It was really great. I was gonna watch the rest in bed. I watched like about an hour. It's really good.
Yeah. So like I said, Film Gob was awesome. I just wanted to be able to talk to him because it seems like every time I've seen him on somebody's, you know, thing, there's like a lot of people, and he's a soft-spoken guy. He's got a lot to say, and he's got, you know, he's very intelligent. Yeah. You know what I mean? As far as like where he's coming from, but he's, you know, a lot of people will try to talk over him, and he's just not the type of guy. He's not gonna interrupt everybody, you know.
People that are the subject of his videos really don't get him at all. He's just having fun with your own words. Like, if you can't take him, you're man, they like to throw heat at people in entertainment and they can't take him.
Yeah.
He barely budges them. You see how hard they go after Ray Fisher? Film Gob is just highlighting your words and you can't take it. That's what's so hilarious. I mean, because I heard the part about Christian Harloff. I like Christian Harloff, but he did something. They had a little bit of a battle, and it's just like, don't you realize? You
asked me some people that I'd like to talk to. I'd like to talk to people like Mark Ellis because I like Mark Ellis. I've always liked Mark Ellis, and I've kind of said that. I don't know. There's just something about him. He always seemed like the level-headed kind of fun guy in that whole group, you know. But also I'd like to talk to Christian Harloff because as being the Star Wars guy that I am, I'd like to talk to Christian Harloff of like 2015.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like right before The Force Awakens, you know, because I felt, you know, and this is something I'd love to talk to him about sometime, like as a fan, that I felt like after Movie Talk and Jedi Council and stuff started getting really big, it just felt different. You know what I mean? It started to feel different. It started to feel less inclusive. But
okay. So before I go, then what what Star Wars actor and what DC actor? I know Ray Fisher. After we get you to get Ray Fisher, because I think that's going to happen. I think.
Yeah, I really hope so.
Yeah, I'm going to try myself too. I'm gonna.
Yeah. Hey guys, and I'm just gonna tell you, keep trying to get it. I'm once Max and I get done, we're gonna go to like just a few minutes for each call so that we can really try to get everybody in, because I want to make sure that everybody has something to say. So make sure that when you come in, you know what you want to talk about. I feel like we're doing this like old school. I used to listen to like talk radio, right? You know, it's like and they would always say, make sure that you know exactly what you want to talk about.
You said you did some radio stuff.
Yeah, I did. I produced a radio show. Actually, when I was young, I produced a radio show, and then I did a radio show for 5 years, an online radio show called The Rock Show, and that was fun. And so so it's just fun stuff like that. But yeah, so my big DC one is Henry Cavill. I want to talk to Henry Cavill. Dude, I was this
Ray
close.
Fisher first. Ray Fisher.
Yep,
first.
Ray Fisher first.
Then
yep. I was this close to actually being able to have dinner with Henry Cavill.
Ooh.
My buddy, when they were filming Batman v Superman here in Detroit, my buddy comes up to me one day after church and he shows me a picture of him and Henry Cavill together at the gym. And he's like, hey, I want to show you this. And I was like, dude, what's all that about? And he goes, well, he says he's working out at my gym and we became buddies. We're like workout buddies right now. And I was like, are you serious? And he goes, yeah. And then I guess Henry at the time started dating his cousin. And he's like, look, I'm trying to work around their schedule and have them over for dinner. He says, and if we have them over and I said, dude, that's so awesome. That is so cool. And he goes, well, Enosh, you realize I understand what a big Superman fan you are. If that happens, you're invited. And then I was like, well, that's got to happen. And then unfortunately they finished shooting in Detroit early. And so they moved on to Chicago for the second wave of stuff. So I never got that. So I definitely I definitely love to talk to Henry Cavill, because I think that he really gets what being Superman is. And I just love to talk to him. And then if Star Wars, I'd like to see. I would love to talk to Harrison Ford, because then you get like multiple levels, right? But I feel like Harrison Ford shuts people down. Like he's not very inclusive of the whole thing, of like anything that he's a part of. So I don't really feel like it would be the experience that I wanted.
Right.
So I would have to go Mark Hamill. I'd have to go Mark Hamill for sure. My hero, Luke Skywalker.
Oh, you and Mark, I could see having a really good time. Yeah.
For sure, man.
Great choices.
Absolutely. So, but yeah, man, I'm like, I know Zever, he inspired me to reach out to Robert. And so
I actually got I love games and everything. I actually got one of my heroes to interview, and that's Tommy Tallarico.
Yeah.
For on television. And he is a great guy. He gets a lot of heat on the internet. Even for Phobic's in the chat. Phobic, they don't get his personality. He's like he's like one of him and Victor Lucas on Electric Playground. They were like the Siskel and Ebert of video games in the 90s. Yeah. They argued back and forth. Tommy was the usually one that gave something heat. So I think that's why that's why people are so ready to give him heat now.
Well, I tell you what, man, I am not a huge gamer, as far as like modern gaming, but I got tons of old NES cartridges, and I got my NES set up. And actually, guys, here's the funny thing is I had a company reach out to me that makes an adapter, because I talked about needing an adapter to go to my smart TV to be able to power my NES. And a company reached out to me and is sending me a special new adapter that they have that's supposed to power it to HDMI. And so I'm going to try that out. And then they want me to, it's like our first
sponsored review.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got the Miley store, and thank you to Crush It. Miley store is doing great. And they're the ones helping us give away comics every week, and so look for that tomorrow. We'll be giving away a free comic book tomorrow with a new nerd question. But check this out, man. I got my Intellivision cartridges there. You
have to watch Tuesday. It's a big. I know you're going to be busy. Is that the day you're having Robert Meyer Burdett on?
No, tomorrow night, Monday night. Right. So yeah, Tuesday. Yeah, because I don't really know that much about him. I don't know that much about him, but I old school Intellivision since I was like 5. I've had my Intellivision. I got it right back over here.
Go to the Television channel, and Tuesday they're having like the big reveal type thing, like a Nintendo mini direct.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So, and we're going to probably find out if it's still going to make the release date. He wants 10/10/2020.
Yeah.
Because of the pandemic and manufacturing, we weren't sure. So he's going to, I think he's finally going to give it I got mine pre-ordered. It's awesome. All right. But
all right, man.
For the other panelists, make sure you like and everything, and have some great content questions ready for Enosh.
And hey guys, if you haven't already, I know that there's a lot of like the usual people in here tonight, but hey guys, if you haven't already, you need to go to Geeks and Gamers Entertainment.
Oh, I switched my channel name, remember?
Oh, you did? Oh, that's right, you did switch it, didn't you? I forgot.
It's Entertainment, MME. Maybe I need to make us like a spoof logo of WWE. MMA.
There you go. Yeah, I don't think I think I missed that. I think I missed that.
Well, my friends, because Geeks and Gamers Entertainment, I actually did believe in it, and it started out as a joke to go after Jeremy.
Yeah.
But people said the joke wore off, and then I was like, well, I want to keep it because I do Geeks, Gamers, and Entertainment, and I want to let people know that you don't just have to hate on everything for it, and kind of give like a counter Geeks and Gamers channel, because there's how many nerd channels are there? How many Star Wars channels have it in the name? It's like not that crazy for us both to have a name. And I was going to do a different logo. I was going to make it like black with like fire and stuff. But then I was like, I just listened to some friends. I've been listening to more friends lately, and I just changed it to Movie Madness Entertainment, because that's my show that gets the most people love Movie Madness.
Yep.
And the madness
man,
to every block on YouTube, if you don't know.
Yes. Yeah, man.
So yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say you mentioned Jeremy.
Yeah.
And I will say this. I would like to talk to Jeremy, because I'd like to have, and I'll just say this and I'll let you go, but I've had a problem with Jeremy.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'd like to talk to Jeremy, because I've talked to some people who now have been part of the fandom menace, and stuff. And obviously, like people like even you who don't like The Last Jedi. I mean, Ryan from Zeverfed, he doesn't like The Last Jedi, but like, I feel like every time I talk about like what I see in The Last Jedi, that people, even people who hate it, they end up looking at me and going, you know what? I don't, some people, I've had some people literally tell me, Enosh, you've had me actually take a different look at the sequel trilogy, and that's cool, but like, I'm not trying to change everybody's mind.
I think he might talk to you. He won't.
I'm not trying to change everybody's mind, but what I do like is when people come back to me and they say, you know what, Enosh, you didn't change my mind, but I really respect your opinion because it's different than some of the others, and so that's all you can hope for, right? Yeah. That's all you can hope for. So, hey, Max, thank you for joining me tonight, man. I appreciate you.
Sorry. I'm not camera ready.
No, you're all good, man. You're all good.
Ready for bed in my jammies with my pups.
Yeah.
Monday is my roughest day at work. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Well, I know you usually have to get up in the morning.
Oh yeah.
You usually have to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
You got to get that sleep.
All right, man. I bring the heat, and then the heat. It gets real hot, and people want me to stay out. I'm like, that's all I was going to do tonight. Throw heat and leave.
There you go.
Let me address Phobic before I go. Max, I talk about gaming all the time. People don't engage in the gaming content as much. And then Phobic, every time, because I want to talk about Amico. Oh, you know what? He's saying I want to do gameplay commentary. Okay, I want to do reviews. I have a capture device, and then my laptop is at Best Buy getting worked on. So once I get it back, I might actually do some gameplay stuff. That's all.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Especially,
I look forward to that. I look forward to that. All right, buddy. All right. You have a good night, man. Thank you so much, Max. You keep being awesome, man, and we're gonna keep supporting you. And I got your back, brother.
I have yours too. See you later.
Thanks, man. All right, we'll see you later. All right, we're going to move right along. Mr. Bruce, Mr. Toy Man himself. What's up, Mr. Bruce, in the workshop there? I see you got your Superman shirt on. I dig that.
It's a work shirt. Can you hear me? I've been having a problem with my microphone.
I can hear you just fine, man. I think I can hear you better right now than I've ever been able to hear you.
I just got that new Comcast internet.
Yeah, you look good too. You're nice and clear. You're clearer than I think I've ever seen it. Like I can zoom up on you and look at that. Ooh, look at that. Look at this guy. Tell you
Yeah,
guys,
Verizon.
if you guys haven't been around when Bruce has been around, Bruce does custom Star Wars actually more than just Star Wars figures now. You're doing all kinds of cool stuff. He made my Colonel Sanders Kentucky Fried Chicken figure and a bunch of these other figures, and then of course that C-3PO limited edition Tops card, you know, with the
error card figure. That's what I just
error card figure. I tell you what, dude. So my cousin Sam came over last week for my son's graduation party, and I showed him that figure, and he must have laughed for 15 minutes straight. He thought that was so hilarious. He took a picture of it. He's like, "This is absolutely awesome." So
yeah, any Star Wars true collector gets that.
Absolutely.
Everybody else thinks it's something like twisted. Well, it is twisted.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a little twisted, but you know what? That's the thing. Is like, you know, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, that was an actual part of Star Wars history, and that's the way I look at it. It's not just dirty just to be dirty.
If anybody doesn't know what it is, they had a wardrobe malfunction, as they called it, and made it look like he had something that he shouldn't have had.
Yep.
And we're just going to leave it there because it's a family channel.
But it is what it is. So what's up with you tonight, sir?
I was hoping tonight to talk about 80s horror films, but you guys are talking about other things. I don't think my conversation would fit in.
Dude, no. So here's the thing, man. The call-in show is what you make it. It's about what you want to talk about. This is your time to talk about what you want to talk about. So it doesn't matter.
I love old cheesy horror movies. It's what I watch down here in my shop when I'm making stuff. I just old like Chopping Mall, you know, stuff from back in the 80s. I saw a movie today. It was called The Burning, and there's a new version of it. There's a remake of it on Netflix right now. It's called The Burning, but they made it back in 1981, and it's a slasher film. You know, typical people go camping and get slashed and murdered in the woods and stuff like that. But I'm watching it, and I'm looking at this dude in it, and it was, you ever watch Seinfeld?
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
Jason Alexander. He played George Costanza. He was actually one of the lead characters in this slasher film. And
really?
and I didn't recognize him until he started talking because he still had the same mannerism, same voice, and everything like that. And it got me thinking how much I used to love 80s horror films. Like there was that one, and I seen it before, but I never realized it was the same guy. But yeah, the movie's called The Burning. It was made in 1981, and it had Jason Alexander in it as this. He's just a regular camper, and you know, fighting off the serial killer and all the other stuff they did. But then I started researching, and I remembered that a lot of these old 80s films is where a lot of these stars that we're watching every day got their start from. And it kind of fascinates me.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Well, Johnny Depp, he was in one of the Freddy Krueger movies.
He was in the first one. Yeah,
that was one of his first appearances. And look at him now. So it's kind of like when like someone my age watches like the old Twilight Zones, and we see like William Shatner, Cloris Leachman,
yes,
you know, those people, and then we see them today, and you know, whenever they've made a name for themselves and everything like that. And I just thought it was pretty interesting.
Absolutely, man. You know, a lot of people got their start in old horror movies and B movies, and you know, and it's cool to see that. With like every once in a while, like late night TV, and maybe not so much anymore because like so much TV now is pre-programmed and decided upon, you know, I mean, like even late night TV now, it seems, you know, all the stuff it's not like it used to be where like they didn't have enough content to fill. So they would pull from old stuff, you know, and you get to see this old stuff that you had never seen before. I miss that. I really miss that. The like they would pull old content like that. I really miss that. But yeah, man, I remember like the first time I saw that Twilight Zone episode with William Shatner, you know, as a kid, and I was just like, wait a second, that's Captain Kirk.
In the wing, something.
Yeah,
my William Shatner's terrible. I'm sorry.
No, that's great, man. It's because that's what. You know, that's what would happen is you'd have these people who went on to do some really cool stuff, but you know,
you got to start somewhere, I guess.
Absolutely, man. Everybody's got to start somewhere, you
know.
I
couldn't believe I saw Jason Alexander, and he had hair too. That's why I didn't recognize him. He had a full head of hair, just as.
Dude, do you remember? Do you remember Jason Alexander in the McDonald's McDLT commercial?
I do not, but I remember the rolled gold pretzel commercials.
Oh yeah, he did those. But oh my gosh, dude, yeah, it's hilarious. The McDLT commercial. I don't know if I can do that. You know what? Here's the thing. You know what? I'll just do it, and then if it gets copyright claimed,
Well, it's for
I'll
demonstration purposes and teaching purposes.
exactly.
The bots are in charge still.
If it does, then I'll just trim it out of the replay. But this is funny, man. Is bringing up Jason Alexander here. Let me get that out of there. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, Bruce's eBay. Thank you, Darth Tasty. Bruce's eBay. You can find him on there. Jenner Custom Toys.
Oh, you didn't have to do that, but thank you.
Yeah, man, he does some great stuff. He's got some awesome stuff. I got a whole wall here full of stuff and a cabinet full of stuff that he's made for me and everything. And I definitely suggest Bruce's stuff. So, but yeah, this is funny, and I remembered this from when I was younger, and I came across this not too long ago. So it's kind of funny that that you mentioned this, but it's from 19.
So
you remember?
Tired of lettuce and tomato hamburgers in this town that don't quite make it? Yeah, you see that
you pay.
you like your hamburger hot and your lettuce and tomato cool and crisp all at the same time? Yeah. Well, I say you got it. I'm talking McDonald's new lettuce and tomato hamburger, the McDLT. I'm talking quarter pound of beef on the hot side,
And the hot stays hot.
the new McDLT.
Hot.
Crisp lettuce and tomato on the cool side.
And the cool stays cool.
The new McDLT.
Cool crisp.
The beef stays hot, the cool stays crisp. Put it together, you can't resist. The hottest taste, the coolest dish.
Keep it hot, hot. Keep it cool, cool. McDLT. McDLT. Hot. McD. Cool crisp LT. McDLT. It's a good time. Hot beefy McD.
For the great taste,
Cool crisp LT.
of McDonald's. Could be the best tasting lettuce and tomato hamburger ever.
New McD. LT.
Yeah, that just happened, didn't it?
It did.
I've never seen that.
You've never seen that, huh?
I don't think I ever need to see it again. Did you check out them shoulder pads?
Oh, dude, totally 80s. So, what? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still. You guys can't hear it, but I didn't turn off the YouTube thing, and all of a sudden I'm hearing like Jason Alexander talking about Larry David. I'm like, what? Where's that coming from? So for those of you asking, Nicotina was asking about some of your work. So I'll just show this. This is a hologram Boba Fett that he made me. That's really cool. And I'll tell you how I found Bruce was just buying something from him off eBay, and I talked to him.
I was homeless. He picked me up off the street.
and he did, and so like he actually makes it so that you can take them out, so you can kind of play with them and do things and stuff, and it's just awesome. So there's that, and he's made me a Darth Vader, an Emperor Palpatine, and a Princess Leia, and also a yak face, all in hologram form. And then I will show you this. This is one of my favorites right here. This is the Kentucky Fried Chicken one that I was talking about. You can see there the Colonel. He made it out of an old Obi-Wan figure. But you cast these, right?
Yeah, I would never destroy a figure like that. I recast it and started from scratch.
Yeah. So, and look at this card. I tell you what, guys, like sometimes I'll be honest with you, when I see custom stuff, like I'm always worried about, because like on eBay, the pictures look like the card, looks fine and stuff. And then when you get the card's kind of falling apart and it's all, it's printed on somebody's, crappy inkjet printer at home. And you see all the dots and the lines and stuff. And I worked in the printing industry for 18 years. And so I get this stuff that's like all, dotty and everything. It's like, that wasn't worth it. But this is not this. This is as crisp and clean as this looks, guys. When this, and then I'll show you real quick the controversial one again. We showed this. So there you go. You get a little second of that. So that's some of Bruce's work.
It's a shop vac attachment for whenever he had to clean up. And he cleaned up the dust and the cobwebs and good to go.
Yeah. So phobic. The thing is that it's not necessarily his. I don't think was Boba Fett ever a hologram in the movies?
Yeah, in the cartoon series.
That's right.
Yeah, that's actually where I got the picture from.
That's right. Yeah. So nope, you're
right.
I
do believe in one of the movies he did talk to Darth Vader. That was Jango Fett talked to Darth Vader or whoever, talked to the Emperor as a hologram, but that one's from the cartoon series Clone Wars.
Yeah, Yep, and then Crush It's there. We don't want to forget Crush It. Crush It is another one of our sponsors who is doing a great job, and so we got a couple of eBayers here, and like I said, Crush It has been donating comics, and we're going to be giving away a free comic book tomorrow. So, but yeah, I tell you what, Bruce, your work is starting to really catch on. I mean, Cylon Scotty, where's that comment? Cylon Scotty even mentioned he got something from you. Here we go. And he says Bruce's toys are amazing. So guys, go hit him up. Jenner Custom Toys on eBay, and let him know we sent you.
Yeah,
right, leave him a little note.
If it wasn't for you, my stuff wouldn't have taken off. You helped me get my start. That was about a year ago. Whenever I met you, and you started helping me out, and you did that interview video with me, and you actually encouraged me because I was like still a little nervous back then. But thanks to guys like you, I can do what I really love doing, make a lot of Star Wars people happy, and I appreciate that from you, man.
Absolutely, man. Well, you've become a good friend, and I tell you what, I tell you guys, Bruce has become a good friend in the midst of all this pandemic stuff and everything. Bruce is just a good guy. Beyond just making,
better, man.
Dude, beyond making toys and stuff like that, Bruce has just done stuff. I mean, just like notice when I was going through some stuff at the beginning of this thing, Bruce just reached out to me and was just like, "Hey man, how you doing? Are you doing okay?" And I see that a lot with you, Bruce. You post on Facebook and different, mediums. It's just like, hey, make sure that you're checking in with people and
you have to, man. You never know people don't share their feelings anymore, because especially guys like me, because they're afraid of getting put down. They're getting like, you tell someone how you feel, that they run away from you. So, if you know someone is sitting at home, especially during this pandemic nonsense, someone's sitting home in quarantine, they don't have any family, they don't have any friends, just check in on them. Just say, hey, how you doing? You need someone to talk to. It takes a half hour out of your day, and it's worth it. It's worth it. That's how you meet the good people instead of these shallow people that we know 90% of the people we know that we meet on an everyday basis are all out for themselves. There's a saying here where I live. It's called "Hooray for me and to hell with you." And I hate that saying, but it's literally a saying around here, and I can't stand people like that. So yeah. If you know someone, if someone crosses your mind, give them a call. If you haven't seen someone in a while, give them a call. Just say, hey, how you doing? If they think you're a weirdo, oh well. But 9 times out of 10, they're going to appreciate you calling just to check on them. It might get them to the day.
Absolutely,
that's
man.
Important.
Absolutely. Well, hey, Bruce, thanks for stopping in, man.
Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. It's always
Absolutely.
fun. I just wanted to stop by and pay some respect. And yeah, been a while.
Absolutely, man. So I appreciate you. So
you
keep doing what you do, and we'll keep looking for new toys. Speaking of that McDLT, maybe a Jason Alexander McDLT figure.
I'm still working on Ronald McDonald, but since I've been back to work, I haven't had much time to create anything new. I'm trying to keep up with the orders I have.
Yeah,
but it's coming eventually.
Cool, man. All right, buddy. Well, you have a good night, and we'll talk to you again soon. All right.
All right. Thanks, brother.
All right. We'll see you later. I want to address Michael S. He says, how can you make sure that you don't show your face on StreamYard? Like I don't have the app or whatever. So there actually is no app. All you do is you click that link. And when you click the link, you're able to, it'll take you to the broadcast center, just kind of give you guys a little update of what, if you've never done it before. It's really nice because there's no app. It's not like Zoom where you have to download anything. You literally just go in, you punch in a screen name so that when you're on there's a screen name, and then you enter into the broadcast studio area, and you can either tell it that it can use your camera, or basically you could just have an icon or a picture or something like that. And then that's how you do that. So just that simple. All right. So thank you, Tony. And we're going to get to Tony here in a couple of minutes, but we've got, see, this is what I got to deal with Bruce. He stays in the backstage area, and he's like wearing like,
you go, boy.
Yeah, whatever. He does that to me every time he comes on. He goes in the backstage area, and then he doesn't leave. He sits there and like wears a Tyrannosaurus helmet and does weird, crazy dances and stuff. All right. Love him though. Hey guys. Okay. We're moving right along, and I apologize if we kind of move quickly, because I just appreciate you guys, man. It's overwhelming. You guys are just so many great people in the stream tonight, and I want to get to y'all. So I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to get to a first-time caller, but a guy that we've talked to a lot, and I'm interested in what he's got to talk about tonight for sure. And that is Andrew Casali. What's going on, Andrew?
Hey, Enosh.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good, man. It's good to finally meet you kind of face to face, as it were, right here. So
Yeah.
you always have a lot of great comments, man, in the chat and stuff. So I always appreciate your comments and things, man. So
yeah, thanks, man. I gotta say, quite the collection.
thank you. Thank you.
And I got these 3 things here too. Like this little thing of the tumbler.
Ooh, nice.
This Funko Pop of the Jack Nicholson Joker.
Nice. Very nice.
And the piece de resistance, me with Kevin Conroy.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome stuff, man. So I take it you're a big Batman fan.
Yes, I also love Superman. As you can tell from right over here, it's Spider-Man.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's awesome, man. Yeah, you know, it's cool when you collect stuff and you, over time, like I'll tell you what, that's how all this happened. I didn't set out to be this guy. I didn't purposely. I got my Batman shirt on tonight, actually, too. So there you go.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah, man. So I didn't set out to be this guy. You know, like this kind of all happened to me. But it's over, 20 plus years of collecting, of just like you start out that way. It's like, oh, I'll get this and I'll get that. And I found this. I'll tell you what's really addictive is the whole pop vinyl thing. Because when pop vinyls first came out, I told my family, I was like, I don't want any of those. Those are stupid. Because I thought of them like Beanie Babies or something. You know what I mean? That it was just like people were just collecting them, just for just different reasons. But the thing is over time, like I realized that there's something different about pop vinyls that is different than Beanie Babies and these other little collectors things that kind of come and go, and that is the fact that it's got a built-in kind of thing that just kind of won't go away because they literally hit up every fandom. You know what I mean? And like before I knew it, my family was really into pop vinyls. Like they got, and they had a big collection. Landon's got a huge collection of pop vinyls. Isaac's got a ton. Logan's got a ton. Tiffany's got a ton. And I didn't want any. And then it was like, well, but I'll get the Boba Fett one. And well, that Luke Skywalker one's really cool. And then before I knew it, it's like, now without trying even to have a bunch of pop vinyl figures, I got a ton of them, and I'll show you my latest one. Which I'll show you my latest one. And actually, Tiffany just got me the coolest thing, and it's upstairs, so I can't get it. She just gave it to me yesterday, but it's related to this, and that is this guy right here.
He-Man. Oh, nice.
Yes, sir, man. I'll tell you what, I dig this. He's so cool. He's so cute. And then I also have to go with him. I've got the Sorceress.
Oh,
yeah. So I got those. I'm looking for a Skeletor. We have not been able to find a Skeletor anywhere. Oops. So that's the problem with doing the show and trying to get out toys is like then I end up with toys all over the place. But yeah, I'm a big He-Man fan, and so then Tiffany actually bought me. She found He-Man with Battle Cat, where He-Man's like on Battle Cat. That's the one that's upstairs. So it's like a bigger box and stuff. And she also got me Batman with the Hall of Justice. So that's cool stuff. That's cool stuff.
I want to know something different. When I looked at your channel, I found out that you watch The Flash.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
I do too.
That's awesome. That's the thing that kind of got us really like kicked us off, man, here at the channel was watching The Flash.
Yeah, I mean, I love the first 2 seasons, but now it's kind of taking a dip, especially with all those other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, oh yeah, one thing that always keeps me doing a good show is Reverse Flash.
Oh, dude, I love Reverse Flash. I wish that they would have more Reverse Flash on the show, as far as my own personal, look at it, because the Reverse Flash is the Flash's main villain.
Yeah, like Batman the Joker.
Yeah, man. It's I'm always kind of disappointed when we don't get enough of Reverse Flash in there. you know.
And that's what made season 5 a little better.
Yep. And I tell you what, you could tell me, I prefer what's his name as Reverse Flash.
Tom Cavanaugh?
Well, yeah, Tom Cavanaugh. I prefer Tom Cavanaugh. I know there's some people who like the other guy, but I'll be honest with you, I just don't see him as it. And maybe it's just because Tom Cavanaugh was there first, and I just love how like evil Tom Cavanaugh's.
Yes.
Yep, his version is just flat out evil, man. Just it's good stuff. Good stuff.
Did you see the big crisis thing they did?
With Ezra Miller? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the big crisis did the Anti-Monitor.
Oh yeah, just you mean Crisis in general?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, we live stream when the Flash is going, kind of like we do with Stargirl right now. We live stream a lot of the DC shows. So what we do is we have watch parties, and so people because we used to do just reviews of the Flash. And then people started saying, hey, we really like your reviews. You know, would you ever consider like doing a watch party so we could just watch it with you and kind of react to it in the same time? And so we started doing that. And yeah, man. So like when Crisis was coming, dude, we hyped that up and we were looking forward to that forever. And then like, yeah, we watched it as a channel for sure.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw it, I was kind of expecting different because I watched this fan trailer that included like, you know, all the heroes and villains from all the live action DC properties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like some of the stuff were good. Like let's see, Brandon Routh as Superman. Seeing Kevin Conroy was good, but I didn't like how they handled him.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah, I would have. I wish they would have given Kevin Conroy a better
like him in the suit
story arc. You know, like even if he wasn't going to be in the suit, just like it was just kind of weird that they made him evil. Bruce Wayne. But what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, when I first heard them say "Bad of the Future," my first thought was Terry McGinnis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and what else? Seeing the '90s Flash was awesome.
Oh yeah, that was when they did Man in the Iron Mask. When they went to Earth 2. Yep. So that was my guess. Was when everybody was guessing who the Man in the Iron Mask was. That was my guess. Was that it was going to be John Wesley Shipp. So I got it. I got the actor right. I got it right.
You were half right.
I was half right of who was in the. I got the actor right of who was in the mask. But I just didn't get the character right. I was kind of, almost there, kind of in the same vein. But yeah, 90s Flash. So I was really happy when they brought 90s Flash into it because what a great crossover. What a great crossover, right? I mean, and amazingly, John Wesley Shipp still looks great in that costume.
Yeah, and he even said, I remember an interview where he said that after he filmed the last episode, he took the ears off his costume and threw them in the air and said, I would never put a superhero costume back on.
Yep. But we met John Wesley Shipp years ago right at the end of season 1. Yeah, it was 2 days before the season finale of season 1. And he gave us, and I'll say this, and then we probably need to move along. But we were sitting there, and he spent 15 minutes with us at our Comic-Con because there was nobody else in line. And he said, "Hey, do you guys want any spoilers for the season finale?" And we're like, "From you? Heck yeah, we do." And so he started telling us about how that scene at the end of season 1 where Barry, is back there and he's his dad gets knocked out and stuff and is laying on the ground, and Reverse Flash, they're running around. Yeah. And Barry's mom still dies and Barry has that, heart to heart moment. And he's, bawling and stuff. And he has that whole monologue. Yeah. Well, John Wesley Shipp was telling us, he says, he's telling us from his perspective, he's like, I'm laying on the ground over in the corner. And he's like, I got to act like I'm knocked out. And he's like, we're all listening to Grant Gustin do his monologue and stuff and do his thing. He's like, and oh my gosh, he's like, I'm crying. The entire crew was crying.
Nice.
everybody was like so emotional. And then he said even when Grant got done, Grant had to go and take like an hour break and like went to his trailer because like he had mustered so much emotion in that moment that he just felt like he needed to take a break and kind of regather his thoughts because he had put so much into that scene. And so I thought that was really cool. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, man.
I want to hope two things when all the shows come back. One, that the show Flash actually gets good, because that whole thing with the Mirror Master kind of bored me.
Me too. I agree with
you. When you gave a positive review on Tyler Hoechlin as Superman.
Okay.
And I thought the same thing too, but they kind of mistreated him. And now that he's getting his own show, I want him to be fixed.
Yes, me too. That's a great take, Andrew.
When I first saw him, he was acting like Christopher Reeve.
They need to reestablish Tyler Hoechlin's Superman.
They need to show like how he came to be with the Krypton going on.
Well, they need to establish Tyler Hoechlin's Superman as Superman. Yeah, in that universe, right? They need to establish him, yes, as being a character that is strong and not just a pushover and not just kind of used to prop up other characters, but
like Henry Cavill strong.
Absolutely. Well, hey, Andrew, thanks for joining me tonight, man. I appreciate you coming on and talking to me. And hey, man, definitely come back and talk to me again. Okay.
I will.
All right, buddy. You have a good night. All right.
All right, bye.
All right. We'll see you. Okay. Let's see. I do want to get to this guy real quick. And then Tony, I'm going to get to you next because you're in there. But I want to get to Ryan here real quick. This guy.
Am I on?
Are we on?
Are we live?
You're live. We'll do it live.
Oh man, it's great to be here. This is great.
Now, buddy, if this is your first time on camera, it's all right, man.
Hey, man.
Don't be too nervous.
This is Enosh.
Oh, geez.
What's up, man? How you doing tonight?
I'm good, man. How are you, buddy?
Man, I am doing fantastic. I'm a little tired. Did some go-karting today, so that was fun. And then jumped on the stream, so I wasn't as popular as you've been this past week, but I do feel a little fatigued. So I can definitely tell that, hey, maybe you were a lot more fatigued than I am.
Oh, well, man, just looking at myself, I was joking, like just looking at myself in like the just seeing myself on screen, it's like my eyes are all like bloodshot.
Yeah, you're like, you just look stoned. You're
getting that zoned look after a while and stuff like last
these guys, and then you're looking down, and it looks like he just fell asleep. He was nodding off. So
plus, I feel like I don't know if this is even possible, but like I've been in front of these lights for so long this week, that I almost feel like my face is chapped, like almost like you get windburned. And like, I didn't think that these lights were that strong, but it feels like that. Like my lips have been chapped all day long. And
and you're just getting dried out. It's kind of like when you put food out and they put it under the lamp or something, it just out. So that's why you got to stay hydrated, man. And you got to rub yourself down with some lotion.
Well, I'll make sure as soon as I get off this stream, I'll rub myself down with some lotion.
You need to have that absorb in your body, man.
Absolutely.
Get some, what is that? They put it on sunburn. It's the plant.
Aloe.
Yeah.
I got some aloe upstairs.
Aloe, it'll soak in, and it's really good. It keeps you young.
For sure.
So, man, I caught I caught bits and pieces because I was busy doing some other stuff today, but I caught bits and pieces of the Film Gob interview, and I have to say it was really, really, really good.
Thanks, man.
I thought, I love hearing Gob Shaker whenever he can talk. That's awesome. He does have a lot of really good points, and it's good to sort of hear you guys nerd out a little bit,
Yeah.
So that's really cool.
That's what I wanted to do.
Visiting or when you're talking to Robert Meyer Burnett, is it tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow night. Yeah.
Okay. So talk to him about Brandon Routh because he was working on Superman Returns.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
He will have some good information for you, and you guys can really go off on that tangent.
Cool.
So yeah, that's awesome. He's a super sweet guy, awesome guy. I love talking to him every time we have him on. So I mean, you know, he's the fifth nerd. Or
Nice.
he's one of the fifth nerds. We have fifth nerds. So but yeah.
He's definitely another one guy that I wanted to have on that like I just want to give a chance to talk.
Well, you know, let me ask you this question, and you can put me on full screen if you want. I can, when you're talking about Man of Steel, and I'm a fan of Man of Steel. It's actually a really good movie. I love Zack Snyder, but when you get a man like Zack Snyder behind the camera. And I'm going to ask you this question, Enosh, if you have anything to say, but let me just interject this real quick. I have about 15 more minutes I want to say before I actually turn the camera over to you and ask. Did you fall asleep?
Well, I feel like I can't keep on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, because that's, and it's a shame too, because like Robert is just filled with
a wealth of knowledge.
The dude is just,
his opinion is valid and valuable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, it'd be a great interview, man. It would be a great interview. And it was so awesome for him to jump on. He jumped on our streams on when we did Crisis Justice Con, and we, you know, he's on West Coast time, so it would have been super early for him. But he was so gracious to actually wake up and come on with us, man. He agreed to it before he knew the times. So we didn't expect him to come on at the beginning of the show, but it was super awesome that he did.
We got a super chat. We're going for it, right? So
yeah, here we go. Super chat.
Super chat. Oh, Cash App. Super chat. Oh man, that's so funny. We were having so much fun with that last week when you were on. But from Crush It. And Crush It says, I got a question for both of you. What's more popular, the Superman S logo or Star Wars? My guess is the Superman S.
All right. Now, when you say popular in what regard? The most recognizable thing is the Superman S.
Yeah.
You can have a crummy drawing of the Superman S as long as you have, you know, the serif and different things on there. And the diamond or a shield looking logo or whatever, like the Max Fleischer Superman.
Yeah.
Or even the one before that. I forget who drew that, but yes, no, it is the most recognizable symbol. That's the thing that I love about DC characters is that you have, you know, the logos.
Yes.
Oh crap. Well, man, I'm so opposite. Anyway, yeah,
I do that all the time. I'm like, oh wait a second. Where am I going? Oh, no.
I'll just pull it from over here. So you got like the Batman emblem.
Oh, that's cool.
It's iconic, and you got the Superman logo. Superman is my favorite. Is my favorite character.
Nice.
I
would have never guessed from like your whole like motif and everything. You and I actually have a lot in common. I mean, like we had like a similar screen name. We're both into like, you know,
we're both similar in age.
Yeah, and like we both have the Superman thing going on, and that's funny.
Was very important for me in my childhood. I mean, I had a father figure, and he was in my life, and he's fantastic. But just watching him, I tried to embody that, or I tried to incorporate, you know, that sort of Boy Scout-esque mentality, you know, where you put your best foot forward at all times, and that's sort of that's carried me pretty far in my life, you know, that, and there was another character I can't recall right now, but there was another big character in my life that I really Luke Skywalker.
Oh, that guy.
That guy.
I heard that he was pretty popular.
In the 80s, he was a character that I could get behind.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, Star Wars is popularity. No, I'm sorry. Popularity would also go with Superman.
Yeah.
Superman has been popular since the 30s, and it's almost 100 years. We're in 2020, so yeah, he's been relevant for almost 100 years.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
Has only been around for almost 44, 45.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, it's going to be interesting here coming up because of copyright laws only last so long.
They had to renegotiate. That was one of the things with I think, what was it? I can't remember if it was Superman Returns or Man of Steel. I think it might have been Man of Steel. That what was it? Schuster, Siegel and Schuster, the ones that created their estates, they were about to lose the rights. Or DC or Warner Brothers, one of the three was about to lose the rights, and they had to re-up, and they were like, you have to stay relevant, you have to have a movie in production.
Yes. Yep.
And so they were scrambling to do so. So I think they've secured Superman, Kal-El, the whole story, all
to extend
that.
It.
Yeah, I think they've extended it. I don't know how long, but for quite a while, because
I know that I saw another thing about the Disney properties, with Mickey Mouse and all that stuff, that that's another concern. I watched a documentary about that not too long ago, or a report about that, where there's Disney is basically kind of frantically trying to figure out some of that legal kind of stuff, because a lot of their characters are coming up on those statute of limitations for copyright, and then it goes into the public vernacular and it's just out there. So you got to get creative on how you do it. But I agree with you. Superman is definitely popularity wise, and it's weird how you judge popularity, but
yeah, I mean, I try to look at it as far as relevancy in pop culture, relevancy in and just everything. And that's one of the things that makes DC more popular than Marvel is I wear all the time t-shirts. You've got the Flash shirt, you got Blue Beetle, you've got all kinds of awesome characters, and they have a symbol, they have a logo. Marvel has Spider-Man, Deadpool,
I know there's a couple. Well, I mean, there's X-Men, but that's kind of like the team.
There's no definitive logo right there, other than their name.
Yeah, well, the X, a lot of them have the X, but they all kind of share. It's not one.
It's a different X here, there, wherever. It's not a constant. It's not right here on your chest.
You're right.
Most
you're right.
The characters like Green Lantern, Flash, Hawkman, Superman.
Yeah,
that's
something that I've known
right here, so who they are as they're beating the crap out of you.
Well, that's a really interesting topic actually for discussion, because that's something that I know, but it's you don't think about that
Hulk is just green. It's just Bruce Banner. He's green. They usually use a fist for a symbol, but there's no symbol. He doesn't wear a fist on his chest because of the type of character he is. Spider-Man has the Spider-Man logo, but it was basically his eyes inside of a web and a circle, and that's mainly his thing. Captain America has that, but not really, because it's just a star with in a circle, and it's like a striped shield or whatever, and that could be construed as something else. It's not definitive.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Iron Man has his little, light right here, but I mean, other than the movies, it was never really iconic.
No, you're right. That's an interesting topic of discussion, actually. That's interesting. And also as a that's what you do. look at this guy. Look at this guy. All Christian Bale looking, coming up in here, doing his thing. Look at those dreamy eyes. Look at those dreamy eyes, said phobic. But another point is just doing what I do. There are two symbols, the two, they say, most recognizable symbols in all of the world that you can take. You can take these two symbols to the deepest parts of Africa, even where and down in South America, even where there's sometimes tribes that haven't had a lot of connection with the outside world, right? and you could take these two symbols in, and people will recognize them. And one is the Superman shield, and the other one is the cross.
I would have thought Batman.
Yeah, no, the two most
the yellow and black Batman.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the classic. But yeah, they've done these studies, and apparently those are the two most recognizable symbols in all of the world. That if you take these pretty much anywhere in the world on the planet.
Well, I mean, the second one, it could be like, that is a T.
That's true too. That's true too. But I mean,
kind of like Zorro the Gay Blade, and like when he saved the people and he wrote on the door, and they were like, "That is a Q." He's like, "That's a Z."
Yeah, right. So hey, guess what? We got another super chat. Yeah. Jenner Custom Toys getting back here. Woohoo! Nice. That's right. We got the lights going on. I see it like flashing on your microphone there. So Jenner Custom Toys, Bruce says, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Another $5 if Enosh gets it right without help. LOL. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I guess I never realized there was a definitive answer, but you know what? I'm gonna go with since it's the supposedly the answer to life. I'm gonna say 42.
Are we getting the answer in the chat?
I don't know.
Is that correct?
is that correct? We'll go to Bruce. Says, Crush It says 0.
0. Sir Nerdalot says 42.
How much? Sir Nerdalot agrees with me. 42. Because that's the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is the answer to everything, to life and everything, to everything equation is 42, and so it says he would chuck what a woodchuck would if a woodchuck would chuck wood. See, yeah, well, darn.
I would have said,
and then of course he got the Lex Luthor thing
about the Tootsie Pops when the was talking about the owl.
Yes,
how many licks does it take to get to the center? 3.
The world may never know.
No, he gave you the answer. He gave you the answer right there.
A 3, yeah. A 1, a 2, a 3.
They played that commercial like crazy.
McLovin says, Cash App. Cash App.
Yeah, I guess check your Cash App. Hey, flash that thing on the screen.
Right. Yeah. So we've got plenty of ways if you want to. I mean, we got our Patreon that's set up. We got some great people on the Patreon. We just actually did a Patreon call, special stream with just some of our patrons on Saturday, and it was a really nice conversation. We had a really good time. But hey, yeah, this is in there too. We take PayPal, we take Cash App, and like I said, I don't expect anybody to give, but it helps. I tell you what, it's helped actually when people give, to be able to update things and make things look better, and like we could always use like a new camera to make us look better, and sometimes that stuff just helps. So hey, guys, we appreciate you. We just appreciate people watching, man. That's what I appreciate.
Watching is so much more.
Yeah,
it's just it is, because it shows that there are people out there that actually do care about what is being said.
Exactly.
And whether they agree or disagree, they're giving you their time.
Yes,
they're giving you,
makes even the haters
doing anything else with their time, but they're choosing to engage, whether it's a chat, whether it's a super chat, whether it's people in the backstage.
Yep.
That's what's awesome about that. That's more powerful than any catch up.
Sure. Absolutely, man. That's more powerful than anybody giving any money or anything. Like when people will say to me like, "Oh, I wish I could give you something, but I don't have anything." I'm like, guys,
yeah,
you're engaging. We're talking. You're I got a room full of people, wanting to talk, and that's so cool. I mean, that's what makes all the difference. And that's what
smash that like button if you agree. If you haven't smashed that like button yet,
that's right.
That's what you're waiting on.
That's right. That helps. I tell you what, what
it does is it helps the algorithm sort of show that this is a relevant show that people are watching, people care about. That's the point of the like button. But there you have it, man.
There's some people are saying Mr. Owl was wrong. Darth Taste says Mr. Owl was wrong. Yep. Darth Tasty also says the answer to is 254. That's what it took me to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. I think you took too much time, man.
Wow. That's actually a pretty good, like YouTube video you can put on there. Just show the licks.
Set up.
I mean, this is the time. We're sort of at the apex of civilization. And yeah, this is the time where you're just like, you have webcams and you have Tootsie Pops that still exist. Why not do that? Why not show everyone who give us the definitive answer? How many licks does it take?
When I was, I got a video here on the channel when I was a lot more overweight than I am now. And I took out every Superman shirt that I owned.
Yeah.
And I put them all on at once, including my sweatshirts and my I had a couple coats, and I put them all on all at the same time. And you know what? In fact, I'll do this. I won't play the audio because
I'm going to do it now. I was like, I'll hold.
No. Let's see here. Let me hold on a second here. When I pull it up. But yeah, I got out every t-shirt, and I think I want to say it was like 28 t-shirts or something like that. And it was fun, but dude, I almost didn't get them off.
How hard was it to take them off?
It was really hard.
Yes. I've done something similar. It wasn't 28 shirts. But I've done something similar, and yeah, you would think that it'd be as easy as it goes on. It should be as easy, the same coming off, but it wasn't.
No, sir. Let me see here. I gotta just pull this up here. Whoops. Because I'll just show you guys some of this, and then we'll move on to somebody else here. And
yeah, no problem, man. I'm just jumping in here, showing some love.
I appreciate that, man. That's guys, I've really come to appreciate Ryan. I encourage all of you to go check out his channel for sure, because he's got a great channel. He covers a lot of similar stuff to what we do. But you know what's great is that everybody who does this stuff, like they got just a little bit of a different take. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
You got your own thing, and so so I'm gonna show this without. But yeah, go support Ryan. Go support him for sure, guys. Go subscribe to Ryan's channel and show him some love, because he's always here showing love. And when I see him streaming and stuff, I try to show him some love and come over and everything. So I'm not going to play the audio to this, because I know that if I play the audio, it'll definitely get copyright taken down, because I stupidly put the Superman theme song.
So I use that in my videos, but I use an alternate take.
Yes, I know. I noticed that. Yeah. But yeah, so this is something that I put together a few years ago. Now it's about 3 years ago, and you can just kind of see. So that's my Superman tie.
That's the Superman right after the death of Superman, and the
yep. I love long hair Superman. I always have liked long haired Superman.
Yeah. Look at that green screen work.
Right? Pull that up. So there's the take up. So there's one. First I showed like all the t-shirts that I had.
Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah.
That's good.
Good. Some good shirts here. It's a little bit better with the music because it's more dramatic. Like, otherwise it just looks like me just kind of standing there.
It looks like you're waiting on somebody.
Right. Like what's going on here? What's a shame though? What's a shame now though is that none of these things fit anymore. It's a good thing and a bad thing all at the same time. I had accumulated like all these Superman shirts.
Yeah.
And now none of them fit anymore. And so that was a good one.
On fire.
Oh, yeah, that was on fire. There's one that's green.
It's almost like and when you're doing that and showing off your chest, it's almost like you're trying to show off your chest.
Right.
Like you should be wearing bras. Like,
that is a custom one that my buddy made for me, which is the Man of Steel. That's not a mirrored image. He actually made a Man of Steel Bizarro one for me.
I have a Bizarro shirt that I made.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
We look the same. Yeah, for sure.
Definitely. You guys, I mean, you were talking about the gym earlier.
Yep.
Yeah, is that real?
My tattoo? Oh yeah, my tattoo's real.
Okay.
Yeah, my tattoo's real.
I didn't know you were a Shaquille O'Neal fan. Okay, cool.
You know what? Look, man, it took me 30 some odd years to get that tattoo because like I always felt like it was so cliche, like that if I got it, it's like, well, like all, these celebrities, Bon Jovi's got one.
Yeah.
All these different people got one. And I was just like, you know what? This is the green one. This is the green one. So I come in with the green.
Awesome.
And then
I love that Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, isn't that very much like the original Superman movie, like with the with the Krypton scenes, and stuff with the white and stuff. And then that's of course my horrible green screen because it was yellow and it was picking it up as green, so you could see through it. And there's my son. Popping in, not wearing a Superman shirt at all, but I was. But yeah, it's just well. And let me see if I get to the part where because I go through here and. This is my Superman jacket. One of my Superman jackets. I love this jacket, dude. I love this Superman jacket. It's just one of my favorite jackets in the whole wide world.
That's awesome.
And of course, it's super huge on me now. But and then this was my bomber jacket that I had. I ended up having to get a new Superman jacket.
I always wanted to get one that had like the yellow patch, the yellow on the back.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, that's cool. I have that one.
Yep, that one's kind of like a felt. I like that one, but it falls apart. This one still kind of fits actually because this one kind of shrunk, and so it's got like all a bunch of stuff. And of course, this shirt still fits.
Oh.
I love that shirt. That's like one of my
favorite.
favorite.
You wore that yesterday, actually.
Yep, I sure did. Yep, I love that shirt.
Not that I'm paying that close attention to you.
You're watching me, aren't you, man? You know what's up.
You left your webcam on.
Yeah, here we go. So here's me with everything on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's I got the tie.
Like a hockey game or something.
What's that?
So you look like you're going to a hockey game,
right? And so then I'm trying to get everything off, and like you see me like struggling here.
Yes, struggle is real.
Trying to get it all off. Like, all right. And then I get to a certain point where it was this one. It's like I can't get the stupid thing off because it was like
you have to have some help.
Yeah, right. Like there was one moment where I thought that like I was gonna need some help, like I wasn't gonna be able to get out of it.
I love that it's fast forward.
Right. This is riveting. I was so tired. Like I was sweating, man. Oh man, it was bad enough because I was so overweight, but yeah, it's just.
Oh wow, I have that one.
There's the white one.
And he's back. That's a pretty good magic trick.
Getting creative with it, trying to get these shirts off.
How long did it take you? Did you time it?
No, I didn't time it. I just it just felt like it took forever.
You don't look happy. Oh wait.
Oh, that's just me. Yeah, just talking. So, but yeah. That was a fun video to make for sure.
That's cool. I like that video. I mean, it's just different. You don't see stuff like that, so that's cool.
Yeah, it was just fun. Well, hey man, Ryan, thank you for stopping in, bro. It's always good to talk to you.
And good stream so far, man. Continue on, and we will talk to you later.
Sounds good, man. We'll talk to you soon. All right, bye. All right, we're gonna move on here to Tony. Tony, our good friend from Vancouver, up there in the land of the CW. And you did it again. What the heck, man? Look at this guy. He did it again. First time we talked to Tony, he had this kind of sunburn going on, and now he's got it again.
Yeah, it's really hot here, and I can't help but go outside. Like I got a garden and stuff, and I was on my buddy's boat yesterday, and I think this is like. Oh yeah,
Oh my goodness, dude. So speaking of symbols,
you saw me earlier in the thumbnail, and I was like, I had to change shirts because everybody was wearing like a super shirt. And I'm like, all right, I gotta go put on a super steel shirt too.
Yeah, well, Ryan's got this, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shirt on there, looking cool, Yeah,
I had to go with this. You went Batman. Who is the what's your toy maker? Sorry.
Oh no, that's Bruce. That's Bruce. Yeah, Bruce.
He was wearing one as well, so I figured I had to go in as well.
Yeah, man, for sure.
How you doing?
So what? I'm doing good, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I worked all day and watched some hockey. My team lost, and I'm really, really upset. I actually won't answer this right now because my friends are honestly not being good humans.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, you gotta love that, huh?
You know what happens when you're a Leaf fan, right?
Oh yeah.
Actually, you don't, because you're a Red Wings fan, and you guys have won a cup in the last freaking 50 years.
Yeah, but it's gotten rough in the last few years, though, man. It's
Yeah, but you got street cred, kind of like the Oilers. The Oilers, nobody ever looks down on the Oilers because you know what? Hey, if we had Gretzky, we would have won cups in the '80s too. You know?
That's true. Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
100%.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't know you were fat.
Yeah,
I
man.
heard you talk about this the other day. How big were you?
So I topped out at my biggest, I was 430 pounds.
Wow.
But the thing is, it's kind of funny because like even being that big, like you hear some people, they talk about like when they're big, that like some people like they always see themselves as big, like no matter like how small they get or whatever. So what's interesting for me is I never saw myself as fat. Like I look back at that now, right? And I'm like, holy cow, like what? Like literally, holy cow! Like what the heck was going on there?
Was it a progression like since you were a kid? Like
it was
up.
Yeah. So I was a chubby kid.
Okay.
And then when I hit my teens and I grew, I kind of thinned out, and stuff, and I looked good for a while, and but I always felt that I was bigger because I was always a bigger guy than everybody else. I mean, I'm 6'1", and I've just got I've got a large frame. Regardless of weight, I've got a large frame.
I got big shoulders.
Yeah, right. And so, like, I wear a size 15 ring,
okay,
and I wear size 15 shoes. So like I've got a big structure to me, even, and so. But the thing is that over time, like, so I always felt like I was bigger than I was. Now I look back at, like say like when I was like 20, 21 years old or whatever, and I thought that I was big then. And I wasn't. I was just bigger than all my tiny little friends. I mean, I had all these little friends who were like, 5'10", and super thin or whatever. But, it just, I was just built different, and so, but the thing is that I went through some stuff too. I'll be honest with you. I was always a big guy, but I was a healthy big guy, and I was an athletic big guy. Right.
So how did you get to 430? Like, were you eating? Were you drinking? What were you doing?
So this is what happened. I went through a divorce.
Okay.
I went through a divorce, and the biggest thing was that I went through an 11-year period where I was constantly in my car. I worked a full-time job for FedEx. I was in sales. And so I'd literally go to work and I'd be in my car all day long. Right. And I'd drive back and forth between, customers and stuff like that, making sales calls and visiting my customers. And then, so I was constantly in a position where when I would get lunch or whatever, I was either taking clients out to lunch, or something like that, or picking up fast food. Cause it's like, I was in the car and I needed to get someplace else. And so I wasn't, like bringing my own lunch or whatever, packing my own lunch. And so, so there was that. Then, on top of that, I would get out of work. And, after Tiffany and I got married, I finally had some peace. It wasn't like I was eating cause I was never like one of these binge eaters, just like, eating everything or whatever. And I'm not a sweets person. I don't like sweets. I don't eat a lot of like cakes or stuff like that. I'm a pie guy. I like pie, but I
like apple pie.
Dude, you give me a strawberry pie and I'm good to go, man. But the thing is, I was never into a lot of stuff like that. But fast food was almost my demise, because honestly, like I would get up in the morning, I would go to work, and on my way to work, I would stop somewhere and get like a breakfast sandwich. Right. And then I would go to work and I'd work. And then I'd, like I said, I'd go to a restaurant or go to a fast food place for lunch. And then when I get off there, the church that I worked at was an hour away. So I would get out of work. I'd have to come home and I'd have to literally sometimes, like at least maybe 3 times a week, go down there and do some stuff, rehearsals with our band and different things like that. And so I'd pick up the family. We'd all get in the car and we'd stop at a fast food restaurant on the way down, right? And so we because we were in a hurry because the kids got out of school, and we're trying to do this whole thing, and Tim got out of work, and then we'd get down there, we'd do our thing, and of course we're coming back on our way back, and it's like 9-10 o'clock at night, and everybody's hungry again, and so of course we'd stop again, and get something or whatever,
get some burger, and pizza, or whatever, right?
Exactly, and that's really what it was just.
So how'd you just what made you decide to like change? That's so I'm really curious.
So the thing is that I started recognizing where I was at, because I was at the cusp where it was like I had some high blood pressure, but it wasn't like crazy. Even at 430 pounds, it wasn't crazy, like out of whack or whatever.
Yeah.
But I didn't have diabetes at the time. I didn't have, any of these.
Like you have it now?
No. So I'll explain that in just a second. So I didn't have diabetes. I didn't have like any of those things. And so I wanted to get ahead of that. Well, I had had a few friends who had bariatric surgery. And so that's what I chose to do. And
is that the what is that?
So they go in and they kind of like rewire
clamp your stomach.
Well, it's not just clamping your stomach. Like with mine, they basically kind of like reroute you. Like, so they reroute your intestines kind of differently. And then they kind of make you a smaller pouch, like for a stomach. And so I physically can't, I haven't had a cheeseburger in 3.5 years because I just like, if I tried to eat that, it just feels so heavy on me because it like takes up so much space, like that I just can't do it. So I eat much lighter. And when I do eat, eat the things that I eat, I have to like you guys see me a lot of times, like with my thing here, because like I'm drinking protein shakes and stuff like that because I have to have.
Do you miss food though sometimes? Like,
you know what? Honestly, Tony, I don't. I'm actually bored of food. Like I seriously am bored of food because it got to the point where it's like I was eating all this different stuff, and I was just. It wasn't about the enjoyment of food anymore. I was just inhaling food because I felt like I was hungry, and I wasn't really hungry. I was just basically eating food to try to get ahead because I was afraid I was going to be hungry. And it may be a hard thing to understand, but it was like, I knew I was going to be on the road. So like, even if I wasn't super hungry, I would still get something. Right. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. Food became less, and I always hated people who talked about like when they say, like, "Ooh, I eat to live. I don't live to eat anymore." But I understand that now because I don't think there's times where it's like I'm not even thinking about food. You know what I mean? Like I'm not thinking about food anymore. It's not this obsession where it's like I have to eat, or I feel I have to eat.
I eat when I'm bored. I honestly can tell you I eat when I'm bored.
That's the
lost
biggest
35 pounds myself. I used to weigh 210 pounds at one point. I was always kind of a smaller dude. Like I'm only like 5'10" and a bit. And, weighing in yesterday was 174 pounds. And I've weighed as much as 210. And I didn't like myself. I didn't have the confidence,
Yeah.
I was still me, but I felt completely different. Which I never understood because you go from a skinny guy to a fat guy and then back to a skinny guy. Like I understand it now, but when you're the fat guy, you're like, well, I used to be the skinny guy and I had all the confidence in the world. Why the hell am I not confident anymore? It's like, I never understood that.
Yeah, it's the thing, man. But I tell you what, with me, like people will say sometimes like, oh, well, when they find out I had bariatric surgery, like, oh, well, that's the easy way out. Like you took trust me, it is not the easy way out because you have to completely change your mindset. And the thing is I needed that to be able to stop me from doing the things that I was doing. Like, because now, like I can't even drink stuff with carbonation in it. So, because that can expand your pouch, and stuff. And it just makes you feel like crap. And I can't eat anything with like more than 5 grams of sugar in it anymore. Because like your body just goes, nope.
Yeah.
Like your body just rejects it. And so that's a great thing. And I haven't had to deal with that because like I've been very serious about it. And like people talk about it all the time. Like I go out, like I go out with people and they're all eating and they're doing their thing, but I'm doing my thing. I got a glass of water or I got my protein shake and I'm good. And they're like, how do you do it? Like, we're all eating pizza in front of you. And then like people used to apologize to me all the time. I'm like, don't, like, look, this is the choice that I made for my health and what I needed to do. And the thing is Tiffany did the exact same thing. So I had surgery in 2018 in the beginning of the year. And then Tiffany actually had the same surgery later on that year. And we've both.
I didn't realize she was a bigger lady as
yeah,
well.
oh yeah. In fact, I'm getting ready to upload a video of us from 3 years ago when we saw Justice League.
Okay.
And we did it, since there's not much news and stuff, TV and movie news and stuff like that. I got the family together, especially after all the junk that's happened this week on the channel and stuff. I needed a palate cleanser, and so I said, hey, we're gonna do a review. We're gonna react to us reacting with our first reaction to Justice League when we first got home that night from the movie theater, because we set up right over here and we just like talked about it, and stuff. And the kids look so much younger and everything, and it was fun. But that was one of the things, like, we both are commenting. We're like, holy cow, like we were much bigger. And it's a shock thing. I've had people actually come to the channel who saw the channel when we first started, and they just hadn't been here for years. And they're like, well, I came here and I was like, man, this guy reminds me of somebody. And then they were like, I realized, oh my gosh, that's that Enosh guy that we used to watch, or like that I saw years ago from something. And so the one thing about mine was that, like I said, I was trying to get ahead of any health problems, and I was super ticked because I got within 30 days. Got within 1 month of having my surgery, and I ended up getting diagnosed with diabetes. And that was like a punch to the gut, man, because I was just like, no, this is what I was trying to avoid, and I had just gotten all my levels checked, and I was fine, because it's a part of the process. You got to go through a huge psychological evaluation, which is basically this questionnaire that takes forever for you to fill out. And then once you finally get done with it, and basically they ask you a lot of the same questions over and over again. I wanted to just take it up to the lady and go, look, I'm fine. I don't want to, take myself out. I don't feel depressed.
I got the same thing when I quit smoking, man. I took like a pill to quit smoking, and it was an hour and a half with the pharmacist and doctor answering questions that, no, I don't want to off myself. I don't want to do these things. Like, no, I want to quit smoking.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so, so I ended up, when I had the surgery, it's been amazing, because like I had this 1 month, and actually the month before my surgery, I took this very, very seriously. Like when I was diagnosed with diabetes, and Jenner, Bruce said, speaking of diabetes, Wilford Brimley passed away today.
Yeah.
And the diabetes, but a lot of people suffer from that. Like, I didn't realize all the people who suffered from it, like until I had it. And then, but the good thing was because of when it happened to me right before my surgery like that, as soon as I had my surgery, I started dropping weight. Well, actually before that even, because at first they put me on a couple different pills, and I was on a couple different medications. I didn't have to take like injections or anything. I didn't have to do like insulin, but I was on a couple of medications, and I took it so seriously. I lost about 30 pounds within the month and a half right before my surgery. And they took away one medication completely, and they cut the other one in half. And so I was on the right trajectory already. And so when I had my surgery, no more diabetes, no more high blood pressure, no more any of that, like right away. Those were the immediate.
Thank Jeebus, eh?
Yeah, absolutely, man. So it's been a progression, and it's been a journey for sure, man. But it's been a good one. It's been a good one, man, and I'm super happy.
Freaking nerd out now.
All right, so give me a couple minutes, and then so I know you asked me that question, but yeah, I got 10 people in here, but yeah, man, for sure.
So watched a couple Comic-Con panels. I want to talk to you about Bill and Ted 3, actually.
Yes.
I figure you and I we're basically the same age. We gotta talk Bill and Ted.
Dude, did you see the second trailer?
Yeah.
The full trailer. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's
I watched
so
the panel.
Awesome. Oh, see, I didn't watch the panel.
I watched the panel. And Keanu, Alex Winter, they're all there. Right?
Yep.
It looks amazing.
I know, man. It does look so good.
Oh,
I'm really I'm really looking forward to what that movie is going to be. My only drawback from that movie is with the fact that it's coming out on video on demand.
They're not really.
Yeah, September 1st they're releasing it on video on demand, and so that's my only drawback to the whole Bill and Ted thing is that it's just that I really wanted to see that movie in the theater.
Me too.
I wanted that movie to be this big thing that brings it back into the public spotlight. I wanted to go to work and people say, "Hey, that
I'd be 15 years old again." Going,
yeah, like that Bill and Ted
adventure.
movie. That Bill and Ted movie's back, you know, or like Bill and Ted are back, you know, and I wanted to have that conversation with people at work and with friends and stuff, you know. It's like, yeah, and see it in the theater and but unfortunately, yeah, there. I mean, it's not unfortunate necessarily, but it makes it feel like it makes it feel like it's just like when movies go like direct to DVD, you know, when they don't I don't think that it's going to be like the quality of like a direct to DVD release, but it makes it feel like it
like Land Before Time 13.
Exactly. Or exactly.
Yeah.
Or like when they did, you know, the offshoot of like say when Dukes of Hazzard, you know, they didn't give Dukes of Hazzard like I mean, first of all, the Dukes of Hazzard movie sucked, but you know, it wasn't like the original, but like they wanted to do a sequel, and so you know, they hired, you know, 2 no-name actors, and then they just did a direct to DVD thing, and that movie was absolutely horrendous. Or like Dumb and Dumberer.
Oh God, yeah.
Right? Like people complain people complain about Dumb and Dumber 2, like they didn't like it, which I like Dumb and Dumber 2. I thought it was funny still, you know. I love the premise that what's his name's character like was literally sitting there for 20 years in the wheelchair acting like he was in a catatonic state just to pull off a joke. That's funny to me. I'm sorry.
That's funny to me.
That's funny to me. Yeah. So, but yeah. So, you know, I'm glad. I mean, we got Bill and Ted cartoons.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Did you ever watch the Bill and Ted live action TV show?
No. Really?
On Fox, back when Fox was first starting out and they were basically greenlighting anything and everything, there was a Bill and Ted live action TV show.
Wow. Because I remember when Fox started out, they had like the worst shows ever, like Parker Lewis Can't Lose.
Well, Tony, Parker Lewis can't lose.
That is true.
I mean, you can try to make him lose,
but he can't.
But you're only going to be disappointed because Parker Lewis can't lose. I mean, if Parker Lewis took on Batman, you got to ask yourself the question:
could he lose?
Yes. Well, there's Batman, and Batman has a contingency plan for everything. But when you get to the heart of the matter, Parker Lewis,
you thought this up.
Parker Lewis can't lose. I wish I could take credit for that. That's a Family Guy riff. That they do this Family Guy thing where Peter says they're talking about it and Lois goes, not with the Parker Lewis thing again, and like he's dressed up as Parker Lewis. He's like Lois Parker Lewis can't lose.
I now remember that scene.
Yeah.
I totally remember that
but
scene.
yeah, man. But yeah, I mean Herman's Head. You remember Herman's Head, which was actually a decent concept.
And it was like the Tracy Ullman show, Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Star Trek Next Generation. No, Star Trek Next Generation.
Oh, that was just the same time period.
That was in syndication. That wasn't just regular syndication.
87. It was the same time period, but I was like, what else was on there? Yeah, Herman's Head. There's some other bad ones too.
Oh yeah. So they would only like give it like one season and then they'd be done. You know, but yeah, the one of those ones was a Bill and Ted TV show, and it was pretty funny. I remember being a kid and thinking it was pretty funny, but you know,
was it Keanu?
No. It was two unnamed unknown actors, and I can't. The one guy who played Rufus was a character actor that you'd probably recognize. But here, let me try this real quick, and then I am going to have to move on. But yeah, man, it's let me show you just let me see if I can find this.
Hey, do you
Bill,
have one of these, by the way?
what's that? Hold on, something. Let me pull back out. I was in another window. Oh, the record?
Yes.
Is that the record? I do not. That's cool. That's cool, man.
Message me. Send me your address. It's yours.
Oh, dude, you're so nice. Thank
Just
you, man.
and hey, if you want to auction off for charity, you want to do whatever you want. You want to keep it. But send me your deal, and I'll send it to you.
I sure will. Here, yeah. Let me show you.
And I heard you talking about a toy that you couldn't find. Remember, I'm in Canada. It's a whole different country. We got all sorts of shit here. I might be able to find for you that you might not be able to find where you are.
Look at you. Okay, so let me put this full screen, and then I'll let me try to pull up. Yeah. So here are the guys. I don't know if you can.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
See these guys here. Well, this is the TV show. Yeah. Oh, this is the intro for it. Yeah.
Wow.
So this is it. This is the intro for it. So it's these guys right here, and this guy, I can't remember his name. The guy the actor who played Rufus.
Right.
But let's see if I can. I mean, it very much got into the lore of the
right.
stuff. But this guy, I don't know if you guys can see him very well there.
Which one are we looking at?
Oh, dang it, that guy. Whoops. He's been in a lot of stuff, but they had him doing all kinds of stupid, silly stuff. It was Bill and Ted.
Right. Yeah.
It was Bill and Ted, but just on a different level.
Right.
And it's no Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter, but it was something. It was definitely it was definitely something.
I would say Alex Winter was the first guy to get staked in Lost Boys.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He was the vampire that got staked. Which one should we stake first? Get the little one. Yep.
Yeah. Well, you haven't missed anything, Jetfire, because you missed some stuff. People talked and stuff like that. We had some good times, but we still got more people to talk to here.
Yeah, you better get to Melissa soon, because I think she's really needing to talk to you soon.
Okay, so there's no Rufus except for George Carlin. I refuse to accept any other.
Absolutely. I agree.
I hope that in this movie that they really give him a nice
send off,
and that they do that in the best way possible, for sure,
agree.
Man.
And
all right, man.
They brought Tarkin back. Why can't they really CG a little bit of something to kind of stitch everything together? You know what I mean?
Digital Carlin.
Yeah, whatever. Just a little bit, though. Not too much. We don't want to, just enough, like a little Tarkin. That's it.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right. Just a little bit. All right, man. All right, buddy. Well, hey, Tony, thank you for joining us, man. I appreciate it. And
shoot me a message, like I said, on absolutely. Patreon or whatever, and I'll send that out to you.
All right, man. Thank you so much, man. You rock. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Good talking to you.
All right, bye. You stay cool. All right. All right. I want to get to a couple of people here. I know that there's some people in here who've been on the show before, and I want to make sure that I get to a couple of people real quick that have not been on the show before. So appreciate y'all. But Neon Sci-Fi, what's up?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm good.
Cool. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, I was watching your show on hold on. I was watching earlier with Film Gop when you had the interview with Film Gop, and then as you guys were talking about Man of Steel.
Yeah.
And you guys were wondering why people dislike it so much, and it was weird because afterward I went to Robert Meyer Burnett's channel, and he would read letters sent from subscribers and stuff, and one of the things that they touched on how dark it was and everything. Yeah. But when I watched it, it put Superman in a new perspective for me.
Okay.
I want to say because of was it one of the things that the elephant in the room that I think people don't address about Superman was that he was psychologically how you say, not strong from how how he was in his earlier stage in life, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so that's what when I watch Man of Steel, that's what I got from it. So it's like one of the and what you call it? It's like I don't know how to explain it, but it answered a couple of also certain questions. Like I've been a Superman fan for a long time. Like when I was like 3, I watched Superman cartoons when I was young, and it's
mhm.
always been like him fighting the Nazis, and then
Yeah.
as earlier stages progresses on, he starts, and then the character starts to evolve and everything, and then when I watched Man of Steel, I remember being in I guess I remember being in college during that time, and I was watching Man of Steel, and then there was a part of Man of Steel where there was a scene where he was when he had just escaped with the spaceship in the Arctic, I believe it was.
Okay.
Yeah, and he had left Lois there
Yes.
for the military to find him, and she had started to investigate him and re- you- and asked who hired him and everything, and they found out that he had like fake documentations and everything,
Mm-hmm.
and it at that point I came to realize that I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but
You're good, man. You're
I,
good.
I come to realize that he was a undocumented immigrant, and I was just like, wow, I didn't, because during that earlier that day I had watched the news and a speech with Obama, and he was talking about um, immigration reform,
Mm-hmm.
and and I and I was just like, let me go escape and watch this movie,
Yeah.
because that's what we do, and we watch it for escapism. But then at that point, I don't know why, but that's when it hit me, and I was just like, I've always seen him as, you know, the Kansas boy, blue-eyed, all-American,
Sure.
but then when that part kind of hinted to me, and then I thought back, and I was just like, you know what? He, I think he is you know, undocumented immigrant, and then I just,
You
it's
mean they didn't check his papers when he arrived from Krypton?
yeah, well, basically, but then it's like, so it's, and then when people say like, when I remember watching him as a kid, he would always say, truth, justice, and the American way, and
Sure.
it dawned on me that if when people have seen this movie, what would they think if they thought the same way? Was and it's like, can he still actually say that? I would think he would actually still be able to say that, but I like, it depends on, I don't mean to get political here.
No, that no, you dude, you bring up a great point, Neon, and that is, like everybody, it's the world we live in right now, right? Where everything gets so politicized and everybody takes a side, and there's terms that even though they're true, they have certain connotations to them, so people automatically go to a certain mindset of what this means or that means, or like want you to take a side, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is that what I find is most people are somewhere in the middle, right? So there's always going to be the people who are at the extreme of every topic, and they're gonna push that extreme, and then there's the people who are in the middle who are going to look at it for what it is. So like I can completely see what you're talking about, that Superman would be able to relate on some level to somebody outside of the country, right? Superman's a little bit of both, because I think Superman would be able to relate on some level to somebody wanting to better themselves and come to this country. And then I think if you look at it too, Superman might also look at it as because he's a strong believer in things being done in a certain way, you know, and in a proper way, like that he would probably, it's probably one of the many things that Superman has a conflict within himself, right? Because he's of two things. He is the Kryptonian who came to this planet and is the ultimate outsider, the ultimate immigrant, you know, as it were. And so he's got that side of him. And then also he is the Kansas, you know, farm kid.
All-American, farm boy.
All-American farm boy, you know, that you know, nobody else necessarily knows that he's who he is, you know. And I don't want to talk about those people on the corner that we've had our discussions with this last week so much, but I will say this: I found it interesting because people look at me, and if you just look at me, you might think, well, Enosh is just this white guy. What does Enosh know about you know, different cultures, or you know, maybe you know, people who are African American or other cultures, you know, like I just look like your typical white guy, you know, in a room full of toys, right? And so I know that it'd be easy to look at that. But one of the things actually about, because of some stuff said about me this week online by people, it's interesting because people wouldn't realize that, you know, like I grew up for a long part of my life in poverty. I mean, I grew up in one of the worst cities per capita is known in our country as a place to grow up. And I grew up in one of the worst neighborhoods in that city. Okay. So I know what I, you know, obviously I don't know what it means to be, you know, because I am a white guy, so I don't know what it is to be looked at, you know, in some of those ways. And I would never claim to be, you know, I'd never claimed to understand that fully. But you know, like a lot of those, you know, circumstances that sometimes we just look at people and we just prejudge them as, well, they don't understand this. They don't understand maybe poverty, or they don't understand what it means to be in certain situations. Like, we prejudge people. And I think with Superman on the outside, people look at Superman and his, you know, red, blue, and yellow, and they just go, well, what problems does this guy have? You know? But when you look deeper, like you're talking about, you see that, you know, he had some struggles. He had some things that he had to overcome, and everything didn't come easy for Superman. You know, when he's written correctly, you know. Now there are times where he has been written where it's like he, you know, he can't do any wrong. He's always going to make the right decision, and he's perfect, you know. But I like those times when he is portrayed as, you know, struggling and pulled at both sides, you know, of his heritage.
Yeah, it makes him more relatable.
Yeah,
humanizing. It comes to a point where where the social status and the politics in it like creeps into today's modern day, you know, social. Like, for example, some of the things we kind of can relate now. For example, like the scene where he's when he has like his superpowers go crazy in classroom, where he was able to X-ray and then he can hear the voices. I mean, with the voices thing, it's almost similar to like Twitter. Like, you know, you're gonna get all these things hitting you all at once, and sometimes it's not the most positive thing, and you know, it can set you on a dark path. But once you learn to like filter it out, I guess he can like just pick up the stuff that's needed and stuff.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Those are great points. So I have to ask you, is this something that and Guider 92 says good morning Poindexter Lounge and Neon Sci-Fi. So good morning, Guider. But I should ask you, Neon, because I don't know your background or anything. Is this something that hits close to home for you because of your heritage? or is it
Oh,
just something that's interesting to you?
well, yeah, it's I am an Asian American. I was born in Thailand, and I came here like around 3 years old,
Okay.
and yeah, I became a naturalized citizen.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's like I've like I said, I've grown up watching Superman, and I've always, but as I got older, I got away from that comic books and stuff.
Hmm.
But then with the emergence of like Marvel and all these movies now hitting, like I've always watched like Superman and Batman. It's like I've been a big fan of like Adam West. No matter how
Hmm.
campy it is, like I
Yeah.
love, yeah, and those crazy sayings that Robin would say, like
Oh yeah.
holy, yeah.
Holy rusted metal, Batman. Yeah.
So yeah, with like it's crazy now that like it seems to be more cooler now to be a geek than it ever was back then.
Oh, for sure, man.
You know,
For sure.
especially with the emergence of all these movies and everything.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Well, I have a good friend. He's one of my best friends, actually. And I'm going to see him next week when I go on vacation because he's in Vegas, and I'm going back to Vegas to visit some family and some friends out there, and I'm going to see him. And he's from Nigeria, and he came here when he was like 5 years old, and it took him quite a while before he ended up becoming a citizen. I believe he was in his 20s before he became a citizen, and mid 20s or something like that. And but it's interesting because you brought up like the truth, justice, and the American way thing, right?
Yeah,
And because of the political climate that we live in, saying the American way may have some kind of negative connotation for some people, and I understand that, right? I try to be understanding of that. But we also have to remember that like America,
it's built on immigrants and
it is. It's built on those things. And look, it obviously it has a very torrid past where some things happen. But unfortunately, we don't have a time machine. Unfortunately, like we were just talking about Bill and Ted, we don't have a telephone booth where we can like hop in and hop back and like right all the wrongs of history. You know what I mean? Like we're never going to do that. And the thing is we're not the only country that has a torrid past. People point their finger at us because we are supposed to be the example to the world. Everybody doesn't want to admit that sometimes, but it's what we are as Americans. And I know that we have a lot of people from all over the world, but I mean, like, I'm not saying that America's better than anybody. I'm saying that people put that on us. That America is, the superpower, the one superpower left. Although some people are catching up real quick again. But the thing is that we have to remember that like the American way really is about like people like you, Neon, being able to come to this country and be a part of this country. My friend Godwin coming to this country and being a part of this country. It's supposed to be that melting pot where people come and they're accepted and they're able to have a better life, maybe than where that they grew up or just do have something different than what they had before. And that's the American way. That's the good thing about the American way. All these other things, these negatives and all these things, I don't look at that as the American way. When I hear Superman say, "Hey, I fight for truth, justice, and the American way," I feel that he is fighting for everyone's freedoms. I think that he's fighting for our ability to be the best that we can be, as people, as human beings, as a country, all those things, And so, it's weird sometimes when people, I think, don't understand that aspect of it. But the more people watch it, the more we talk about that with other people and like challenge them to think about the character in that way, I think it's going to open up some minds to who Superman is.
yeah, I just figured like that's probably like one of the reasons that people probably doesn't like that movie because it kind of hints at that part. And I figured you know, during this time of like social climate, it is a touchy subject and stuff.
Yep.
Especially how people seen him from before. Like like I've said, I've seen him before. Always like, you know, the way I've seen him. And then when this movie came out, and it just like I've never thought of him as that way before. You know.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Well, hey, man, Neon, it was thank you so much. You know, I know we spent a little bit of time on that, but I think that's you bring up some great points with that. I mean, that's something that we don't talk about a lot is and that's what I love about Superman. I love Superman, and I love the multi. Every time I hear somebody say, "Oh, Superman's overpowered," Superman's this, Superman's that, he's not an interesting character at all. I'm like, I don't think that you've really like tried to uncover who Superman is. If you feel that way, because Superman definitely is a more complicated character than people want to give him credit for. So thank you for bringing that up tonight, man. I really appreciate that. That's good stuff.
I was gonna come here and actually talk about Star Wars, but then I was just like, you know what? I'll save that for another time because
man.
I know there's a lot of people here, and that it might get too lengthy of talking about Star Wars.
Yeah,
I'm more of a Star Wars guy because I was working on like a writing a fan fiction, and it was just like I just needed to take a break and like brainstorm and stuff. But
yeah,
so that's why I just decided to come on and chat for a bit because
thank you, man.
Just rewatched Man of Steel, and that's what's fresh in my head right now.
Good stuff. It's one of those movies that every time you watch it, you're gonna get something else out of it, and so that's a good thing. Well, hey, thanks, Neon. I appreciate you coming on, man, and you're welcome anytime. Come back and talk to me about some Star Wars, okay?
All
right, buddy. We'll talk to you later. I do want to remind everybody as you're in the room, as we get done, make sure to sign up out of the room, and then you can go back onto YouTube and continue to watch the show. I know it's easy to forget and like stay in the back there. So like I do want to acknowledge the people that I do see in the back there. I see Nicholas, I see Geeks Cosmic, and I know Melissa's back there, and I definitely want to get to Melissa at some point. But we do have a lot of people. This is their first time that they have ever been in the room, and I love you guys. Trust me, I love you guys, and I want to give you guys a chance. But please understand, hold on, because I want some of our newer guests to come in because we talk a lot, but they haven't had a chance to yet, and so I want to do that. So here is a new guy who's coming in, and that is Ryan. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, Anash, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Real quick, good night, Bruce. Good night, Jenner. You have a good night's sleep. Lord knows we all need it. I'm doing good, Ryan, man. How are you?
Good. Yeah. So, I'll try to make this quick. So, what was the one story that got you into comics in general?
So that's a great question. There are stories that I remember from when I was a kid, and I think I've shared it. Where is it? Hold on a second. I got it like right here because I'm actually going to do a video about this, talking about this in general. Here it is. So one of the first comics I ever remember buying, besides a couple of Star Wars comics that I remember getting from a cousin of mine. I got like a whole stack of these old Star Wars Marvel comics, and I love those. But one of the things, and it's interesting how this turned out to be an important character, but it was Superboy Prime. When they introduced Superboy Prime right before Crisis, right around that time, during Crisis or whatever. Actually, it was right after Crisis, I think, that they introduced Superboy Prime. Because I just picked up, I was in a just a store, and they had the spindle, right? And I was a kid, and my grandmother was there, and I said, "Hey, I saw this comic book that had Superman and Superboy on the cover together." And I was like, "Oh, wow, what's that?" And so my grandma bought it for me, and I had it for years, and now it's like this important comic in DC history because it was the introduction of Superboy Prime. And then of course he ended up doing a bunch of crazy stuff, and I got this from that time, where then he went to Infinite Crisis, You know, and he was responsible for so much. And Superboy Prime, I tell you what, guys, if you've never read about Superboy Prime, go to Comic Storian. He's got some great videos here on YouTube. Whereas, like, if you don't have time to read everything and you don't want to have to track down a bunch of comic books to get the stories, Comic Storian here on YouTube, if you just type that in, he's literally he either reads the stories to you. Like, he's got some that are like 2-3 hour long videos where like they go through like a whole story. Like, that's how I got through Injustice, because like I couldn't just collect all the books and figure out where I was and stuff because I got in late. But I listened to his video, and he literally goes through and reads the whole thing. It's like, that's how I caught up on it. But Superboy Prime is such an interesting character. He breaks the fourth wall. He knows that he is a comic because he grew up basically in essentially our world where Superman.
Like Deadpool.
Yeah. So he grew up when he was first introduced. He was going to a costume party dressed as Superman because his name was Clark Kent, but you know, he lived on a world where our DC heroes were comic book characters. And so Superman, after Crisis, he ends up going through this through some kind of like vortex or something like that, and ends up in his world, and then recruits Superboy to go help him because Supergirl just died in Crisis on Infinite Earths. And so then Superboy gets pulled into this alien thing and he's gone, but they bring him back later, and then he's part of Infinite Crisis where like he kind of goes mad, he goes crazy, and so the whole huge story. And then the last that they left him was that it's interesting because like the writers put him through something else, man. DC writers put him through just a ton of stuff. And they have one scene which I thought was really interesting where he's finally allowed, he goes through this whole thing with the Green Lanterns and trying to take over the entire, you know, DC universe and everything. And then he's finally, they capture him, they put him in a box, and they put him in the middle of a star so that it's so dense that he can't get out. And then he ends up getting out still, but he ends up back at home and he's like living in his parents' house. But the problem is like everybody on his planet knows who he is because they read about him in the comics. So they know that it's him, which is a really weird meta kind of thing, you know, in comics. And then they leave him at that because he can't get a job because everybody knows that he was the Superboy who tried to kill everybody. Like, that's just weird, you know? Yeah. But it's cool. And then they left him at that where I want to say it might have been Supergirl now or Power Girl who like tells him something about like basically essentially telling him that the DC writers are going to leave him alone for now. And like, cause he's like, they're watching. It doesn't say like the DC writers, but it's basically the DC writers. Cause like they're watching, they, you know, they're constantly watching. They know what's going on with you. And that was how they left it. But then they just hinted recently in a Shazam book that they're bringing him back because they were basically looking for something. And I have to look it up again, but I did see it where they were looking for something and they stumble upon Superboy Prime. Okay. And so that was one of the first stories that like I remember, you know, like reading. But the thing that really got me back into comics was like, because I was always a Superman fan. I was always a DC fan, you know, like in general. I had some Batman comics, like the Death in the Family, you know, storyline was huge. The Jason Todd stuff, you know, I mean, even though I'm a Superman guy, the comic book stories that I remember as a kid that I actually had access to was because of '89 Batman. Batman was like everywhere, and so like I had a ton of Batman comics, and I wish to God I still had the Batman comics I had, because I had like the first appearance of Jason Todd and that whole story, and I had all those books. But what got me into collecting for the longest time was the Death of Superman, because I hadn't bought a comic book in years, and I was like 16, 17 years old, and I got the trade paperback for Death of Superman, and I read it, and I was like, holy cow, this is a great story. And then I went from there. I read Funeral for a Friend, Reign of Superman, and then that all through Reign of Superman, I had a pull at the comic book store, and I'd go every week and get, you know, comics. And I had a buddy, he collected Marvel comics, so he collected Wolverine and some Spider-Man stuff. And so we would go together he'd read my Superman stuff. I'd read his Wolverine stuff and his Spider-Man stuff. And like, you know, because we didn't have a lot of money between us. So we kind of like hit both the best of both worlds. And yeah, it was cool, man. So like the Death of Superman was what got me back into collecting. And then I got out of it for a while because I didn't really like the New 52 that much. There's some books that were really good, you know, that had some good stories to them, but I didn't like what they did with Superman. I didn't dig what they did with Superman. So when they did Rebirth, that pulled me back in. So yeah, man. How about you?
For me, it was Watchmen. Watchmen is what really got me into, you know, graphic novels and comics in general. And it was before Zack Snyder's movie came out.
Okay.
So I was preparing myself to read the source material first and then watch the movie. And that sort of started out for me. And then I picked up this manual called The 500 Essential Graphic Novels, and I just checked off each one to see what are the essential comics and graphic novels to read. And a few of them, of course, more of Alan Moore's work, like V for Vendetta, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and other works like the Bone series by Jeff Smith. And I think like one of my personal favorites has to be The Tale of One Bad Rat by Brian Talbot. Have you heard of that one?
No, I haven't.
It's basically about this young lady who's escaping from an abusive relationship from her father, and she's a huge fan of Beatrix Potter and tries to find her way in life. So I highly recommend it. It's very short. Yeah, The Tale of One Bad Rat by Brian Talbot. So
wow, you know what? I'm gonna write that down actually because that sounds interesting. I can if I can find here's a pencil. I got stuff here. I'm at a desk actually, but the crazy thing is like I start pulling out toys and stuff to show people, and all of a sudden it's like I got stuff stacked up everywhere. So I will Tale of One Bad. You said Tale of One Bad Rat.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I will. Yeah, I'll take a look at that because I always like reading new stuff, you know, and finding stuff. I find a lot of stuff online now. Well, obviously, you know, I mean, especially now because you can't go to the comic book store, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Watchmen. That's just good stuff. I mean, that's just good story writing, you know. Now because it's interesting because I had not read the source material before the movie came out. So I saw the movie first, and then I went back and read the source material, and I was actually, and you can maybe tell me what you feel on this. I really thought Zach did a great job, like bringing that. I mean, obviously, except for the black, the ship, the little excerpts. Was it the black? It's not the black. I always want to say the Black Pearl. I know it's not the Black Pearl. What is the boat?
The Black Freighter.
Yes, the Black Freighter. I always get it, and it's like I want to call it the Black Pearl because of the stupid Pirates of the Caribbean movies. It's like that's not it. The Black Freighter. And so like obviously that doesn't have that part in it, you know, but and then the ending is different. But for me, and I'm interested to hear how you feel. When I read the graphic novel, I was like, and saw how it ended, I was like, you know, I kind of like the movie ending better. Actually, a lot better. Like it doesn't seem as like out there. You know what I mean? It seems to make more sense in the grounded world that's all in. You know, I don't know. What did you think?
I understand that Zack Snyder's version is just Zack Snyder's Watchmen and not necessarily Alan Moore's Watchmen.
Sure.
So, but despite that, I thought it was very well done. You know, despite the slight differences, it's almost beat for beat until the ending. And I can understand the change in ending. To make certain appeals, but I think like the difference between Now, what happened in the graphic novel and what happened in the movie is that, like, yeah, there's this threat of alien life that may or may not be out there. It's manufactured, but it at least helps stop the Cold War and maybe fight a different enemy. And I
Yeah.
guess in the movie, it's more to do with Dr. Manhattan, which is a little messed up, but I can understand why. Because in the movie, Dr. Manhattan is a threat, and they have pissed him off.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I understand that. But despite that, I thought the movie is one of Zack Snyder's underrated works, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's done really well. It looks like the comic. They did such a great job of, he did such a great job of pulling the visuals for sure from the story. And I'm kind of glad that we have both versions, that we have these two different versions, but that, they don't diverge a ton, but like I said, like in that ending, obviously you have Zach's version of it, because I think Zach wanted to kind of bring it into more of a real world setting, kind of bring that Dr. Manhattan part into it. And I think it's interesting, like with all this stuff that they've done, bringing the Watchmen aspect into the regular DC universe recently, within the last couple years, with some of the stories that they've been telling. That's an interesting take on that, with Dr. Manhattan and Superman stuff. And I haven't finished reading all that stuff. So like I've read bits and parts, and I keep trying to get through it, and and then something else comes up, and it's like anything, right? But yeah, I definitely want to finish that stuff. But yeah, that's just kind of what got me into it, like the comic book aspect of it, is those stories, some Batman, some early Superman, and then the death of Superman for sure. That's what got me really into lore and really kind of learning more about other characters, because I would buy then other books every once in a while and just kind of learn more about stuff. Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah,
for sure. Cool, man. Well, hey, Ryan, thank you so much for that. Yeah, man, I always love going on like memory trips back into like, I always tell people, I think it's really important that we remember what it is that like got us into this love of whatever it is we love. Because it's so easy sometimes to get like cynical as a fan, because it's like we're so ingrained into it, and we become so enamored with those things that we love, that we kind of forget that innocence. I talk about it like as a musician, because I've been a musician my whole life. And sometimes I it's like you hear music, and like even if you don't know how to play a certain thing or whatever, or a certain instrument, like if you're a musician, like you get it, right? You hear it and you're like, okay, well, I get how that was done, like I remember being, but sometimes I wish that I could go back and listen to music innocently. You know what I mean? Like back in those days when it's like, I would just hear something and I didn't know what instrument it was. I couldn't pull out any of that stuff. I'd hear something and thought, that's cool. You know what I mean? And I there's many times that I think about that, that it's like now I'll hear a band or hear an artist, and I'm like, oh yeah, I hear what they're doing. Like, even if I can't do what that guy's doing, if like, I mean, cause I'm a pretty good guitar player. I mean, I don't say that. I mean, I've been playing since I was 15. So I've been playing for, I better be a pretty decent guitar player, because I've been playing for like 28 years. Right. So like, if I sucked, that would be bad. But I've been playing consistently, and I've had the opportunity to play some cool gigs. I mean, I played for a Grammy Award winner. I toured, and that was cool. And I played in a couple different bands over my life, and toured and everything. And so those were great opportunities. But like I said, in doing that, it's interesting because even if I can't play like what somebody else is playing, I understand the concept of what they're doing, and I think sometimes I wish that I could go back. Gungaga gets it, because Gungaga is a musician. He actually teaches music, and he says, I know exactly what you mean regarding listening to music innocently. My problem now is I tend to overanalyze songs now. And that's a great example for like a lot of stuff, fandoms and everything. is just that, you know, is like when we forget that innocence of like whether it's comic books, whether it's, you know, DC stuff, you know, Marvel stuff or Star Wars stuff or whatever our fandom is, just like that music, that it's like sometimes I listen to a song and I go, oh, that sucks. And then I have to pull back a little bit. So I have this theory, and I'll tell you this, and you'll probably either get it or you'll like lose all your faith in me. But yeah, because there's no in between. So when somebody says the name Nickelback, people have a very strong reaction to that band's name, right? And it's like most of the time it's like, oh, they suck. Nickelback sucks. I hate Nickelback. And to that, I usually ask the question, okay, but why does Nickelback suck? Well, because they suck. Oh, okay. I get you, but why do they suck? Well, because they just suck. Like, and that's like the thing. It's like, well, they just suck for the sake of sucking, right? And then every once in a while, somebody will answer back and they'll say, well, because their music is just like so homogenized and sounds like everybody else. And I'll say, okay, so does that mean that everybody sucks or just Nickelback? Because you're saying that the reason why they suck is they sound like everybody else. So if you listen to somebody else and they sound like Nickelback, does that mean everybody sucks? Or like, you know what I mean? So it's like we get nitpicky on this thing. But what people don't know about Nickelback, and I don't know what the current status is, but as of a couple years ago, Nickelback was the #1 foreign selling band in the United States of all time. Like literally outselling the Beatles and outselling the Rolling Stones, right? So like one Halloween, I actually put on like a blonde long-haired wig and like this mullet kind of thing. And I took a black shirt and I put that on the front that I'm the #1 selling band. Like, and then I put like, why don't you like me? And then on the back, I hot glued like a bunch of nickels to my back. And so I went as Nickelback, and like people didn't get the joke like for the longest time. And I'm just like, but no, seriously, you know, like somebody's buying those albums. You know what I mean? Like everybody says Nickelback sucks, but like somebody's buying those albums if they're the #1 foreign selling band of all time. And I just say, you know, music is subjective, right? So it's like a lot of times, like maybe if you heard the same song by somebody else, if you didn't have the connotation that a band sucked or whatever, or, you know, like if you didn't realize it was that band or that group or that artist or whatever, or if maybe we don't have a certain predilection to you know, to think that this one thing is bad, or this art, or like Jocko says, you know, Dane Cook is the Nickelback of stand-up comedy. Right? But there's a lot of Dane Cook stuff that I actually think is funny and I really like. So but you know, but that's things like sometimes we have these predetermined kind of notions about things, and it keeps us from, I think, listening to those things, and we just stop listening innocently, and so we kind of put up these barriers. And I think the same is true with comics, you know, and with our fandoms. You know, we get to this point where it's like we think we know more. I've been hearing people talk about the Snyder Cut, and it's like there's people who think that they know more about what should come next than the people making the stuff. You know, and that's an interesting concept.
Yeah, and yeah, I also want to expand on that. See, I once had a good friend. He was in his 80s. You know, he taught music. He directed plays, and he taught me something that I'll never forget. He taught me that there's personal taste and critical judgment. Like, you can like something that you personally like, while everyone else doesn't. But at the same time, you can judge something even if you don't like it as a work of art. You can see why other people like it.
Yes. Yep. That's a great point, man. That's a really great point. So yeah. So I just, you know, I try really hard. Like if at first, like I have like a notion to say that I don't like something, I try to take a step back and then take a look at it in a different way. And, you know, and then sometimes, hey, look, sometimes you still don't like it, you know, and you just don't care for it. But sometimes you kind of surprise yourself because you end up liking something that you never thought you'd like before. You know,
Yeah.
like I'll be honest with you guys, one of the best music videos of all time. And I know there's people who hate Nickelback. But I do want to say, Morgan Armstrong, thank you so much for the $2 Canadian super chat. You're awesome. So you asked, what do you think of Matt Pat's Snyder Cut theory? I don't know that I know what that is. I've been a little busy, so I don't know if that's something new. So actually, if you could just kind of type in the stream there, and then I'm definitely willing to talk about it, whatever that idea is. But like with the Nickelback thing, and Geider 92 says, thank you. Nickelback is awesome. See, so like Geider is a huge fan of Nickelback, and he says, I don't get the hate that they get. But then there's people who I know, I have friends and stuff who will just come on and just like tear Nickelback apart because they think they sold out, whatever. And that's a whole other topic, right? Like when bands sell out, because like you're not cool anymore if you sell out. If you sell albums, you're not cool anymore. Like that's a weird, man. Yeah, but that's a weird concept too, because you can't keep doing what you do if you don't sell albums. It's like we were talking about this week. When people say like, oh, you did it all for the, you did this story or that story for the clicks and views on YouTube. And it's like, well, I'm making videos on YouTube that I kind of want people to see, because otherwise I'm just making home movies. Right. I mean, so yeah, I get it, but there's these different things. But one of the best music videos, I feel I think it's the greatest music video ever made. It is a Nickelback tune called Saving Me. The concept is amazing. Basically, the concept starts with a guy saves another guy's life from getting hit by a car. And as soon as he does that, the guy who got saved, everybody that he looks at, he sees a little digital clock over their head that's ticking down. And he figures out that that's their lifespan. And so like his new purpose is like, he's supposed to go save somebody else. Right. And so he finds somebody, like he watches a little old lady get carted out by an ambulance, and he watches her little digital clock go down to 0. Right. Wow. And so she passes away. And so he ends up seeing this lady, and he grabs her and gets her out of the way. And then he doesn't see it anymore. Right. But then she's looking around and she sees the clock. So, if you watch the video, it's a very cool concept. That whole thing. And then the song talks about like if you have something to say, basically, that's worth saving me, like, say it. If you got something to say it. Don't hold it back. Like if it's worth saying, say it. And I think that's a great concept. But that's the thing. Is like, but there's some people who may not even give that song a chance just because it's Nickelback. And so I get it. Look, people like what they like. I don't try to change their mind. And I'm not, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not some huge Nickelback fan. It's not like I got Nickelback albums and posters and I'm, like, yeah, Nickelback, but that's what I relate it to, is with our fandom. So hey, Ryan, go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
And I think even some quote unquote bad bands can make some good music every now and then.
Right. Yeah, absolutely, man. Everybody's got those, a couple songs. You listen to other stuff and you're like, yeah, it's not so good, but but hey, Ryan, thank you, man. Thank you for that. That is some great. That's a great take. And thank you for asking me about my comic book history. I appreciate that, and for sharing yours. All right, man. Hey, and you're welcome anytime, man. Come back. Okay. All right, let's talk again. Thanks. All right, talk to you later. All right, bye-bye. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I got a couple people in here. I am going to bring Melissa in because I know Melissa has been waiting patiently, and I don't want to keep her waiting any longer. But what's up, Melissa? How are you?
Can you guys hear? All right, I'm going through my sound. So.
Oh, you know what? When you go through your cell phone, hun, it unfortunately sometimes, it's not all the time, but sometimes when people go through their cell phone, the microphone doesn't want to pick up as well. So
hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, but sometimes it's going to cut out. So if it gets really bad, I'll just let you know, and then I'll have to probably move on. But we'll try it. Okay.
Okay, sorry. I know Android sucks with quality.
It's not just Android. It's not just Android, hun. I jumped on a stream the other night, and I was on my cell phone, and then when I listened to it back, the problem is that the microphone doesn't cut through as well. So like when I've got this mic here, if we're talking, there's a weird lag, but
I can't see.
Yeah. So
which
what's going on?
Which I can't see the screen too well on myself, and if you can describe where your mic is.
Yeah, well, I got a decent mic and it's like right here, but like when you're using the mic from the cell phone, sometimes it doesn't work that well. But anyways, what's on your mind tonight, hon?
I would like to fulfill the other guy's Star Wars wish a little bit. A little bit of Star Wars jibber jabber, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I want to talk about disabled characters in a galaxy far, far away, like from vision impairment to blindness in particular. Have you noticed barely anybody except for Maz Kanata is wearing glasses?
Wow, that's
like everybody is not like there's not a lot of people that wear glasses in a galaxy far, far away, except for maybe Maz Kanata.
That's a real interesting point, Melissa. I had never really thought about that. I mean, people wear goggles at times, but not glasses for their vision. That's
Like that could have really helped Kreia. You know, Kreia from KOTOR. She was having deteriorating vision, right?
Okay.
I looked up Kreia, spelled Kreia for you blind ones. And Kreia is like on a status of legally blind because she didn't use her eyes. If you ever played the game, she explains how her eyesight is like failing and how she's using foresight and how she teaches you to see the same way. You're the exile in the game. And she, Visas too, but Kreia will also teach foresight. But her version of it, that's Kreia for you. She was originally Darth Kreia, but she small turning around when she got back to the light, came back to Kreia. But anyway, yeah, about the goggles, yeah, the only one with goggles seems to be Maz Kanata, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah, can you hear me again, hon?
She's like God.
Can you hear me, Melissa?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I had a little freeze up right there. I don't know what happened, but I had a little freeze up. StreamYard did a little weird thing, and so I was gone there for a second. So I wasn't ignoring you. I wasn't in here for a second. So I had to kind of go out and come back in.
Yeah,
so.
I had that. Speaking of StreamYard, I've been having that problem all night tonight. I was actually crying because I was on laptop, going through my laptop like I always do. And then suddenly it locks me out and it says something like, and I have narrator off because it was going all crazy. Narrator couldn't catch, so I turned narrator off to help it rest and recalibrate, and I couldn't read a little text. But it would say something like when I magnified it, it's this thing like full retry.
Okay. So Melissa, let me ask you a question. So given the fact that there's not a lot of people who wear glasses in the Star Wars universe besides Maz Kanata, because honestly, I mean, I think there's some aliens who I think there's some aliens who probably have some devices that help them, but we just don't know what they are. But given that, like, who do you think in the Star Wars universe would need to wear glasses?
I think anybody that has deteriorating vision like Kreia's, to act like, like here's my monocular and it helps me see at long distance. I just put it up to my eye and it helps me see, and I can see my phone screen a weensy bit better through my monocular.
Do you think?
And the coolest part is my monocular, its focus is adjustable.
Okay.
I can twist this. Maybe something like maybe Kreia or Maz can carry something like their version of a monocular around, but hooked to a head device. Because but Maz has a version of this, but like on her head. It's two of them.
Yeah.
Kind of like, but they like slide down.
Darth Tasty brought up an interesting thing. He says, I actually talked about this with a couple of my friends, and he says, I think because of their technology, they're able to fix people's eyes.
Surgically, or what Maz is wearing?
Well, I think that what Darth Tasty is saying is probably surgically, that because it's the technology is advanced in the Star Wars world, that
in universe.
Yep, that they probably are able to fix some of the maybe some of the more basic. I mean, obviously you got people like Chirrut and others who are blind and they can't fix their eyes, but maybe some. I mean, just like we have different surgeries and different things, that for like LASIK surgery or something like that for people who have basic eye issues, that maybe just need to wear glasses, for one reason or another. Now, we talked earlier, Melissa, about when before I lost my weight, and before I lost my weight, I was wearing glasses. I've never worn glasses my whole life. I've always had really good vision, but I have a slight astigmatism. And so the last time when I was getting really big, apparently it was getting a little worse. And so because, pressure in your eyes or whatever. And so they had me wear glasses. So for a while I was wearing these glasses to just kind of make my eyes more comfortable. What was funny was after I had my surgery and I started losing weight, it was actually, it was easier for me to see than it was. It was easier for me to see without glasses than it was with the glasses. So my vision actually got better.
Me, I'm kind of the unlucky one with surgery. When you're 2200, legal blindness kind of can't be repaired.
Yeah, no, I know.
But I can do what Chirrut or Visas does,
Yeah. Guider 92 says, I never thought about Maz that way either, and I have autism, so it's weird I haven't thought about disabled people in Star Wars.
Well, you got a few disabled people. Oh, I can't see the name. I can't read the name of the profile picture. Who said that?
That's Guider 92.
Oh, yeah, Guider 92. I agree with you on Maz. Like her little goggle devices, like they're kind of cool.
Yeah.
I think Maz might be on the legally blind, considering how thick they are. Maybe Maz is 2200.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, she does take them off a few times. So I don't know. I don't know if she is, but I mean, she does seem to be able to get around without her glasses as well. So like, because I always think of her when she takes the goggles off. It reminds me of like when my great grandma used to take off her glasses, and like her eyes would go from being real big and stuff because she had a pretty thick prescription. But then she would take her glasses off and then her eyes would seem, very tired. Maz's eyes seem very tired when she takes her goggles off because she's looking through, that and everything. But, Melissa, that you bring up a great point, of people with disabilities in the stuff that we watch, right? That's
like Chirrut's version of White Cane. I also want to bring up the Mira Luca here, if you guys don't mind. The Mira Luca, if you guys aren't aware and not following Legends and or canon, I think it's mostly Legends. But basically, Miraluka don't have eyes or optic nerves at all.
Okay.
They're born with fused skin over their eye sockets. Like they would be like this, but minus the eyelids.
Sure.
And the fused
Yeah.
skin over.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And the way they see is something called foresight.
Mm-hmm.
If you research foresight on Google, force SIGHT, it should come up. It's
Okay.
basically like auras and shapes that they see through colored aura.
Yeah. Well,
'Cause
that's
they're
interesting.
strong.
That's interesting.
They're strong.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, hon.
Miraluka are strong in the Force. I'm not sure what Visas Mars midichlorian count might be, but it might be like over me and Anakin, probably.
Guider92 says at Point Extra Lounge, Darth Vader is basically handicapped and Luke is handicapped too. They both have had to, and that's another good point, because in that world, like, Luke loses a hand, yet they're able to replace it.
Yeah.
And Darth Vader, Darth Vader suffers a lot of injuries, and they're able to, put him in the suit, and everything.
I'm surprised Anakin doesn't have a tracheostomy. If you guys don't know what a tracheostomy is, I'll show you what a trach tube looks like. I have this for my dolls that I roleplay with. I'm surprised Anakin doesn't have one of these in his throat.
Oh, well, he's got a lot of other things that work kind of as an iron lung for him, to help his body be able to take in air and oxygen and push it out. So, he may not, I don't know. We don't know what might be, in his throat or whatever, but, I think, he had the surface injuries. He had the surface injuries, and then, he had some injuries to his lungs from sucking in the heat and the fire and stuff. And so, yeah. Well, hey,
I think he might have a version of a trach that's like hooked into his neck, and the other half of the trach hooked into the suit, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Astro brought us something interesting, and then I do have to go, because I want to get through everybody, and it's already 3 a.m. But I'm glad that you were able to get through. I'm glad that you hung out, because I know everybody in the chat always talks about, Melissa, how they love your thoughts on stuff, and they love your takes, because you bring up interesting stuff like this, like stuff that we never thought about. But Astro says wasn't Maul, basically Darth Maul, wasn't he handicapped too? And he was cut in half, right? And so he had mechanical legs, and yeah, and so that's it's good stuff. So, well, hey, Melissa, you're great. I'm sending out. I got him right here. Tomorrow, I'm sending out Kanan. Okay.
Can you describe what Kanan looks like?
Yeah. So he's kind of got a jumpsuit on. He's got gray pants, and he's got these kind of like brownish boots that kind of have a I don't know. I don't know about shielding or something like that, but he's got something like that. And then he's got like a brown shirt that has a sleeve on one side, and then on the other side, on the side where he has his I guess he holds his lightsaber in his right hand. So on that side, he's got some shielding, and so he's got like a metal shield over that shoulder that goes there, and then like metal on that arm to protect that arm as he's dueling. And then he's got his hair in a ponytail, and yeah,
like a Padawan, like a Padawan ponytail and braid.
No, it's just like the cartoon where he's just got his hair pulled back straight. And and then just back in a ponytail. And then he comes with his lightsaber, and then also he comes with a blaster that looks very much like, it looks similar to the one that Luke used against Jabba. in the past. So, yep. And so, yeah, so he's right there.
Thanks for
So-
the audio description, though.
What's that?
Thanks for the audio description.
You are
Thanks for the audio
absolutely welcome.
description. It really helps. Because
You
my
are-
phone screen is different from my laptop screen.
Okay. Well, you are welcome.
It's
You're
small.
welcome. And like I said, tomorrow I got to send out a bunch of stuff. I got to send us some comic books. I got to send Cylon Scotty some stuff. I got to send some different people some stuff. And so that is going out for you tomorrow. Okay. All right.
Message me when he starts his journey through hyperspace to my house.
Okay. I sure will. I sure will. And then when you get him and you come on next time, make sure to show us that you got him. Okay.
I'll make sure to do that in a video as well on my channel.
Awesome. And if you guys haven't, go support Melissa's channel, Melissa's World. Go show her some love, and we will we'll support you like that. All right, Melissa, because we think you got some great thoughts on some different things. Okay. All right.
Thank you
Well,
so
we'll talk.
much.
You're welcome. We'll talk to you next time, Melissa.
May the force be with Kanan on his journey. May the
All
force
right.
be with you, Master Jairus, on your journey to me.
Well, you have a great night. Okay, we'll get him out to you. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Melissa. Thank
Yeah.
you. All right. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
I always love having Melissa on. Melissa's great. So we're going to go to Lord Blaze. What's up, Lord
Hi.
Blaze?
Hi, Enosh.
How you doing,
Can
man?
you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I sure can.
Can you understand my accent? That's
I-
the main.
I can understand you just fine, man. You're doing good.
So, yeah, this is my first time here. Before I start off, I just want to say thank you for having me. And I think you're doing a cool job talking to people online.
Thank
It's
you.
great. It's great to be here. Okay,
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Like I do this because I like to talk to people. You know, in fact, speaking of new people, I do want to. I did see this, and I want to make sure. Smoke MK says enjoyed the stream. Thanks, new sub. Thank you so much, Smoke. I'm so glad that you were here, and everybody means so much to me. And so the fact that you guys come and watch videos, and you guys come to be a part of this stuff, you know, and share your love of stuff with me, that's what it's all about. It's all being nerds together and kind of nerding out. So yeah, so good to have you here, Smoke, and then good to have you too, Lord Blaze. So what's on your mind tonight?
okay, I'll give you a background of I don't have a history with comics. Okay. I mainly
Okay.
watch the movies. So, and the cartoons, I want to say. So I think it started with the Justice League cartoon, which I really enjoyed, and I was just so excited to see it every day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but that's what really got me into the superhero thing. Okay, then it was Christopher Reeve Superman. Then there was the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, which I both loved. Okay, and back then I didn't feel like there was a Marvel versus DC thing. It was I just enjoyed all superheroes, and it changed when I went to see Batman versus Superman. Okay, so after I saw the movie, I kind of loved it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but then everyone was not feeling the same thing. So yeah, I kind of get that, but the thing is, they're just hating on the movie. If you but so I'll give you a quick thing. So I kind of watched Batman vs Superman. Still, I didn't feel like it was a Marvel vs DC thing. And I was watching a Marvel movie with my friends who are massive Marvel fans. Okay, and yeah, it was a good movie. Yes. And after the movie, this guy came to me and saying, "This is better, not like trash DC." I'm like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, Batman vs Superman sucks." Like, why? Because it's not funny.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's not funny? So I think the whole, I mean, the thing changed. You know what? Like, I didn't expect movies, superhero movies, to be funny
Yeah.
before. So I think Marvel came and put a whole thing on how movies should be rather than what they are. So, and I think uh, people don't appreciate Man of Steel and Batman v Superman for what they are. They're I've seen many people going on what they don't have rather than focus on what they do have.
Yes.
So uh, so whenever I ask someone, why do you hate Batman and Superman? And earlier was saying about Nickelback. I can agree. There's like, they suck. Why do they suck? They just suck.
Yeah.
I was like, have you seen the movie? I was like, no, no. I don't understand them. So I can get people having different opinions
Mm-hmm.
and loving what they like, but I can't understand why they just straight up hate a movie and even the fandom. Because I feel like there's a lot of people who just loves these movies like you and I do, I think. And
Yeah.
they can't express their opinion because it's just toxic. People just saying DC is trash, DC sucks, Marvel is always great. And we come to that point, and there was some drama, eh, especially with your channel. Wow.
little bit was there. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to come on last time. It was 5 in the morning, and you were streaming, sir. Ray Fisher tweeted you out. I'm like, wow, just what the hell happened?
I
Yeah,
know,
but
man. That's how I felt. That's exactly how I felt. When people started accusing me of like I did this on purpose or that I set this out to him and stuff. Look, I can honestly say I was just as shocked as everyone else. We had I had Ryan on Zeverfet, here just a little while ago, and he's the one who actually told me about it. I was at work and he sent me a message and said, hey, he was actually congratulating me on it. He said, hey, congratulations on Ray Fisher tweeting you out. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he goes, well, Ray Fisher tweeted your video. And I'm like, what video? I had no idea. And, but people are always going to say what they want to say. And there's nothing you can do about that.
I agree. It's like another thing. Okay, so whenever I ask someone, why do you hate Batman v Superman? For the people who saw it, they're like, it's always either like because this is not our Superman, or it's something like because he said Martha. Really?
Yeah.
3 hours you saw the film, and the only thing that tipped you off is Martha. That's the only
Right?
thing you want to hang on to. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's, and even the reviews, okay, just if you want to review, just put an honest review of what's happening. It's like, especially I have to talk about this Rotten Tomatoes.
Mm.
Personally, I don't care about the reviews, but I think it's when people, maybe not now, maybe after some years, when they come back and look at the reviews, I don't think they will appreciate movies like Man of Steel or Batman v Superman, or now Joker. Joker is now 66 reviewed. That's the rating for Joker.
Really?
Yeah, Spider-Man Far From Home is 94. So yeah, I think it's not doing justice. It's not, personally I don't care, but I think people won't get to see these type of movies because of the reviews and the hate it's getting. But
yeah, that's interesting, man, because I think a lot of these movies and it's a lot of these movies that you have to think while you're watching them. Like you can't just just go into it and just like have it all thrown at you. You got to actually spend some time, think about what you're watching and process it, You know, because I mean, the Joker, that's a very complicated movie, man. Like that movie, I celebrated my grandmother's birthday last week, and I went, and my cousin and I were there, and he was talking to me about Joker, right? And he wasn't getting what I was telling him about Joker, because like he likes the Joker, and he loves the movie. But I told him, I said, you know, the interesting thing about the Joker is, about that movie is like, we don't know that that's actually the Joker, you know, because there's so much, like, did you ever watch the movie King of Comedy?
I have not.
So you should watch The King of Comedy. It's an old 80s movie. It's got Robert De Niro. It's got I can't think of the other guy's name. But this movie, Joker, is kind of loosely based on that, because Robert De Niro in that one plays a comedian who is trying to get on a talk show. And it's very ironic that they used Robert De Niro to play the talk show host, because Jerry Lee Lewis is who it was. Jerry Lee Lewis plays this talk show host, and Robert De Niro wants to get on. And so it's the same thing, that like Robert De Niro has all this stuff in his mind, you know, and like you see him like being successful and being on the show and hanging out with Jerry Lee Lewis's character and stuff. And then it'll switch, and like, that's not what was happening at all. And it leaves it up to you as the viewer to decide sometimes what was real and what was made up. And I was telling my cousin, I said, I think it's interesting with the Joker, because when you watch the Joker, every time somebody acts positively to Arthur, it's fake. Right? So when he's dating, you know, the girl, you know, and she acts positively towards him, all of that's fake, right? When every interaction that he has, when people react positively towards him, it's fake. It turns out to be, you know, that's in his mind, right? Well, if you use that, and then you watch the end of the movie where everybody, you know, the whole city comes around him and they're, you know, lifting him up and, you know, and everything, and he's on top of the car there at the end and stuff. Well, everybody's acting positively towards him, aren't they? So, and then the next scene, you see that he's still at Arkham. So was any of that real? Like, he probably didn't really lead this revolution, right? And my cousin Sam, like, he wasn't understanding what I was saying, because he said, well, then he's like, well, no, that's dumb. Then he's like, well, what's the point of the movie? And I said, well, the point of the movie is that it's left up for us as the audience to decide. So maybe, and I've said this, and I still think, I don't think it takes away from the movie. I think it adds layers to the movie to make you think, like, what did I just watch? Because what if the Joker is about a guy named Arthur Fleck, who lives in the world where Batman and the Joker and all these people exist, but Arthur Fleck's not really the Joker. He just knows about the Joker in the real world, right? And in his mind, he's created this thing where he's the Joker, right? And like, he wants to be like the Joker, and you got a world that exists like that, right? But the thing is I say that, but the great thing about that movie is that doesn't have to be the definitive answer either. You know, like, he could really have gone through all that stuff, and who
There's
knows?
no right answer.
Exactly. But it makes you think. But you come out of a lot of the Marvel movies, and this is, again, I want to make sure that my friends who are here and also abroad who like Marvel movies, because I felt like when I did, I don't know if you caught when I had the discussion video earlier today with Film Gob. And
yeah, I did.
And I thank you. And so I want to be careful, because I don't want people to feel like I'm just trashing on MCU movies, because they're fun. They're popcorn movies. They're colorful. They're obviously very successful, right? People really like those movies. But I don't get the same mental workout that I get watching some of these DC movies, where like I really have to invest myself and my time and really pay attention to stuff. And you know what? I just feel that there's room for both. You know, I feel that there's room for both. But I love the fact that you bring that up about the Joker and like Batman v Superman, that they're much deeper than a lot of the movies that we talk about sometimes.
There is Marvel movies. I don't hate, but I don't prefer them. That's the way I say it. Yeah, but ma- mainly it has to do with what you said. Like I just watched the movie. That's it. After the movie, done. And many of the movies, I don't think they can stand. They can be a standalone movie. They can't be counted as a standalone movie because it's mainly setting up to the big thing, which is Avengers. Each
Yeah.
movie. So, yeah. So why I love DC is like there's so much depth to the characters, and wow, I gotta say, Man of Steel is amazing. I don't understand how you can hate on that. Yes, watching
Yeah.
after seeing that movie, for me, Superman became more human than human.
Mm,
If you know what I
mm.
mean.
Oh yeah.
It showed a different side to him rather than the old classic one. So was an interesting thing to see, and with BVS too. And I'm glad we got the Snyder cut coming.
Oh, me too, man.
Three years, man. I you know the struggles.
Oh
Like
yeah.
is this Snyder cut is like it's not happening. You suck. Okay,
I know,
but
man.
all of you haters out there, it's happening. It's coming. Can't do anything about it. That's it. But
Can't stop us, right? They can't stop us. They can't shut it down. People can make all the noise that they want to make, man. They can say all the things they want to say. And you know what? It doesn't change a thing because we still got Man of Steel coming. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm right there with you. And I'm right there with 187 right there. Man of Steel is epic. That movie is awesome. Batman v Superman. Look here, Mladen. What's up, Mladen? I always love Mladen. Mladen's great. He's another one that like I want to talk to like one-on-one because a lot of times we get in these streams and stuff with all these people and I never get to hear a lot of what Mladen is thinking. But he says you don't get the same intensity from MCU like in Man of Steel or BVS. And that is so true. That's just, man, it's so true. And I think more people are starting to understand it. I think, you know, as the younger generation that was exposed to the MCU when they were younger, you know, they're growing up with these movies and now they're starting to maybe grow up, become more adult. And I think now, you know, maybe, and I could be wrong about this. I got nothing to back this up. This is just me thinking, right? Outside the box. But maybe it's just that some of these kids are growing up now and they're starting to take a look at DC and going like, well, what's so bad about DC? Right? You know, like why are people acting so bad about DC? And maybe they didn't catch on to the movies when they were kids, you know, whatever, because they weren't colorful and poppy and all that stuff like that. But then all of a sudden now they're, you know, maybe they're late teens or their early 20s and they pop in Man of Steel or they pop in Batman v Superman and they go, oh, this is more serious. This is more grounded. This has more, you know, oomph to it. And you know, and 187 says, you know, I'm a fanboy of MCU and DC. And that, you know, that's really the point is you can be. You can love both of them for what they are because they're different, two different types of movies, right? And so
that's why I love about this channel. You can find literally people of various different opinions still talking and discussing and debating.
yes.
Because when it's outside, no, people here they can't stand DC. I know some people who can't stand. I literally have just some friends to discuss. I actually want to talk to a Marvel fan, but they won't no, they won't take up the conversation. But whenever I talk something about DC, they'll be like, DC sucks. That's it.
That's
So
too bad.
that's what I love about this channel. I've seen many people here. So, and to me, Zack Snyder movies are like art. So it's like in a museum where you go and see a painting. I don't think many people get it, but the people who do, they look at the painting and they interpret something differently. Like, and what
Yes.
you said, every time I see the movie, I get something else. I get something more to the movie.
Yep. No, I hear you, man. No, those dude, that is a great take on all of this. That is a great that's some great thoughts on these. And I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you what, Lord Blaze. Look, you always have a place here. If nobody else wants to talk to you about these movies, about your love for DC, you come right back and we'll talk about DC all you want to talk about DC because we need that. And I understand that because not everybody appreciates these movies the way that we're appreciated. I like Darth Tasty is kind of teasing me because I've been all around and people keep calling me this like leader. Zeverfet keeps doing that too. Like that all of a sudden because of everything that happened this week, like somehow I'm this leader. And
well, you are our leader.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. I'm man. So I here's the thing is I know that there's a lot of people, and I guess my thing is like I don't ever want to take away because I know that there's a lot of really great people who are working and have worked like for the Snyder Cut and for this cause and everything. And so like something cool happened to me this week, and I understand that. And look, I'm going to be a leader within the community. You know what I mean? Like just because of who I am, because the type of person I am, I want to be a leader that one of the many leaders who stand up. And I want to encourage people like you even and other people to stand up, be leaders in your communities, talk about these movies and these things to other people and share your love of these things with other people so that other people catch that fire, especially when Snyder Cut starts to come out, like when we have a date and when we have all that stuff, then start to tell people about it, show them your excitement, because as you show them your excitement, that's going to catch fire. That's going to catch fire for them, man. That's going to get them excited, Lord Blaze. That's going to show them, hey, there might be something to this. Just like we talk about, like when you come to a channel like this and you hit the like button or you hit the subscribe button, right? So what that does is that tells YouTube, well, that people care about this channel, right? So if you hit that like button, so if you haven't hit the like button and you're here, hit that like button because that actually really helps our channel because it helps tell YouTube people who come here, they're engaging. And then what that does is that helps them determine who they show this video to. Because sometimes I can only do what I can do. I can only put out videos, right? We can only talk about Snyder Cut and everything to the people that we're around. But if we do that, the more we do that and hit that like button and also, talk about Snyder Cut to people and stuff, the more that other people are going to see that excitement in us. And just like more people are going to see the channel and stuff like that. So, so that's one of the best ways that you can support the channel for sure.
I just want to say two things before I go.
Sure.
One's actually a suggestion. So I haven't read comics per se, and yeah, like you have seen Comic Storian. I think he does a great job of portraying the characters when he narrates out the whole comics. So
yeah.
Where would you recommend me to start? Because there's a lot, obviously.
Oh, you know what? So do you like Superman?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So here's where you need to start. Because this is where they changed Superman back in 1986. There's a mini series called Man of Steel. It's actually called Man of Steel, right? And then you start there, and you're gonna get this Superman that you're seeing right now in Henry Cavill, right? Where Clark Kent is the real guy, right? And you're gonna see the stuff that he dealt with. But the Man of Steel miniseries, I think is it 6 parts? I think it's 6 parts, and it's a great miniseries, and you can find it. Here, let me pull it up here real quick, so that you know what you're looking for. But it's like 6 different books, and it tells it. That's when they rebooted Superman. So it's basically a Superman origin story. Okay. So I'm going to type this in here. Superman, Man of Steel comic. And it's by John Byrne. and he rebooted it. So here's the yeah, okay. Let me pull this up, show you what they look like. Here we go. So, see if you can see that. So if you see here, let me get that off of the thing here. Okay. There we go. So so you can see here, see the one down here in the bottom right-hand corner here?
Yes, yes.
Where he's pulling the shirt open like that. That's the first one. Okay. And so it's that one. And then these other ones that have the big S shield up at the top. Those are the ones that come afterwards. So if you look, let me see if I can let me put it full screen. So if you see, and I'll take off let me take this off of this. Okay. You see how like that the first one, Man of Steel, it's got him, breaking the shirt open, right? And then if you look at the other ones, like the other one with his shirt open, see how it's got the rocket ship from Krypton? It tells how he came from Krypton. And then the one right next to him, you got Lex Luthor there, and it introduces Lex Luthor. And then down there in the bottom left-hand corner, it actually deals with Bizarro. And then there's one where he meets Batman. So it's the first meeting where he met Batman. And that's a great series, man. That's a great series to start. And then from there, you start in 1986. And I know it may sound like it's dated, because it's like so long ago, but that was the run of Superman that inspired me. That run from about 1986 to about 1996. It's like a 10-year run. And there's 4 different books, 4 different titles, I should say. Okay. Because back then it was different because there was a new title every week, right? But they all had a same story running in all of them, right? So like, how some comics, like you get this character and he's in this book and he's in this book, but neither of those books have anything to do with each other. That's not how it was. If you start filling in books, there's 4 titles. So for a while, there were 3. So right after this Man of Steel thing happened, there were 3 titles, and that was Superman, just original Superman. So if you start Superman in 1986, and then also there was Adventures of Superman, and then Superman in Action Comics. So if you start with those 3, you'll see they were actually numbered, Lord Blaze, on the outside, where it would have the year. And then it had this little triangle, and it had the year. And even though they were 3 different books, so Adventures of Superman would say like 1986, and then it would say 1. And then Superman, the regular Superman title, would say number 2. And then, so they'd have the regular numbering, but then they'd be numbered that way too. And then they introduced this book, which is actually part of this. Let me see if I can pull that back up. It's actually part of this, and that they introduced an actual book called Man of Steel, and that's this one right here. I don't know if you can see that. Yes, yeah, that one. Okay, so where he's flying like that. So that's number 1. That's Man of Steel number 1, and so then they introduced and when that happened, every week there was a new Superman comic, and it was all one continuous story, and that lasted the same up until he died, and he came back. And for a couple of years afterwards. So you can still find those books. You can find them for pretty reasonable, like in back issues and stuff at a comic book store or a thing. And that's where I would start, man. If you love Superman and you love the type of Superman that you see in Man of Steel, you're going to get that. And then then there's all kinds of side stories like Batman and stuff like that. But if you love Superman, that's where I'd start.
So the other thing is that I have to say that this year, the most excited I was when Snyder said that he'll release the Snyder Cut. I just lost my mind. The only other time I can compare where I lost my mind was when Ezra Miller came in Crisis. That was I couldn't say.
So you're new to the channel, right?
Yeah, I actually found you from reactions a couple of months back. I didn't know you used to do talk shows like this one.
Yeah.
just found you a few weeks back.
Okay, so have you seen my Ezra Miller reaction video?
Oh yes. I mean, you were completely blown, and actually the dog was concerned for you.
Yes.
I can see, yeah,
Yeah.
that was amazing. But that's the way everyone felt, because DC actually merged everything together. Now, even though there are old series like the 90s Flash that just ended way back then, now everything has a purpose now. You can just go back and see it if you want to. Everything is connected.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, hey man, thank you for coming on. I got a couple more people I got to talk to, and then we'll get out of here. But hey, thank you, man. And Lord Blaze, you are welcome anytime. I appreciate it. You guys have been oh, thanks, man. Oh, I love you too, man. You're awesome, buddy. You're great. So hey, you just keep loving what you love, man. All right. You just keep loving what you love. Don't let anybody push you around or tell you that you can't love DC or whatever. You just remember how you felt when you heard about the Snyder Cut. You remember how you felt when you saw Ezra Miller and stuff. And we got this, man. You and me, all of us, right? Absolutely. So you just keep your head up. All right.
Okay. Bye.
All right. We'll see you later, man. That's a good guy right there. That's a good guy. I'm just going to point out what Crush It says here. The only reason that cult word exists for the Justice League Snyder Cut is because somebody else started it. I don't even want to say his name anymore. He is a little baby, can't take the heat. But welcome to the world of YouTube, right? And that's just kind of where I'm at. Like you ever just have somebody that you get so sick of seeing after a while that you just don't even want to look at anymore. Hey, Jamie, crazy too. I hit the like button and I subscribed a long time ago. Thank you so much, Jamie. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, let's make it a regular thing. So when you guys come to the channel, man, just go to the like button. Go to the like button because that super helps. Like I can't even tell you how much that helps the channel. All right, so we're gonna go quickly. I got 4 more people, and I'd like to get done here in the next half hour if possible because I really need some sleep. So I know you guys have been waiting, and so have your stuff ready, like what you guys want to talk about, and let's try to. I don't want to take away from you guys, but I want to get to you guys tonight. Okay, so don't go away. Don't feel that you have to get off, the stream or anything. Like you're not gonna get time, but let's have it going. So hey, Nicholas, what's going on, buddy?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm a little tired, but I'm good.
Oh, the funny thing about Ezra Miller, he's actually in the Fantastic Beasts movies.
Yes, he is.
And I found out the reason why another reason they postponed the Flash movie is because he's currently working on the next Fantastic Beasts movie. From what I know. And right now that's taking top priority.
Yeah, they're trying to get all these movies in different ways, like it's weird, them trying to.
And from what I saw, go on their website, they're not even think about filming the Flash movie until like May next year, the earliest.
Yeah, well, as long as we get it.
Yeah, it's because he's so busy doing the Fantastic Beasts movies that he doesn't really have.
I'm seeing something here in the that Javier is saying. So I just want to point this out real quick because they're talking about Doomsday, and this is they put it. They did have Doomsday from the comics. They should have done it with standalone Man of Steel 2 or 3 movie. And then you're right. Superman Earth 1 is a good read, Javier. I should have told him about that. But so Lord Blaze, if you're still here, there's also a book, a newer book called Superman Earth 1, and that's a good one. Oh, hey, we got somebody in the background there.
Yeah,
but I say about. Oh, well, hey, Mom, how you doing, Mom?
She can't hear you. I got my headphones
okay.
on.
Oh, you got your headphones on. Okay, but just talking about Doomsday. What's interesting about that is with what Zach has done with Doomsday. It's actually, the Zod Doomsday isn't like the actual Doomsday that we talk about.
No, it's
He's
not
a
the.
version.
He's a, what my opinion, a bootleg version of Doomsday.
Yeah, like he's like a makeshift Doomsday. So the thing is Javier, he says I would have loved to have seen Doomsday in Man of Steel 3 due to the whole Death of Superman story arc. That would have been great. And maybe in Man of Steel 2 they could have brought him. So I know that Superman has died, at this point already. So they kind of did that already. But we could see a better Doomsday, I guess. Maybe not the Death of Superman story because they've already done that. But still a better Doomsday, maybe a better fleshed out Doomsday.
Yeah, because I really didn't like the Doomsday we got in VVS.
Mhm.
I didn't like it because it wasn't my Doomsday, the one I grew up in the comics.
Yeah. Well, and since you're bringing up Ezra Miller, Javier also says, I thought they canceled Ezra Miller. Did he hit like a girl? Something I remember something happened like that. So no, what happened? It's really, really weird. But we've heard nothing more about it. They did not cancel Ezra Miller. It was mentioned, but it didn't happen because the video is super strange. Look, if Ezra Miller attacked a girl and took her down, you would see me as one of the first people out here saying, look, the guy needs to go. You need to get rid of him. You need to move on and have a new Flash or whatever. But it's weird because if you watch that video, and you can find it here on YouTube, it's literally only 15 seconds long, and they're kind of teasing and joking, and it looks like it's a group of people who are just kind of like messing with him. And she kind of gets up in his face a little bit, and he gently kind of takes her. Like there were people reporting that like he choke slammed her and all this stuff, and really he just kind of gently takes her and just kind of puts her down on the ground, and then like the guy filming is kind of like bro, like acting like he's doing something, but then it just ends. So we don't know what happened after that. The people who it happened to at first, they said that it was like a real thing, but we haven't heard anything since. So they're going forward. Ezra Miller is our Flash.
Yeah. Well, that's my opinion. If he really did hit it, I would have said, Vamos, give us the Flash we have in the CW.
Yes.
Because I like the CW Flash.
Me
because
too.
he does an awesome job. And I lost my train of thought.
You're good. You're good, man. You're good, Nicholas. But no, I mean Ezra Miller, I like his version of the Flash. And I love Grant Gustin's version of the Flash. I don't know if it's cinematic, I don't know if it's big enough to be like movie Flash, but
the way they brought Ezra Miller into the Infinite Crisis on Infinite Earth storyline, that's how those two met, only for a brief second.
Yeah. Javier brought up the Smallville Doomsday looked better. And you know what's funny is I complained about Smallville Doomsday back in the day when they brought Doomsday into Smallville. I thought it was weird, but we're in season 10 of Smallville, rewatching it actually here with the family and everything, because our boys obviously didn't grow up with it. And so seeing it again, I gotta say they actually did a pretty decent job, even though it's a guy in a suit, it's still, they did a pretty decent job of showing Doomsday, because he needs the bony protrusions, and stuff out of his face and all that stuff. But yeah, I hear you.
Honestly, like a lot of people gave Man of Steel shit. Excuse my language. Is because Superman killed Zod at the end.
Yeah, there's people who don't like that.
People really need to understand what was at stake if he did not kill Zod.
That's right.
Because remember, he killed him to protect the family that Zod was about to kill.
Well, he did it for that reason, and then also I think something that a lot of people don't talk about is the fact that like Superman didn't have another place to put Zod. Okay,
Yeah.
everything had been taken away. The Phantom Zone was closed.
He didn't really.
The
He didn't
world
really have a
engine.
choice.
The world engine was gone. All that stuff was gone. But if you listen to that exchange, he tells him, Zod flat out tells Superman that he's like, look, I'm not going to stop. I am not going to stop. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to kill as many people as I possibly can. And at that point, Clark doesn't know what he has at his disposal. Right.
Yeah.
So it's like he has to make a decision. And like the family that's there is there for like the moment. Right. But also, you got to remember, like, if Clark lets him go, Zod is telling him he's going to destroy everything. He's going to kill his whole world. Right. So that's a huge undertaking to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's like, my opinion, let Zod go to let him do what he wants, or kill him and save the world. And
yeah.
Honestly,
so he does what he has to do. He does what he has to do. And I think that also
he didn't have you could see his face when he did it. He didn't want to do it.
He goes through agony. He goes through absolute agony afterwards.
And that's where we can really relate to Superman. Because a lot of people, if I was put in that place like Superman, and I had a choice, either let the guy go and let him destroy the world, or kill him and save millions, I would take the second option, even though I wouldn't like to do it, because I'm a pacifist by heart.
Yeah.
I don't like, but if I was put in that situation, yeah, sacrifice one to save millions, or save one, but sacrifice billions. And honestly, I would have killed him myself, even though I wouldn't want to do it.
Well, people look, it's really easy to say, well, these characters should never kill, right? Like they should just never kill. And I understand the idea of saying that, you don't want Superman to kill, you don't want Batman to kill or whatever. But we live in the real world where sometimes lethal force
is
necessary. Right. And so it is what it is, and so I'm sorry for those who don't feel that that it should happen like that, but I can't help it. It is what it is. And sometimes lethal force is necessary. But also I think that Superman would use that as a catalyst for like doing then again what he has to do. You know what I mean? And not making that mistake again. But moving on and doing something else.
And like when I saw the trailer, that new clip we got at Justice Con of the Zack Snyder cut, I love what he showed us, the black suit, because he's bringing something from the comics and bringing it to the movies.
Absolutely.
I'll trust you. When I first thought of the Justice League, maybe we're going to see the black suit Superman. Because with the death of Superman, you've always had the black suit. Yep. And when I saw they didn't do that, I was disappointed.
Yep. Couple of points here. Sickness, what's up? Says, hey, Nash, just dropping by to show some love and support and smash the H out of the like button. LOL. I'm glad I found you and subbed before all this craziness started. Much love, bro. Much love to you, Sickness. And thank you for being here. And then Jack Pierre brings up a good point. Says, whatever happened to the It director's cut? So, what is it?
Don't say
Machete?
that word. Don't say that word in front of me. I hate that movie.
Really? I love it. I love it. And I like it.
I like I hate the originals. It
Okay.
scares me.
Yeah.
Even to this day.
Yeah, but Muschietti is still making the Flash. He's still on the Flash. He's still working on the Flash. So that's who's supposed to make the movie. And here Javier says people get mad that DC characters kill people, but I've been rewatching Marvel's movies, and I swear Captain America kills a couple people too. Didn't understand the hate for DC. Javier, that's what I've been saying for a long time. If you watch those movies, people die in the Marvel movies, but nobody ever says anything about it, and you never see the outcome of it. And that's the problem. Like, because that first Avengers movie, man, New York gets torn up, but you don't get to see that.
Like I was thinking, DC, the Justice League takes responsibility for what happened.
Yes.
Marvel, the Avengers don't take responsibility until it's too late.
Ooh.
And I'm not gonna get hate for that.
Look at that.
I seen that. Yeah, that is cool. I saw the movie with that clip. How he just came down and.
Boy, that's a great great Superman moment right there.
Yeah. And honestly,
what else is on your mind, buddy? Before we move on, what's going on?
Nothing much. Just waiting for the Zack Snyder cut to come out.
Yep.
Because I want to see it. Because how different is it going to be than what we got 3 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
And from what I heard, he's planning on doing 2 versions of that movie. A black and white one, and the one we're not see.
Well, he did he had like a basic cut of some of the footage, apparently just for his own personal use that was in black and white. But he said at Justice Con that he said he's not releasing that that won't be released. The black and white version won't be released. But it was just like if I heard right, it was just a few scenes. It's not that the whole that like he's got a movie of that ready to go. It's just that he's he had but he said that he liked the way that it looked because it was very epic looking.
Mm-hmm. And if you look at the poster, it's black and white.
Mm-hmm. Well, black and white carries a lot of energy with it. It really does. Black and white carries a lot of energy with it. I agree, Michael Huffin.
I agree with that one.
This shot is just intense. I mean, that's an intense moment right there.
He turned his own personal use into black and white after seeing the marketing for Justice League.
Yeah, that's right. You're right, Michael Huffin.
And honestly, I feel a lot of people on this channel who come in and watch your streams agree. It was rushed. It wasn't flushed out.
Yep, I agree.
And Zack Snyder said it's going to be possibly up to 4 hours.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
Yeah. He wasn't giving a fair time because he didn't want to take that responsibility. He said he's releasing it on HBO Max because of the studios can't go past the certain time limit.
Yeah, well, his is going to be like 4 to 5 hours, so you know what? We're good for sure. We're definitely good for sure. Have you seen the demands to release this movie?
Is this
This is Batman Forever, and there's people who want them to see him release. Well, not him, but they want to see the supposed Batman Forever Schumacher cut. That's got an extra 40 minutes in it. That just is much darker and paints a darker picture of the Batman that we see in that.
I just, I don't get a lot of hate for what I said about Marvel because the Avengers don't really take responsibility until after.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Like,
well, it is what it is.
I grew up as a kid watching Marvel. Then when I got older, I started watching DC. I grew out of the Marvel phase. Because me, personally, Marvel was for kids. For 9 to 13.
Yeah.
My opinion. And DC is for the older generation, people who are around my age, like 20s, 30s, old, who
Sure.
can, yeah.
Sure. No, I get you. That's the thing is like, but then again, my kids have always loved DC, of course, but I have had that impact on them where
The Birds of Prey movie, I did not like. Because, honestly, they should have just named it Harley Quinn. Because it was basically about her. I didn't really. I got lost through most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, it was a Harley Quinn movie, and they should have named. And they should have named.
It is a Harley Quinn movie, and it was supposed to be a Harley Quinn movie. It was supposed to be a setup for the Birds of Prey, but the Birds of Prey are in it in name only, and it's not a Birds of Prey movie. It's a Harley Quinn movie with the Birds of Prey in it, and it sets up for the Birds of Prey to be able to do something later. And then the next Harley Quinn movie was supposed to set up Gotham City Sirens with like Catwoman and Batgirl and different characters like that. And then eventually they wanted to do a Birds of Prey versus Gotham City Sirens movie, but we don't know if we're going to get all that at this point, and we'll just have to wait and see. Well, hey,
I'm gonna
Nicholas.
I'm gonna go because there's people.
Yep, I got 3 left. And then we got through everybody, and I want to get through everybody and like be able to say, yeah, we did it. So thank you, man, for coming on and talking about the things.
Yeah, coming talking to you. I put my plans on hold for today.
Oh yeah,
because I was gonna start recording, gameplay to put on YouTube. Put on YouTube.
Well, thank you, Nicholas.
But I said you went live. Said I can hold off for till tomorrow.
Well, I'm glad that you feel that way about the channel, that when you see that we go live that you want to be here, because we want you here, man.
Honestly, one thing I have a bone to pick with Ryan because
master of none.
Yeah, because he trashed the Ducks in the comics, in the comic section, the Anaheim Ducks.
Oh yeah.
I'm an Anaheim Duck fan.
Gotcha.
And and I live in the Northeast.
Okay.
And
but you like the Anaheim Ducks. That's cool.
Yeah, because actually I didn't start liking the Ducks until after I saw the Mighty Ducks movies. I said,
that's cool.
Why not like the Anaheim Ducks? Because up here, up where I live, it's mostly Boston Bruins, Red Sox, and Patriots.
Sure.
And me, I'm a Chicago, and Boston Celtics too.
Okay.
and I'm an oddball up here.
Sure.
I like the
Well,
Bull. I like the Chicago Bulls, the Anaheim Ducks, and the Seahawks.
wow, you're all over the place. You're just an equal opportunity sports fan. You're all over the country. But
Yeah.
that's awesome, man. That's awesome. That
Well, I'm
makes you
gonna
cool.
go.
All right, buddy. You have a wonderful night. You have a wonderful night. And thank you for being thank you, Nicholas, for being here, man. Thank
Yeah.
you, and thank you for your patience tonight. I appreciate it because I know there's a lot of people in here, and I just wanted to give new people a chance to be able to say something, and but I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate
Yeah. There was a
you coming
Lord of
back.
there was a Lord of the Rings Lord of the Rings game. I was gonna record and post on YouTube, but that
Okay,
can wait until I wake up.
there you go, man. All right, you have a wonderful night, and I will see you next time.
I'm
Okay.
here. I'm
All right,
hanging
buddy.
good.
All right, man. We'll talk to you later.
Good night.
All right. Good night. All right, we're gonna move right along here. We got 3 left. So we got Astro, we got Geeks, and then we got Devonte to close out the show with Devonte. And I love Devonte because Devonte, well, I love everybody. I love all you guys. You guys are all awesome. But Devonte is just like energetic, and so I figure we'll close out the show with him. What's up, Astro?
Hey man. Listen, I found your channel like I think last week, and I was on it, right?
Yeah.
And like after that, I went back, watched all your videos, and like I gotta tell you, man, I love everything you're doing. Just love seeing your face. I love this channel, and because for me, like I said last time, I'm a Marvel and DC fan.
Yeah.
So like I'm not gonna subscribe to a like DC only channel or a Marvel only channel. Like if you're willing to accept both, and like plus you have all the Star Wars stuff too, so that opens that part of me too. So it's just really cool to see that. So I just wanted to say that.
Oh,
first.
thanks, man. No, Astro, I really appreciate it. And I remember our conversation last week, man, and I really enjoyed our conversation. So when I saw your name pop up, I was really glad to see that you came back. But the fact that you've gone back and you've watched a lot of that stuff, that's the thing, man. I love it all, and that's why I wanted to make sure that I said earlier, like especially about the MCU. It's not that I hate the MCU, because I don't hate the MCU. I like the MCU, and I'm very positive towards it. It's just like everything. Like all of my fandoms are different. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel differently about each fandom. So I feel one way about Star Wars. I feel one way about DC. I feel one way about the MCU. I feel one way about like He-Man or Voltron or like whatever. Like whatever that I love. But yeah, that's the thing with the channel. Like right now, like with Transformers. Have you seen the new? I don't know if you're into Transformers or not, but like they got that new show on Netflix, and I watched like 2 episodes last night before I crashed, and it's like it looks very much like the old school stuff. Yeah, it's out. Yep, it's out right now. It came out
like the G1 style.
Yes, dude. Yes, sir.
Oh, I gotta watch that,
dude. It's epic, and I'll tell you what. I'll be honest with you. So I got a lot of friends who are into a lot of the the subsequent series of Star Wars or of Transformers that came out. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of some of those. Like I know that they're good. Like there's some like I remember being a kid and watching a little bit of Beast Wars, but like I was never like super into Beast Wars. I would watch it because it was on at a weird time. It was on at like 5 a.m. where I lived. And so like I would only catch it every once in a while. So it wasn't like I got a chance to really get into it when it was out. But I say that because I know it's good, because I know the people who like it that I know, and that hey, that was one of the first things they talk about is Beast Wars, right? Yeah. And just different things. But this one, man, it is so awesome. They look like Generation 1 Transformers, and yeah, dude, Megatron comes out, and you know what else I love about this thing is the size differentiation. It's 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. Differentiation between the different Transformers. So like there's like Wheeljack, I think it was, and there's Wheeljack and what's his name? Bumblebee. So it's Wheeljack and Bumblebee. But then when Megatron comes out, like Megatron like towers over them. So it's yeah, dude. So it's almost like it's a callback to the toys. You know how the toys were all different sizes and stuff, and it's just like I saw that, I was like, yes, this is awesome. Hey, Film Gob is here. What's up, Film Gob? Yes, man. We've been going straight 12 hours. No, I haven't. I came on at midnight my time, so about 4 hours ago. We're at 3 hours 57 minutes right now, and we do the talk show and talk. And so right here is that'd be a fun way to end. Here's the link right here in the thing. I got 2 people in there, but yeah, we do this talk show overnight. We let people talk about what they want to talk about, and so we've had a really good show tonight. The whole thing was filled up with people, man, and it was great. We've had a lot of great conversations. That's what this channel is about, and I feel like this day's been great because I started off talking to Film Gob today just about stuff, and we had a really good talk, and people are like retweeting that, man. People are like digging that on Twitter, tweeting it out and stuff, and it's like now I'm here with what's that?
Like you were just on fire this week,
dude. It's been a crazy week, man. It has been, but yeah, people have been tweeting the Film Gob interview today. I don't want to say it's an interview. We was more just a conversation. Like I love that we were just talked about stuff because I wanted to hear what Film Gob likes. You know, like I don't know if Astro, if you've really followed Film Gob that much, but like, you know, knowing he's a DC fan and knowing, you know, that he's a fan of these things, like that's why I wanted to talk to him, because every time I get on a stream with him, everybody else is talking, you know, and so I really had a lot of fun with him today. But anyways, this is your time, Astro. What's going on?
Now, I have this hobby that I do, and I just love doing it because like eventually there's 2 things. I wanted to be an animator.
Okay.
Because I love anime, because like this picture that I have. I wanted to like either animate or direct movies. And looking at Zack Snyder, like he's really like inspired me to like go full throttle on that.
Mm-hmm.
And, like I have my own little series that eventually I plan to, you know, release that in like any way, shape, or form, because like that's like my kind of like book that I just do whatever on.
Mm-hmm.
And but now what I also do is I take all of like the stuff that I love, because I'm pretty young, you know, and like I go back to like the older stuff, so like that's why I just know all about the G1 stuff, because like I look back at pop culture and I look at all this stuff and like, wow, like I really missed all this. But, you know, I go back and I get all the knowledge and stuff. But right now I pretty much write like my own version of each like universe. So right now I'm doing like my own DC version, and like the way I'm treating it right now, not necessarily like a story, like a full story, but like kind of think of it like Greek mythology and like Norse mythology, where like the stories are there,
okay,
but like it's kind of like in pieces. So you kind of have to like decide which origin, or like not which origin, but like which story goes where and stuff like that.
Okay.
So, like, I go from like I take each character and like I kind of like make it my own, and I also draw a lot. And I think I have a lot on my Instagram. I have to check again, but right now I was working on each hero on the Justice League, and you know, my version of Barry, he's like he's pretty much like a history buff. So his father, like everything's kind of like the same with his dad and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a history buff, and he likes old sci-fi movies and stuff like that. So when he gets like the Speed Force stuff like that, his suit, I designed his suit. It's like a you ever seen those like old like vintage astronaut suits where like it's like a like those old like sci-fi where there's like these, I don't know how to describe it. It's not really a spacesuit, but like the fish bowl as like the helmet.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that,
Like a spacewalk suit kind of deal. Yeah.
His suit's kind of like that, and I made Diana more like a warrior because I feel like they touch on her and Steve Trevor a lot, but like they kind of forget that like she's like she has God in her, and I was gonna bring that out, and I'm like 12 volumes in, drawing all this stuff because like it's
I thought you were going to say that you're like 12 years old. And I was going to say, dude, you have like there's no way you're 12 years old. You got like the lowest voice ever. Like I was just going to imagine like seeing you like being like younger than my youngest boy and be like, hey, how's it going? I'm sorry. It's 4 a.m. Did I mention that? It's 4 a.m. And my brain is processing that.
I'm not trying to bore you with this, but
no, dude. No. You are not boring me with I'm right there with you. But it was funny because when you said 12, like that was like a squirrel moment, like because it stood out to me because you're like, I'm 12.
Yeah, you're like a 5-year-old with like the Allstate guy voice. Jeez. Yeah. With Aquaman. Okay, with Aquaman, because like Aquaman is like one of my favorites, and people just don't respect the man like they should. But my version of Aquaman, it's gonna be weird because I do want to kind of make him, I guess, Russian. I guess so. Like that being, I looked it up because Russia has like a lot of pollution.
Okay.
So I just felt like it kind of makes sense to put him there. Plus, I don't think we ever seen Russian Aquaman. Was he like in Red Sun, or was that just Batman and Superman?
Let's see. Well, it was Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. We did see Wonder Woman. And I think that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let me hold on a second. Hold on. I think that was it. But it's been I just watched the movie. I know he's not in the movie. Hold on a second. But it's been a long time since I've read the comic. Let's see. Red Sun. I'm just going to look up.
Because with this, I want to like
this kind of this kind of looks like fan art. I don't think that this is no, it's basically Batman,
Superman and Wonder Woman.
Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and see, I'm looking at a toy thing. I so want a Superman Red Sun action figure, but yeah, there's like this toy set, and it's got the U.S. version of Superman had the U.S. on him, and so I don't think there is a Russian Aquaman. Yeah, I don't think so.
There we go, and like he's gonna have like these like fish tattoos and all over him and stuff.
Yeah,
that's where Aquaman is, and like there's gonna be like this like Aquaman team that searches for Aquaman, and they're like mercenaries, and they search for like weird people, I guess.
Okay,
and it's like on their top of their list, and their leader, his call sign is and that's where Black Manta is gonna fit in.
Gotcha.
I might just keep the helmet because like you can't replace the helmet.
Oh, dude, the helmet's iconic, man. You gotta.
But so I came on here to ask because I think I got everybody, or like my version of it. And like real quick, my Batman. Like when Bruce was young, he and Arthur were like friends, but like they were kind of like opposites even at like the age like 5. So like Bruce was like rich and everything, but like after the parties and stuff, he would go with like he would go to Arthur's house, which he was in like a poor neighborhood. He would go to Arthur's house and they would have conversations about how they would switch shoes and stuff. And like as they grew older, of course, what happened to Bruce happened, and Arthur went down a very like loony road, and like eventually he's gonna turn into the Joker. I haven't decided that because the Joker is definitely a like a hardcore kind of like messed up character. Is everything good?
I don't know, man. I heard that was weird. I just heard like I got these headphones on,
right?
And it's just me and Tiff, and I like heard something. I thought I heard something outside the door, and it kind of freaked me out for a second. Sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta go back and watch that, like my reaction to that, because like I'm listening to what you're saying, and like I'm totally into it, and then I'm like, "The heck was that?"
Yeah, I noticed. Okay, I hope
like
I hope nobody's sneaking in.
Right. Like, well, because I was like, yeah, all right. So I was listening. Like if my boys were here, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But I was like, what the heck was that? All right. But yeah, no Aquaman and Red Sun. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, only Green Lanterns. That's what it was. See, I was trying to remember what it was. But yeah, it's Green Lanterns. Yep.
Because like I was trying to be original, but also stay faithful at least in some parts.
Ryan Hartwell. That's funny. Russian Aquaman. In Soviet waters, fish eat you.
Fish eat you. Yeah, this Aquaman is gonna be pretty scary. Kind of like Jason Momoa. Like he's scary to look at, but like he's like at his heart, he's a very like humble person. Right? Mm-hmm. My Aquaman is pretty like he's like if he wants to kill you, he's going to murder you. Type
yeah.
So, but I came here to ask, because I didn't know that you were that big of a Superman fan. And how
really? Okay, yeah.
And also the pastor thing, that's really good to hear. It makes sense. Yep, there it is. So I came here to ask. I saved him for last because for me, I don't know how to properly like write him. Because I got everybody down. I know what to do with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as Superman goes, like what do you think is like the right way to go? Because like I know so far he's the kid from Kansas, right? And for me, so far the story, everybody is a hero, or like the world kind of knows everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like Flash, or they don't know Flash, they call him like the Red Devil, and like Wonder Woman, Batman, and Aquaman, they know about them, but Superman is going to come like kind of at the very end before they meet each other, which is kind of different because usually Superman is like always the first guy.
Yeah.
So the reason why I choose Superman to be last because you can't bring him to like bringing himself like because like both of his fathers kind of warned him about it, and they told him that society. Well, let's just say like his space dad told him that Earth is going to like a Man of Steel, like they're going to join you in the sun.
Yes.
And then Earth dad is more like you could show yourself, but the world is not going to accept you immediately. So with both of those, because like he respects them both, so like he can't really choose which one. So he needs to like decide, because like he has all his powers. He knows he's a Kryptonian. He knows he can do all this stuff, and like he helps people silently. But like there's moments where there was like a building on fire, and like he really wanted to help, but then the firemen came, so he no longer. Like it was kind of like a weight lifted off his chest. Like he didn't need to expose himself yet. So I wanted to ask you, how do I like properly like put Superman in the public eye, sort of like blue suit and everything?
Okay. Well, so a couple things, man. I mean, like one, I would tell you, it's your story,
right?
Right. So it's not a cop out. And I'll give you my thoughts. But read some Superman.
Yeah, I have like comics for everybody trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best thing you can do at first. Read the character, right?
Yes.
until you feel that I can point you the same way that I pointed who was it? I'm trying to remember. My brain is because I've been online for so long. Gentleman who was just on just a little while ago, Blaze. Remember? Anyways, Blaze. When he was asking about stories, right? Yeah. And so those are my favorite stories of Superman. But you may tap into something else from a different time period or something that speaks to you. Everybody has like a different when it comes to Superman, everybody has a different take on what Superman should be.
Right.
For some people, Superman should be, that's why I found myself in the middle of the issue that one of the reasons, because going back to the people that I've been arguing with, apparently for the last 2 months, they have a different take, right? And so they don't want to see the Snyder cut. They don't want to see that version of Superman, right? They want to see this very bright version, right? So you look at the difference between how the world responds to Superman in, say, the Christopher Reeve movie, right, in 1978, and how the world responds to Superman in Man of Steel. Okay. And then you look at like what kind of story you're telling. When is it set? How is it set? Because in the 1978 film, they've got Superman literally showing up. He catches a jewel thief, right? And just kind of brings him down and he flies off. And then like he starts going after bank robbers and stuff that first night that, Superman's working, and the world just goes, yay, look at this guy, right? He's saving cats and trees and he's doing, like all this, Superman like stuff. And the world just embraces him because even back in the 70s, it was a more simple time. And that's how they portrayed it.
Yeah.
In our time, people are much more cynical, right?
Yeah, they overcomplicate a lot of just simple things.
Absolutely, man. They overcomplicate things and they overthink things, and so and not only that, but also they're much more guarded because honestly, dude, like we can say that they're just being cynical, but like if tomorrow we woke up and there was a dude who had the powers of Superman that revealed himself, that's a lot of stuff. You got to remember, because with Superman, it's not just like a guy with it's not just a superpower, it's an alien story. That's what I love about Man of Steel. It's an alien story. It's a first contact story because it's the evidence of aliens.
Right? Yeah, that's what I wanted to include more too, because like, yeah, he's our hero and he does all these things for us, but like people forget that like this guy is from outer space. So I do wanted to, make that more relevant, especially in this suit, because like I'm redesigning all these guys too. Mm-hmm. So I might just send you some on Instagram if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Send me. I'd love to see it. But so as much as Superman is the superhero part of it, right? Yeah. We have to be careful because like if you got to decide what kind of story you want to tell. Are you telling a feel good story that can overlook that aspect, of the Superman story or any of these characters, right? Of like how the world actually is would react to them in the real world, or are you telling a story that you're just wanting to tell a feel good story that just portrays these characters, because that'll also help determine how you look at it. But if you're telling a really well grounded, realistic take based on our world today, you got to include those fears, right? Because I know, man, if I woke up tomorrow and there's a dude like flying around and had superpowers, I would be freaked out.
Yes, I think everyone, because like what's going on with the virus and stuff like that,
dude.
Like this
we would think it was the end of the world.
Yeah, we would just look around like, what is going on this year?
Social media would blow up.
He would be everywhere.
He would be everywhere. There would be all kinds of concern. Like this is where when people give Batman a hard time in Batman v Superman, I go, what is wrong with you people? Like seriously, like this would be freaky. And especially if it happened the way it happened in Man of Steel, where like half of Metropolis got taken out. That's some major concerns right there, you know? Yeah. And basically you're taking the word for it. Like, first of all, like the average person didn't know what happened on the day that Superman fought Zod. It's not like they could just clearly see, oh, there's like one good guy fighting all these like bad guys from the same planet, right? All they know is there's a big giant spaceship and there's like a dude in blue as opposed to a guy in black. And I guess when it's all done, the dude in blue won and everything went away. And that dude in blue just told us that, you know, like he's the good guy.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, like, all right. Sure. So I would start there. Like I said, I would read some comics. I would determine what type of story I'm wanting to tell, if I'm wanting to tell a feel-good story or a realistic story, and then kind of craft that. I personally, the thing that you need to decide is, are you going to make Clark your main person with Superman being the facade? Or are you going to make Superman, the persona of Superman, be the main focus and Clark is his mask to hide in society?
Definitely a mesh of both, because I know eventually he's gonna put on the suit, and eventually when the league comes together, like they're gonna have Brainiac. But I'm like that later. But he becomes Superman, and not everybody, but mostly people start to like him more and like appreciate what he's doing. That's when he realizes that Superman. And another thing about my little version is that I'm gonna try not to say their hero names as much.
Okay.
Because I kind of want to like make them as like relatable as possible. So if I'm talking about Wonder Woman, you know, like if they're talking on comms, or like if they're in like a meeting, to me it just doesn't make sense for, you know, Flash to call Cal or Clark Superman all the time, because like they're best buddies. So like they would call each other Cal or Barry or Diana or Bruce.
Sure.
So when eventually he puts the suit on, he's gonna realize that people only know him as Superman. People only know him as, you know, the guy who can't be killed. So
that's good.
Eventually, when he loses to Lex or Doomsday, or like whenever whatever I decide, when he loses, he's gonna feel like his credibility is going down. So like the next time he comes back, you know, he's gonna have to earn their trust back, because like people are like, well, you lost that last time. How can I trust you to save my child this time? You know?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where my version of Lex is gonna come in. So like, like your hero couldn't save this guy, but like I can save you. And like my Lex is gonna be very similar to Lex in BVS. I think last time I said how much I love that Lex.
Yeah.
But like he's gonna be a very, very maniacal dude. He's gonna be behind the scenes, and like honest, he's not really gonna be a bad guy. He's just trying to be Metropolis, I guess, true hero is what you would call it, and like Superman's in the way. But yeah, Superman is gonna definitely deal with all that stuff, like him trying to prove himself constantly because he wants humanity to accept him, or like he wants humanity to accept Superman. Right?
Yeah.
But he keeps forgetting, and like he keeps, I guess, like not thinking about Clark at all. So he sometimes he even wears this suit too much, so he finds himself just floating in orbit, just thinking about, you know, like what else could I do? Because I've pretty much been everywhere, and I've seen everything, and you know, eventually that's when he's going to stop being Superman. And I'm not sure if there's a storyline like that before, where like he stops being Superman mysteriously, but I'm gonna have to search for it.
Yeah, I think there are. I think there's some various storylines that tie into that kind of idea, but yeah, I would read some comics, man. Like seriously, like find what it is that about Superman that you connect with, and
Right.
then move forward with that, because I think that's gonna do the best for you.
Definitely. I think
Going forward.
everyone should be scared at first because, like, imagine like you wake up in the morning and
Mhm.
that Zod thing that was on the TV. Like,
Mhm.
imagine that being on every like computer screen and stuff like
Oh,
that.
dude.
We would be on
Oh my
fire.
gosh. I would be so scared as a human being to have to deal with something like that. So yeah,
Yeah.
man. It's freaky. It's
It
freaky
makes
for
it more
sure.
scary. Like, he's not even being aggressive. Like, he's just talking to you. That
Dude,
makes it more scarier.
for sure. For sure. For sure. Well, hey man, thank you for coming on tonight. I hope that helps a little bit for you, and I hope that you do well. And yeah, man, show me what you got going, man. I'd love to see your designs and like what you come up with, because I think that's just awesome. I mean, like me as somebody who, there's a lot of things that I can do, but one of the things I can't do is I'm not very good at drawing at all. And so when I see people who can do stuff like that, that excites me, because I see people who are just talented in just different ways, and so I appreciate that for sure, bro, for sure.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, man. Well, hey, you have a wonderful night, and thank you for coming on tonight.
Thank you.
All right, man. All right, we'll talk to you later, Astro.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna go to Geeks and Cosmic Entertainment. Here we go.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good. And you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. I'm here. I'm talking to you, bro, and I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. How's the channel going?
It's been good. Took a break today. But I've been doing good at it. I'm getting like a lot more subscribers now.
Okay.
And I like to talk about this a thing that you talked about with Dave on the Film Junkie about Zach doing animation.
Yeah.
I can see that part happening because Zach did a few animations in the past with the Superman shot on the 75th anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
He did with Bruce Tim, and also HBO Max has announced that they're doing an Aquaman animated series with Jason Momoa and James Gunn producing. It was announced like last year when they were doing the HBO Max reveal.
Okay.
That's how I can see them going heading into that direction, into animation in the future. And I think it's a good idea to see that.
You think it's a bad idea to do that?
I think it's a good idea.
Oh, it's a good idea. Okay. So you think it's a good idea? Yeah. You know what? My thing is, I know that there's some people who feel very strongly about this, like one way or the other. Like they feel very strongly about the very idea of doing animation, and they don't want animation at all. I don't necessarily have a problem with animation. I definitely prefer that they do live action, but also I understand that for some of this stuff, animation may be the only way that we get a lot more stuff than what we have now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
like the Batman stuff.
Yeah, so so I'll be honest with you, I would it's not that I'm jumping to say it's not like I want a bunch of animation, but animation could be really cool too. And I think that I think what I think? I think that if if we actually saw the animation, people would come around.
I think they will like it. Zach is no stranger with animation.
Nope. And so
He's done it like a few times.
Yeah. And so I think that once people saw the animation, like they may fight it, but once they saw it, I think that they would say, oh, you know what? This isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Or I'm not, you know what? I'm not really worried about this the same way that I was before.
Yep. I think they gotta test it with Aquaman, like that miniseries we gotta do before the sequel.
What's that?
I think they gotta do that with Aquaman before the sequel, like a filler story to do that to test the waters to see how it do.
I don't know. I don't know if they'll do I don't know if they'll do that. I don't know. You know, like what property would they do? You know what I mean? Like to test the waters. You know, like I don't know. You know, so you got to find the right property to do that with. You know, and it's gonna be tricky to figure out what is and what isn't. You know, so you know, like what would work and what would not work, because Aquaman would be a good one because of the underwater stuff. You could probably get away with animation that way.
And plus the Amazonian one would actually look like that too.
Yeah.
And that's all I can just remember that we called from the HBO Max reviewing that talking about that.
Yeah, I hope, you know, I would like to see some animation on there because I think it would break up you know, if they're doing some live action, if they're doing some animation, you break it up, right? You know, and maybe you put some of your lesser known stuff into animation, and you know, or even vice versa. You know, maybe some of your lesser known stuff you make in the live action to get some stuff into live action for the first time. But then you put, you know, some of your bigger stuff that would take more money, you know, to make, you put that into an animation so that you save some money and you're still able to continue these stories. Because look, if they got Henry Cavill to voice Superman in an ongoing series based after, you know, or based upon these characters, you know, in the DCEU, I'd be down. I'd watch it. And
I'd be fine with it.
Yeah, and I know there's probably going to be people who are going to say, I wouldn't watch it. I don't want that. I don't want that. Well, sorry. You know, like to me, it's just really not that big of a deal. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really understand why everybody's making such a big deal about it.
That'd be cool either way.
What do you think, Matt Jarbo? You're in here giving me a hard time for still being awake. What do you think of animation? But yeah, no, I don't know what the big deal is, man.
Get his thoughts on it.
Yeah, I don't know what
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I think it could work. I think that you know, animation and DC have always gone hand in hand. You know, like even in the times where people have mocked DC's live action stuff, they have always given props to DC's animation departments and what they put up.
I like all of their movies and animation and the live action.
Yeah,
I have basically all of them, except for the newer one that came out recently. Like Red Sun, that's the only one I haven't seen yet.
Okay. Yeah.
That's all.
So I definitely think it could work, man. I definitely think it could work.
I can see it happening.
Yeah, me too. I could see that'd be a way that they would go. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I mean, you're gonna have animation. Have some animation. Look what Gungaga says, for example. Point says, "What other media would you like to see Zach's DCU and animation is one? What about games? Absolutely, games. You know, like I want games. I want you know, I got enough toys. I'd love more toys. I'd like some DCEU toys. You know, but I mean, as far as like media, you know, I mean, yeah, you got animation, and animation is the easiest one. Video games is another one because you can flesh out some stories that way. But I because I'm not a huge gamer, that wouldn't really excite me if they're like, hey, there's a DCEU game. I'd be like, oh, okay, that's fun. Somebody's going to enjoy that and like it. And I would later hear about what the story was. But you know, like I may play it because I do get into games, you know, every once in a while. Like I find a game and I play it till I beat it and then I'm done. You know, but you know, I don't know. At this point, I'll take anything.
Me too.
Pretty much anything, man.
I can see it like the tie-in comics, but into animation, like tying in into the live action movies. Instead of the books. That's
Yeah, man.
I can see.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. That's good stuff, man. Not a lot of people are bringing up the animation aspect of it and like what it would look like. And I think that's the question we asked. What does animation look like in DCEU?
Yeah.
Do you pick just one character? Do you pick multiple characters and do it as a Justice League series? Do you pick some obscure characters maybe and do it as like a lower tier Justice League series?
The relevance problem.
Oh, well, you know what? Here's an interesting take on it. Gungaga says like maybe a prequel short on how Jimmy Olsen got into the CIA. What if you did these little prequel things or like these little like side stuff, almost like the Animatrix. We talked about the Animatrix before, where like there's these side stories within the Matrix story. What if we got animation about different characters that don't feature prominently, but yet we learn more about them, you know, stuff like Jimmy Olsen, right? How did Jimmy Olsen get into the CEA? What is that relationship? You know, maybe you do something about Alfred, right? Do something about Jeremy Irons, Alfred. I see. I knew that pull Cylon Scotty out. Cylon Scotty's out there. Yeah. I had a feeling. As soon as I said it, I was like, I wonder if Cylon's still on. And it's like, there it is, baby. There it is. He loves that. But yeah, I mean, that would be I think that would be cool. I think that'd be cool to get like these little side stories that, you know, because that's what the Animatrix was. Was. It was telling these side stories of these characters that or these, you know, events and different things that we didn't get to see before. So yeah, man, I'm always looking out for you, Cylon. McLovin says Enosh is a cybernetic organism, no sleep. That's what I don't know. That was a really bad robot changing sound, I guess.
I think it's better than I can do it.
Yeah, I dig it, man. I dig it.
Yeah.
I think that it could work. You know, just how you do it, you know, like do it well. You know, and here's I tell you what I don't want to see. Don't want to first of all, do not do it in the style that they just did Thundercats in.
Oh no.
Like some kiddie cheesy, you know, thing. Don't do it. Don't do it like Teen Titans Go. Don't do it like Gumball. Don't do it like all those, you know, those animations.
Yeah.
And don't do it anime style. I know. Look, and this is nothing against people who love anime because
I don't like that style either.
There's nothing wrong with anime. I there's actually a couple of animes that I really like, but I don't want to see that done either. I would rather have like a better, just well drawn series.
Him style probably.
What's that?
Like the Bruce Timm style of DC?
No, I don't want to really. I don't really want to see the Bruce Timm style either, because Bruce Timm, it's very boxy. It's very the action figures. I wouldn't want to see those kind of action figures. Like they've got the new 6-inch action figures. I've got the Batman. I've got the Green. Actually, I got the Green Lantern right here. I still got to open it. But see how like he's very boxy, right? See, like I don't want. I get it that's Bruce Timm's versions and stuff, and so I understand why they look that way. But I wouldn't want the Justice League like if they did figures, then they do them like this. You know,
It will look weird with the voices.
Yeah, I'd rather see them do just kind of like just normal renderings of them, and just kind of go from there.
That's how I draw like with him. I don't how to draw like that boxy way. That's the easiest way to draw.
Yeah, just give us something straight up. Let us like it, and we can go on. Well, hey man. That's some great stuff. Nobody else was talking about that tonight, so I appreciate you coming on and
You're welcome.
Talking about the animation for sure, man, because that's good stuff. All right,
and congrats again with the way fishing stuff.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you guys support me, and I'm thankful. Geeks. I've seen your tweets and your supports of the tweets that have gone out and the different things, that have happened. And, I appreciate your support, bro. I see your stuff. I appreciate your comments and the things that I've seen you comment on and do, over social media. It means a lot to me.
You're really welcome.
Thanks, man. You keep doing what you do. All right. And keep up with the videos and just improving what you do.
I will.
All right, man. You take it easy. You have a good night, okay? All right, buddy.
You too.
All right, man.
Good night.
Bye-bye. All right, good night. Okay, so Gagaga, I'm going to address this with you. No Batman Ninja for Enosh. Sorry. Just can't do it. All right, so Devonte is going to be Devonte is here. And he's been waiting the longest. And Devonte, I want to give you my full attention, and I want to be able to pay attention when I'm doing this. So I need to take a couple minute break, if you know what I mean, so that I can give you my full attention. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do, guys, is I want to show you, if you haven't seen this on the channel yet, about 2 years ago, I had the chance to go to WB, the WB backlot in Burbank, California. And they had a great exhibit of a lot of the costumes of Justice League. So I thought that this was a fitting thing. I'm going to show this little clip real quick, and then I will be right back. So Devonte, sit still, buddy. I'll be right back, and we will talk about what you want to talk about. All right. So here is this, and I'm going to put this on. And I will be right back as soon as I get this. Hey everybody, Enosh here, and we are looking at some pretty cool stuff here at the Warner Brothers lot. I got my good pal, The Flash, right here with me. As always, Aquaman, my man. Over here we got, Aquaman's main squeeze, Mira, looking good. In case you were looking for him, I found him. All of the mother boxes, as you can see. And of course, here's the one near and dear to my heart, Mr. Henry Cavill, Superman himself. Oh, this looks so good. Over here on this side, let's check this out. I'm Batman. Got some cyborg action going on over here. And I love this place. I could live here. Hippolyta. Very nice. Got some Steve Trevor right there. Look at this stuff. Well, folks, this has been really cool, and this is just one of the stops on the tour. But check this out. There she is, Wonder Woman. But she's not as great as my Wonder Woman, the lovely Tiftastic. Now that's a background that I got to get for the show. So cool. So if you're like me and you appreciate all things in the DCEU, you're going to love this. I got some close-ups of all of the costumes. These are actual screen-worn costumes. So these were actually in the movies. They also had a great comic book selection, over $1 million worth of comic books. Here are some of the things from The Flash in Justice League, and a close-up of his symbol here, and a close-up of Batman. I got close-ups here of the chess pieces and of Wonder Woman's costume, and you can see just how cool these things are. They only give you 20 minutes in this place, and you're supposed to do both DC and Harry Potter? I mean, come on. Check that out. So I'm going to find out what house they get put into. Here we go.
Your cunning is matched by few. Yes, no question here. You belong in Slytherin.
Slytherin. Oh boy.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe, featuring densely populated havens of relative safety, governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one.
So I was really bummed to find out that I belong in Slytherin, but I got to see all these really cool costumes and props from Harry Potter, along with the DCEU props and costumes as well. This is a really cool part of the tour where you get to get out and experience some of these things close up that you've seen in the movies. And that's what this tour is all about, is seeing things from the movies and TV shows that that you normally wouldn't get to see. And yeah, that was a good time. I hope you guys enjoyed that little taste. You can find that video right here on the channel. All right, guys. So without further ado, I would like to welcome back to the Poindexter Lounge a very special guest. I always love his excitement. I always love his energy. Welcome with me, Mr. Devonte.
How's it going, man?
Good, man. Thank you for your patience, bro. I really appreciate you, man.
No problem, no problem. So today, okay, so I want to bring up like 2 things I want to talk about. So today,
Sure.
I was watching the live stream with Film Gob, right?
Yeah.
And so I was thinking, you know how like with like Jody's Corner and Andy Signore, and how they've been going against like Ray Fisher.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, very aware.
I'm not. If this kind of gets too personal, if you feel like we'll change the subject, but do you feel like Andy is like you feel like Andy has like a personal stake in this kind of, in the sense of like, so you remember like the whole allegations about him with the Me Too movement, and then it came out years later where he revealed texts and stuff that actually debunked all the claims, but the damage was done. Do you think that's why he's kind of going against this? Because like it's kind of the same, it's kind of the same thing, but it's like, you know what I mean? It's in the same vein.
Well,
With
it's
the
yeah, it's interesting, Devonte, because you know, they've made it out to be this thing where like try to act like I tried to cancel Jody, right? And I didn't try to cancel Jody. Nobody tried to get Jody off the air. Nobody tried to get Jody off of his thing. You know, they're trying to make this big deal and say that like, well, you know, we made all these allegations. We're saying this thing. It's like I told him, I said, this is what I heard, right? Like I was doing the video, like the live stream, just like I am now, you know, and I was playing the audio and I heard that. And that's what I said. They're acting like I planned this thing out, like I had some kind of plan to you know attack Jody, you know, and then it's like, and then they're
I'm sorry, I meant to like to be clear, like I wasn't talking more about Jody. I was talking more about like the Ray Fisher versus like Joss Whedon. That's kind of feel like, because like it's kind of like really polarizing how like they're like how like the like defensive they're getting, and I wondered if that's like if he's like kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, so that spills over into the stuff that I'm doing too, because like I get what you're saying. Like Andy seems to be taking a lot of stuff very personally. And so I get that. And so like, but that's the thing, is like that spills over. That's what I was trying to say, is like that spills over into like the thing that ended up happening with me and Andy. Right. And that is the fact that like, look, when something happens to you, you get defensive. Okay. I've been through some things in my life where it came to a point where like I got defensive with people about stuff. Right. But you know, you gotta sometimes stop with the defense. Right. There's a quote, and I believe it's a Mark Twain quote. At least it's been said that it's Mark Twain. Who knows if it's really Mark Twain or not. Right. But it says, never defend yourself. Your friends don't need it, and your enemies won't believe you anyways. So that's a hard thing for us to do sometimes, because we want to defend ourselves. We want to, you know, we want to make things right. You know, when something's wrong.
We want to be in the right sometimes, and sometimes we're not, and stuff like that.
And so I'll say about that, because you know, because yeah, man, we're you know, we're stomping out the hate. You know, we're gonna just there's some other things going on with that whole situation right now, because of some stuff that happened this last Friday night with that situation. And I just I feel that it's really easy to get caught up in that. And I feel that Andy, he's just one of those people who gets caught up easily in.
I feel like honestly,
drama.
when it comes to him, I feel like he's just like, I feel like we're kind of like it's kind of weird to say, but I feel like he's just kind of like, he's still trying to like kind of heal from, because like that did a lot to him.
Yeah. No, I get you. And I said this, and we'll get on to your next thing, but I said this Friday in my statement, when I was just like, hey, here's what I got to say. Right. Let's move on. Right. Like, I don't want to get into, like, it's too easy to get into this round and round thing where it's like, you say something, I say something, you say something, I say something. Right. Like, I'm confident in myself, Devonte. You know what I mean? Like, you know me. Like, I mean, like, obviously we don't know each other personally. Right. But you've watched the channel, right? I've had you on a couple of times now. Right. Do you feel that I treat you with respect?
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like you treat everybody with respect. And I'm like, and sometimes like there are people who, like, you know, like will go against the grain, or like, you know, like sometimes you get a pocket and you kind of check them, but you still do it in a respectful way, to where it's like you're not you're not insulting their character, or like you're insulting their, like, you know what I mean, their personal life and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And so that's what I try to do, man. This is who I am, right? Like I don't try to act like somebody else a lot of times, you know. Now, am I perfect? No, I'm not perfect, right? And so, you know what? There's going to be times where you're going to find that, like, I did a little something like I know that they ran an expose on me on Friday night on Jody's program. I didn't really want to say
Mhm.
his name just now, but it's 5 a.m. and I'm tired.
Mhm.
But they ran this expose video on me, right? It's talking about like all the things that I had done bad, and you know, and they had me on there saying, you know, like, well, I try not, you know, I don't say mean things about people, right? And then like
Mhm.
they found something that I retweeted that was basically it was a picture of Wonder Woman and Daisy Ridley as Ray, and then a picture of Brie Larson. And under Wonder Woman, it said likable. Under Ray, it said likable, and then under Brie Larson, it just said Brie Larson, right? It's just a, you know, yeah, right. You just chuckled
It
about
was
that.
yeah, it was.
But like, here's the thing: is that, you know, looking back, could it be construed as being? I mean, I don't see that as an attack on somebody. You know what I mean? What I see as attack, and like they were comparing it to basically what had happened to me, where you know the guy basically got in front of a camera and basically talked about doing things to me that were pretty disgusting, you know, in nature. And I just, so I don't understand. And Devonte, I've been called a racist. I've been told that the only reason I'm involved in this whole thing is because you know, I'm a racist and I just want to cancel people. I want to cancel both, you know, both these guys, you know. And then I'm just this horrible person. And but the thing is they're going after this thing. I think that Andy may have had it in the back of his head the whole time that like they didn't really want to believe Ray Fisher, you
Mhm.
know. And maybe you may be honest. I don't know. I can't speak for Andy. You know, I can't
Mhm.
speak for Andy. I can't speak for Jody. I've really learned this last week that like I have no idea what's going on in their heads,
Yeah.
because some of the decisions that they're making and some of the things that they're saying, I'm like, what is this? Like you know, Jody's statement on Thursday, where he just went off, you know, and made his, you know, whole thing where he faked like he was gonna leave YouTube and then came back. Which by the way, no, he didn't get anybody with that. He didn't trick anybody with that. We didn't think that he was leaving. You know, that was a big thing. Oh, they thought I was leaving. I fooled them. No, we didn't. We didn't buy into that. He's got too much invested, so there's no way that he was going to leave. And nobody wanted him to leave. That was the thing. Nobody wanted him to leave.
Mhm.
But the thing is like he made that statement and he was like all over the place, dude. He's like talking about every race of people, then and like opening up, saying like all kinds of weird stuff. And it's like, okay, you know, it is what it is. But that's all I'll say about that is like I don't know what's in their heads. I don't know why they do, but I said it in my statement. Hurting people hurt people.
Yeah.
So
I agree
people
with
lash
that.
out when they've gone through things. You know, they have a tendency, I think, sometimes to latch on to people who are going through things, and then all of a sudden their clarity of mind goes out the window sometimes, and they just want to um you know, they see things in a certain way, and sometimes that's clouded, you know. But
Mhm.
so that's that.
Yeah. Okay, and so my next subject is so did you hear about Ray Parker? Or
Ray Park, yeah, man. Whew.
Yeah. And
Dude.
so it's crazy. Like, and like one thing that really kind of threw me off was so I was like, man, this can't be too bad. And then I heard about like the whole what it was. I was like,
Yeah.
oof. And so I decided to like take a quick look at his Instagram, and like Ray Park is kind of, I don't know, I don't know what it is, but it's like if I feel like people just like right now, like this year has just been like it's just been waning on people, and you can like see it like mentally and physically. Like Ray Parker is like sporting the dad bod, because I remember like I remember like it like as far as like last year,
Mhm.
Mans was in shape and everything, and so I'm just like, you know what I mean? I don't
I hear
know
you, man.
because I've heard like all kind of things from like he was either hacked or like somebody like it was revenge, whatever,
Mhm.
and like or like his wife cheated on him and stuff, and he's going through some stuff, and it's like I don't know what's going on, but like it's very I don't know, just it's like I'm not like too concerned, but it's like it's kind of the reaction it's getting that's really kind of like I
Well,
guess
it's
that's
weird,
really
man. It's weird, you know. It's all over the place. So I had thought about doing a video about it, you know,
Mhm.
just because it was news. But then like Matt Jarbo did one.
Mhm.
He's actually done a couple. And I don't know if he's still in here. I don't know if he's still listening or if he's, you know, if he left. But uh but the thing is I don't know what to think about all this stuff because like I said, Matt Jarbo, when he did his video, he presented some stuff and then he said, you know, at first, you know, hey, I think that Ray Fisher, you know, like something may not be right here, you know, whatever. And then it was like
Mhm.
Ray Fisher's wife came out and said, you know, that the kids weren't involved, like they had said, you know, because somehow they had said that the daughter had said all this horrible stuff about, you know, Ray. And
You mean
then
you mean Parker?
yeah, Ray Park, yeah. And then yeah, there's all these Rays, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
About Ray Park. And so then because they had said that his daughter said all this, you know, nasty stuff about him and stuff, but then they came back and they said that that wasn't true. But then it turns out that the video is of Ray in whatever capacity. I haven't seen the video. I didn't seek the video out, you know.
Like from the snippet I saw, like 'cause I didn't go find it. Basically, I just read an article and it just had like like the little thumbnail or whatever of like a video on Instagram.
Gotcha.
So it's his wife giving oral, I guess. But like my thing is I just really want to know if it's like how did how did it get there? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is it like, because it's like, cause she's over here like saying that he might have been hacked, or it's like I remember seeing a statement from her or something like that. But it's just like, I'm just like, honestly, like, I just hope he's okay.
Me too, man. Me too.
Yeah, because
You know,
like,
I hate to see that. You know, like, look, man, people deal with mental issues, you know,
mhm.
a lot, and that kind of stuff after a while can and I'm not saying that he has mental issues. I don't know, you know, but the thing is a lot of time. I mean, but if somebody's releasing a video like that on their Instagram, obviously they're not thinking clearly, right?
Yeah, and
They're
it was like, I don't know if it was like, I like everybody's speculating and stuff. And you know what you know what it's kind of, because I heard it was up for like an hour, maybe two.
Mhm.
And so what I think might have been like the case is, you ever fallen asleep and like you ever laid on your phone?
Yeah.
Like it could be as easy as that. Maybe he was just going through his photos or his videos and something, and accidentally just laid on his phone or something like that, or pressed
Yeah.
the wrong button and forgot about it. And I don't
I mean,
know,
it
because
could.
I'm
It could.
I'm trying to give him the bit of the benefit of the doubt. But the main thing is, I see people like, we should just get rid of him, and like we should just let the what's his name, the guy who played Star Killer in the video games, trying to
Oh
think.
yeah. No, Whitwer.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Disney should just let go of Ray Park and then get him to replace it. I'm like, that's kind of like jacked up, like for like a mistake is like for that. I'm just like, it's it's weird because it's like people be like, oh, we should be caring, or we should like give people the benefit of the doubt and stuff like this. But then you have automatically when somebody does something, it's automatically like kind of toss them out.
Yeah. No, well, but you know, that's the thing, man. That's the thing that I said about my whole thing with Andy and Jody, right? Like, I'm not trying to cancel anybody. I don't like cancel culture. I don't like uh to see those kind of things. I don't like, you know, people look, Matt Jarbo. Let's just be straight up and say this, okay? Because people have gone after Matt Jarbo now for a long time. Matt Jarbo did some things in his past that are bad. There's no other way to put it. You can't spin it. You know, there's a couple of videos that's circulating around, or at least one video circulating around where he says some things that are very derogatory, which are just wrong. Okay. Not defending that, but as a man of faith myself, I truly believe in forgiveness. I believe that if somebody is truly humble and truly asks for forgiveness, and not just because they're trying to save their brand, not just because they're trying to save their channel, not just because they're trying to save their cash flow, you know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of like
go away.
Kind of like the guy who plays elongated man. For me, I was like his stuff was like, I was like, are we really gonna act like that's the worst thing we've ever read before? And it's like, and I feel like people forget, when these comments are made and stuff, when we go back and we look at them, Twitter wasn't made that long ago. So most of these things are like from like 2013, maybe 2010.
Yep.
And you're like, were y'all babies or something? Did y'all forget what was going on? Like,
they do,
like
man.
The 2000s, like the 2000s, the mid 2000s, the early 2010s, it was filled with edge, nonsense, and people had thick skin, and we all had like laugh. Like I was laughing because there's a channel called Double Toasted, and they were talking about Juana Man.
Okay.
I'm like,
yeah.
you can never make that movie here. Like right now, you can never move that. You couldn't make White Chicks a move, like White Chicks by Marlon Wayans. You couldn't make that. Like there's like a lot of stuff that you could.
So let me ask you. So let me ask you, as a black man, you don't think that they can make White Chicks?
No, because honestly, when I because White Chicks is, because like there's a lot of cross-dresser jokes in there, and there was like a lot of like kind of like
okay.
transgender.
Yeah,
because you would offend somebody in that group. And like, because there was like a lot of jokes about it. I'm not gonna lie, there was a lot, especially with like the plastic boobs when they got caught by their wives.
Yeah.
And so that's what was like. You can't make some of these jokes now because people have a lot less thicker skin, and we're not as open to the comedy that we had back then.
Yeah. No, I hear you, man. You know, but and that's the thing is like we can't just act like these things didn't exist, you know.
I know, because
I'm sorry. It's frustrating, and it's been frustrating for me this last week because I've basically been told that somehow I'm part of that cancel culture, right? That like I was trying to cancel somebody and get rid of them and stuff like that simply because I heard a word and I felt I just felt like I heard that word, and I didn't think that it was right to say that. But I didn't say like go after him. Like, look, there's a difference between like, Devonte, if you and I are talking and I say something that's kind of derogatory towards you, right? And you call me out on it. But like, if I said something that's derogatory to you and you call me out on it, that doesn't mean that you want like me to be totally destroyed. You know what I mean? I feel like people have such egos and such walls built up that like they act like they can't take a little bit of criticism. Look, if I couldn't take criticism, I wouldn't be on YouTube.
The internet. I want to be on the internet, period, because there's
exactly.
Like
well, look, people are talking about it like here in the chat. I mean, oh my gosh, Geeks Cosmic Entertainment. I wonder how Eddie Murphy is going to do a stand-up on Netflix, man. Can you imagine Eddie Murphy doing some of the stuff that Eddie Murphy did back in the day today?
Bruh, when I was I believe it was the first time I saw Eddie Murphy Delirious.
Oh my God.
Was when I was like I think it was 11 or 12.
Right?
I was just watching. It's like Eddie Murphy. I love Eddie Murphy, and I had just been exposed. I had just been exposed to Beverly Hills Cops, so I said Eddie Murphy. I was like, let me go watch this. Man, I remember I went to school the next day and told them about the hamburger joke.
Oh my gosh.
Mama, can we get hamburger? We got hamburger at home. All the kids, what's that? We got McDonald's. We got McDonald's. What that in your hand? Did my mama hamburger?
Well, well, right. And so hold on a second, because Devonte, here's the thing. So when I was a kid, right, I heard Eddie Murphy, I heard those jokes, right? And then the G.I. Joe goes swimming in the water, right? And all that stuff, right? And you do that stuff. But like I feel like today, if
you couldn't get away with those, you couldn't get away with some of those jokes.
even if you couldn't get away with some of those jokes, like I feel like as a white kid, right? Like I heard all that stuff because I had tons of black friends, Devonte, right? Like I lived in a neighborhood where I had lots of black friends. So if there was like a video of me imitating Eddie Murphy, you know what I mean? Like, and telling those jokes because they were funny. So if I like try to talk in that voice that he did or whatever, am I being racist? You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Like what's the line here? You know what I mean? Like I don't get what the line is anymore because it just doesn't make any sense. Like, look, I get it. I mean, there's some movies that like are just like you look back and you go, who the heck? Do you remember Soul Man?
Oh God. I think I did. I think I saw that because I remember we had went through my grandma's garage and we found a whole bunch of VHSs.
Oh my Lord.
But we was watching a lot. I feel like another thing that I don't think there's a double standard with some of these jokes and stuff. And like you'll see people get mad at like white people or like light-skinned people doing like blackface for like years ago, but then you'll forget that people will laugh when they see Dave Chappelle doing whiteface.
Yeah, and I get it when people say that. Look, I totally get it when people say like it's not the same because blackface was used, in a very derogatory way towards black people, and stuff. And so it's not really the same. So I get it. But I also see though, I mean, and Devonte, you can tell me if I'm wrong. But I see that like some people, it gets made a big deal of, that it's like, oh, this person, like we got to go after them and like totally destroy them and bring them down so that they can't get a job anymore. They can't do anything with their life. I mean, like the dude who played, Dibney on The Flash.
Yeah. I was
like,
having a conversation with my sister and I was like, that's kind of like all the stuff that he said. Like I found out he had depression at that time. Like that's not an excuse though. But like when because me and my sister have went through that, we've gone through depression, so we know what it's like to have like those kind of like weird thoughts and like those weird like saying weird things. Like, and I'm like, especially in because I think he was like, it was like what, like what 2000. It was in the tens. It was somewhere in the tens. And I'm like, do you not remember most of the stuff on like on YouTube, on the internet and stuff like that? Like we were like when Twitter came out. And social media really started jumping with Instagram and stuff like that. Everybody was doing something wild. Everybody was saying something wild. You were either being edgy, funny, or you was just being edgy. And I feel like people forget about that like whole era of the internet.
Yeah, no, and you're absolutely right. I mean, I think you really struck a chord, Devonte, because a lot of people are. This is funny. I want to kind of send this to Matt Jarbo. Matt Jarbo is a figment of your imagination. He is not real. I've had enough talks with Matt Jarbo. He's real. And you know what? And here's the thing: is Matt Jarbo admits what he's done. Look, I don't know if you know what I'm alluding to.
That's the thing. It's like it's different from say, oh, it was like giving like a fake apology, but then when you have like these people like. Here's my thing. If you apologize, that's step one. Now it's time. I want to see your actions. Like I want to see your actions now. That's how you prove that your apology is genuine. Because like you being on YouTube, you've seen all the beauty drama and stuff like that. And then you know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's like crocodile tears and stuff like that. But like there's never any action put into it.
Nope. And that's dude, that is it right there. That's why when somebody sends me a message and says, how can you do a stream with Matt Jarbo? He's a racist. He used the N-word and he was, all this stuff. And I look at it and I go, look, I'm not defending him because he's white, because I don't care. Look, dude, the N-word is a word that I think is disgusting. I don't think it's funny. I don't like the N-word. I don't like anything about the N-word. I feel that like I'm one of those people, like I understand like how certain culture has appropriated.
It's a weird thing because it's like in the black, like when you're like growing up in like a black family and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You like you say it, but like it's supposed to be a term of like family, like, oh, that's my, and like all that, because it's like you're black, and it's like there's something like about being like close to family and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see people who are like out of pocket, like maybe like you see a white person say it and you'd be like, oh, but like, cause like for me, like I remember I have a friend I have a Jewish friend and stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
so when we first, like our friendship really started popping up when we was in high school, I've given the N-word. So he would just jokingly like say it sometimes. And now that he's older, he's kind of like, I don't kind of like, I don't really like it. And I was like, I understand that, but honestly, you're still mine because I consider you a brother. And it's one of those weird things to where it's like it's like I don't know how to say. It's like a multi like layered word. Because sometimes you can be like, you can mean, oh, this this one is, it's like you can use it as an insult, or you can be joking around and stuff to like your friends and your family that are close. But then when somebody outside of it who you don't know or who you like have barely any understanding says it, you're kind of like, whoa, pump the brakes.
Yeah.
And it's like one of those. And it's like sometimes you can get caught up in the moment and you'll hear a friend say it, and then you got to check them because you're like, hey, we're close, but we're not that close. And it's one of the complexities of being black sometimes.
Well, and dude, look, here's my take on it. Like, personally, I don't have to worry about anybody ever finding anything about me saying the N-word or pulling that up or whatever, because I don't say it. I don't feel comfortable saying it. I've got plenty of black friends. I've had black friends around me who've said it. And like you said, they use it as a term of almost like a term of endearment, like of that bond, that friendship or whatever. But that's not for me to say. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I don't have that, and I don't want it. I don't want the power to say it. Just because it's got a connotation that I don't need to be associated with. You know what I mean? And so if somebody else wants to say it, that's up to them. But what I was saying is like, but when Matt Jarbo has a heart-to-heart talk with me, and I hope I'm not sharing out of pocket here, but this is just how I feel, because people have come at me and like Max, on who's here on the stream, who was here earlier, and others, and say like, how can you stream with Matt Jarbo? Because I know Matt Jarbo's heart. Right. If you ask me like, how can I do that? It's because I know where Matt is now, and the thing is I think that we have to be willing to forgive, and see where that goes. And it's like, look, if Matt goes back out and Matt's, using language like that and saying things that are hurtful to people, then we're not going to be around Matt. But that's not just Matt. It's anybody. You know what I mean? Like
I totally
it's literally
agree with that.
anybody. It's anybody. I'll call anybody out. Like, I don't understand this thing. Like this week, like I said, because of the circumstances that have gone on this week with me and certain people. Like, I've been called everything under the book, and I've been told why I feel the way that I feel, and why I said the things that I said, and why I heard the things that I heard, and all this stuff.
And that's one thing I was talking to my sister about with the whole Ralph Disney character situation.
Yeah,
like all this stuff is like, and when he said that it's like, I've changed, and what I said back then I don't condone, and I'm sorry, and I apologize for that. And it's like, so like, how do you know to be sincere? That's the thing. You don't know a person just because you follow a person on Twitter or Instagram and stuff like that, and you think you know them, you don't know them unless you've actually hung out, actually spent time with them, and built a bond. So sometimes when these people say I'm sorry, maybe they don't mean it, but sometimes they do mean it. But we're so quick to criticize and try to try to point the finger and like blame somebody else and condemn other people, that we don't like it when it happens to us, and we forget
Oh
that.
no. Oh no, man. If it happens to us, we want the benefit of the doubt, right? We want somebody to treat us and give us a chance, right? Because we want to be able to explain ourselves and say, hey, I didn't mean to do this, whatever. But the thing is that we got to give that same respect out. It doesn't just go one way.
I used to go to Catholic school, and I remember one thing. There's a Bible verse: "Do unto thou how you would do unto yourself." I'm like,
do unto others. Yep.
That's pretty much how I feel like.
It's the golden rule. That's what it's called. It's called the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And the thing is man, that look, people talk about religion and like all the rules and all this, right? Like that right there sums up pretty much everything that it means to me to be a Christian. Like, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If I'm making a decision and I'm doing something to people, or I have to make a decision about, what's right and what's wrong. If I'm thinking about like, how would I want to be treated? How would I want to be dealt with in a situation? If I would want mercy in a situation, excuse me, then I need to be I got to be willing to extend mercy. We're living in a world right now, man, where it's crazy because people, they don't want to extend grace or mercy to other people. They want to find everything wrong with somebody and basically destroy it, because it's got to be destroyed, right? Like it can't be
Can't exist. It's toxic. But what you're doing is inherently toxic, because you're not giving them a chance to change. And you should always at least give them like 1 or 2 chances, maybe 3.
Well, I said this week, I would rather. Here's the thing. Excuse me. I would rather have someone be able to come back and go, boy, Enosh, they took advantage of Enosh, and they didn't end up respecting Enosh, and they did whatever to Enosh, right? But I tried. Then for somebody to come back and go, this person is this and that, whatever, but Enosh didn't try to be there for them. I went through a situation at one time, and maybe it's because I went through a situation, and this kind of probably wraps up the thought that you had about Andy even. I went through a situation, man, like obviously, you guys, we're pretty open book around here, but like Tiffany and I, you guys know that that's our second marriage, that this is we've been married twice. And we both went through some crappy stuff in the past. And I was going through some rough stuff. And anytime anybody goes through a divorce or a separation or anything like that, look, there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of bad feelings that can be around, right? And because of that, people say a bunch of stuff. And, my ex-wife was hurting at the time. She was mad. She was angry. And I still to this day don't understand why she was. Because she never communicated that. She just picked up and left one day. And we were going back and forth. Well, I had some people in my life where I worked, and it was causing problems because I worked in a church. And obviously, if you're working in a church and you're going through marital problems, there's a lot of focus on that. Okay. And there should be. There absolutely should be. But the thing is my leadership was ready to like kind of dust their hands at me and say, you know what, we're done, right? There's just too much going on here. We're going to move on. That being said, one of the guys stood up and said, hold on a second. What if Enosh is telling us the truth? What if Enosh is giving us the correct information and we're being fed the wrong information? Here's the thing. If we make these kind of decisions, we're going to be hurting a brother who's going through the worst pain in his life right now. That's what I communicated to them, what I was going through. And they said, it's better that we forgive Enosh and give him a chance to prove himself than to just stomp on him right now. And dude, I'm here where I'm at right now, Devonte, because they gave me a chance.
I feel that, man. Because
and that's just real. That's just unreal, man. And I don't know other way to put it. Like, you got to give people a chance. Like look, I'm willing to give. And I say this to anybody listening right here and anybody recording it and going back and talking to anybody. And I know, and I do want to say 187. I do appreciate you, man. I saw your post here. I don't know if I can find it real quick or if I need to even. But he was talking about Jody and he says, look, I'm a member of both of them. And I think that's awesome. He says, besides the drama, I like your work. And I appreciate that, 187. And I hope you see that, like, and I hope that somebody comes over from over there and reports it back to Jody, that it's like, I don't hate Jody. I can't take back what I feel that I hear. Okay. In that recording and all that stuff. And that, that now this is infamous thing. Right. But the thing is like, if you handle something in a proper way, it can go away. Right. Like, if he had come out and said, look, you know what, guys, I understand you may hear this, this may be something that you guys hear, but look, that's not me. And that's not what I said. You know what I mean? And just be humble about it. Right. Like, we live in a world where it's like anytime something happens to us, we feel like we've got to just be like, nope, that didn't happen. And like counter it with like all we got, and like stomp it to the curb, but like, we don't have to do that with everything. That's a lot of wasted energy. Like, if he had come out and he started his thing on Thursday, very calm and collected and stuff. And if you just come out and you say, you know what, guys, this is not me. This is not who I am. This is not what I said, whatever. I would have respected that, even though that I still hear the word. I would have respected that. And I think a lot of people would have respected that. That would have shocked a lot of people, because that's just not his way of doing stuff. But, you got to do that. I mean, you got to handle it that way where you're chill. Look, if the world needs anything right now, the world needs everybody to just chill. Look,
I agree with that.
For God's sake, just chill. Like when this whole thing went down with me, and it's not just this thing, like just everything, guys, just chill. And I found myself, even I say that to myself. I'm not telling you guys something that I'm not looking back at myself, because you know what? I look back at it, and when this whole thing dropped and Ray Fisher tweeted out my video, lot of things going through my head at that point. But the thing is that he tweeted it out, and then when Andy and Jody came after me saying the things that they did and stuff, I got mad. Right. I got mad. And so I put out a video countering what they said. And then they put out a video countering what I said, because they got mad, and then I felt that I had to put out another video, because then it was like, then I was told that I was a racist and all this stuff. So it's like, come on, you know what I mean? Like, this
it's kind of, it's human nature to sometimes go on the offensive, because when you hear somebody talk bad about you, your first instinct is to defend yourself. And sometimes it can get out of hand and you can go too far. And sometimes you got to remember that some things shouldn't be said, because some things can take a situation way past or go way, just like it could, like, because like sometimes like we get so caught up that we end up breaking our personal morals and stuff, and that's never a feeling you ever want to go through. Because I went through that with a friend, and to keep the story short, like I had I was in this mentoring group, and so we were all going to meet up, and one of my friends ended up getting shot, and he died. And so I was reaching out to another friend, and so we were talking to him about his girlfriend and stuff because he was like he was like looking real stressed and stuff. And so he decided to like I guess try to like test if I was okay with this relationship and stuff. And I'm like, bro, I'm not I wasn't in a solid state, and I ended up saying some things about his girlfriend and about him because I was really hurt. I'm like, because I reached out before you even did it, and I was like, why was you like, why, bro?
Mm-hmm.
And so we got into it, and like we were off, like we didn't talk to each other for like like a nice 3 months, and we finally come back and we apologize to each other, and we realize like what we did wrong in that whole situation, and it's never a good feeling going over that, man, and
Yeah.
especially because sometimes you don't know what people are going through sometimes, and that could really affect their mindset and make
Oh
them
yeah.
even go further.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's man, there's just so much. I mean, 187 says, well, first of all, Geeks Cosmics says we're only human. We all make mistakes. And that's things we all make mistakes. Like you said, we all get defensive. We all say stuff. 187 says I'm not recording. Thanks, man. I'm glad. So I don't think I understand this one. Your new Jody plays a lot. I don't know if you mean the video that I put out, the last video that I put out. Oh well, and I do, dude. So he says people made fun of his dead daughter. Do you understand? That's what it's about. At first. Wait, hold on. I clicked on the wrong thing here. Oh no! At first, now it's about the videos. No, you know what, man? 187. I totally get that, man. About his daughter and his dog, right? And but the thing is like I didn't do that. Other people, like other people here at our channel didn't do that. Nobody was saying that about it. Nobody in the group that of streamers that I do these videos with, none of those people did. I didn't see anybody from our group doing that. Now 187 says well, your followers did to him. I'd like to know who, because my followers, people who I know are my followers, my followers are not are not that type. I don't know anybody. There is nobody 187. If you got proof of that, that somebody who follows me, who's not some fringe thing that like just found out about me, or like, or on Twitter or something like that, that just found the channel or whatever, because those people aren't part of us yet. People are coming in and we got to dissect that. But nobody who's been here and nobody who's part of the crew that we have here and that I'm a part of, nobody at any time said that that's okay. And we've condemned that from the very beginning. You don't say stuff like that. And look, even in my statement, I don't know, 187, if you got to watch my statement that I released on Friday, people mocked it, people made fun of it. But if you listen to the whole thing, man, it's from my heart to Jody. That's from me. It's real. I prepared that statement because I wanted to hit everything. I didn't want to get emotional. I didn't want to run off at the mouth. I didn't want to say anything. There's some stuff that is improvised, and then there's stuff that was written down because I had my points of stuff of that. But the thing is, man, is like I talked about that. I talked about all those things. That look, I've lost a dog. I've lost and man, my dog, I love Ripley so much. She was a great dog. She was around for 11 years. She was a beautiful Rottweiler, and she died of cancer. And that's a pain, dude, that I don't feel anybody should go through. But then Jody lost his daughter, right? Jody lost his daughter, and I didn't know that. Like that wasn't something that I was going after. I didn't even know that about Jody. Okay. And so the thing is that like when I got people trying to make it about that for me, that's not what it was about for me. My thing was like, dude, you know, don't do that. You know, as 187 says, not you, Snyder cut people. Okay, well, here's what I ask. When you say Snyder cut people, that encompasses a bunch of people that have the exact opposite viewpoint. Okay, so you're talking about a huge cross section because Zack Snyder lost his daughter as well.
I was about to say that. That's kind of like,
you know what I mean?
The irony wouldn't be lost on me if somebody
exactly
like
the people who have helped with the situation, you know, by giving for suicide prevention and all that stuff, guys, like the irony, like you said, you nailed it, Devonte. The irony would not be lost on that, and I think those people would actually reach out to Jody and want to help him, want to try to help him heal. But see, there's a difference between
I feel like some of those people are like, I'm worried when I say this. I feel like some of those people are trolls.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that I don't think the people who really support Zack Snyder, okay, and that's why I don't believe in this Snyder cult thing, that's a real thing. Because the people who really believe in Zack Snyder and really want this, that are being called Snyder cult. Look, I've been called Snyder cult, right? I've been told that basically I'm the leader of the Snyder cult. That's basically what, you know, Jody tried to insinuate, that I'm their leader, like I'm leading all these people and stuff like that in the Snyder cult. He called me a Snyder cultist. You know what I mean? Like when he first saw my video in his video on Thursday, he pulled it up and he said, "Oh, I know this guy, this ugly guy. Yeah, I've seen him before. He's a Snyder cultist. He's the leader of the Snyder," or I thought he said leader of the Snyder cultist, whatever. I don't want to misquote him. You know what I mean? I don't want to get into that. But see, here's the thing, 187. Is it really Snyder people, or is it just a bunch of jerks out there who, because if they're really for Snyder, they're going to know Snyder's daughter died, and they're not going to go after somebody else whose daughter died. You know what I mean? And I don't think that has anything to necessarily do with the Snyder cut or any of Snyder's stuff, any of Zack Snyder stuff. It's just simply the fact that those are bad people. You got bad people in everything, everywhere. There's fans of Jody's. Look, I have been threatened. I've got the threat right here on my phone. I've received three threats. That's not a guitar thing. 3 threats from people since it started. One telling me that they better not ever catch me outside because they are going to beat the living blank out of me. Okay. A couple other people saying they better not find me, you know, threatening me and my family. So do I say that all of, or do I say that even a big portion, do I blame that on Jody? The only thing I say about that is like, it's easy to organize people against other people, you know. When it comes to Jody, like, I'm not blaming Jody for what individual people do, you know, because I think that I really hope that Jody would come against that. You know what I mean? That like if Jody knew that somebody was saying these things to me, even as much as he doesn't like me right now, that he would say, "No, guys, you know, that's not," well, you know, and even Andy Signore did it, because on their very broadcast, they were doing a live stream, and a guy gave them money, goes by the name of ODB, you know, just like the rapper. Yes, I'm cultured and I know this stuff. I was told that he mentioned the fact that, oh, see, this is his whiteness coming through. He don't know about Kanye. He don't know about that. He ain't got no culture. I got a whole lot more culture than you think. Okay?
But I'm sorry, how do you not know about Kanye? Like, Kanye was
right. Like why do I have to be, Devonte, tell me, do I have to be black to know about Kanye West?
No, like most people know about Kanye. Everybody at least have heard like 808s, 808 heartbeats. Like you've heard you like because Kanye came
Yeah.
out like mid 2000s. You heard like something from Kanye.
Yeah, man. I mean, I know about his name changes where he goes by Ye and Ye and Yeezus.
Hmm.
I know about all that stuff, dude. Kanye's out there in the world, man, doing his thing, and bouncing back and forth between people being ticked off at him. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
when he put on a MAGA hat and was supporting Donald Trump, then all of a sudden everybody turned against him and hated him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he did the Christian thing, and I don't even know what he's doing now. You know what I mean? Like I don't.
The Christian thing, everybody was kind of behind. Like we was
Yeah,
like, oh, it's like a publicity stuff. You actually saw him doing that stuff. Everybody's like,
yeah,
I'm down with that.
yeah. And so, but like I said, so like I was told that I was culture or whatever. So, but this guy named ODB, that he goes by that because that's his initials or whatever. And so he left him a comment, and so like Andy's reading off the comment, and I got the video, but I'm not going to show the video. I don't need to like throw stuff in people's face anymore. You know what I mean? Like I just don't want to do that. But he had that, and he says to him, he gets halfway through the thing, and it says that the guy wishes that I would just go basically kill myself. That if this is what I'm going to do on YouTube, that I should go kill myself. And Andy said, no, we don't want that, and so I'm glad about that. That makes me happy. I wish them all the best. Okay. But Ryan Hartwell here I think says it really well. I kind of lost the comment section here for a second, so I haven't really seen what you guys said. So I don't know if anybody else said this as well. But every fandom has its share of toxicity, whether or not it's the majority, but it's mostly minority, and that's what I'm talking about. Yes, there's going to be super toxic fans. Pelican says, I'm glad you guys are in on this conversation, by the way, in the chat room, because and thank you, Devonte, for spurring this conversation, especially at the end. I think this is a great way to go out. Every single sub of Poindexter are respectful of everyone's opinions, even when we disagree or we have another view of things. Look, I can't speak for everyone because we got almost 10,000 people now. That's awesome.
For me, honest, sorry to interrupt, but for me, I've always been somebody who likes to learn or hear other opinions and stuff. And so it's really nice to like find somewhere where you can express opinions without getting too toxic or calling people out of names and stuff.
Yep. I'm right there with you, man. And then Ambassador Wing, hey, what's going on, Ambassador? Glad you're here this morning. See, I feel like I'm around when you're waking up. But he says no self-respecting person would mock another person losing a child. Sadly, there are those who have no self-respect and they are just cruel. That's true. And you know what? A lot of this is kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
one thing.
Looking into some of this stuff with some of these chat rooms and stuff like that. These are kids who got nothing better to do than troll people and say like the most hurtful things. So it's not like self-respecting actual people. It's a bunch of punk.
That's the one.
Kids.
That's one of the things I wanted to say. When I remember I was seeing this post about how somebody was like, we should probably just get rid of Ray Parker after this whole thing because Disney's not going to let it fly. I'm like, everybody was like, that's kind of like jacked up that you would say that over it. And my response was like honestly, I've seen porn when I was like 11, and it's because I heard it and I was like, it took me like a week to look it up because I kept spelling it wrong. But it's not all that common for kids to get like at that age, like around like 12, 13, to start looking that stuff up because they're getting more tech savvy and getting around their parents. So and one of the things is people are like, oh, kids are angels.
No.
When you hit 12 and 13, that's when the savageness of like that's when they really you can really tell when a person's when the kids start getting really savage and saying a lot of crazy stuff. Are you
Well,
are like
you're old enough to have access to things and to be able to pull things down and get into stuff, but you're not old enough yet to process it all properly and to handle information in a proper way.
Yep.
You know, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting conversation going on. I mean, you know, he says 187 says a Snyder super toxic. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, Zack Snyder himself, how is Zack Snyder toxic? I mean, like all the dude's trying to do is make his movie. He's doing it for free. You know what I mean? Like he's not even, you know what I mean? So like, so I don't know how that is. But he says, no, since people didn't want the movie, that when people went personal, super toxic. So, you know, times change, I guess, you know, I mean, and I don't, you know, here's the thing. I've had people come in, Devonte, and leave messages today about the Snyder cut, right? And they said they were talking about Batman v Superman. They're like, and somebody, this person, I don't know if they're a troll or not, but they said, you know, Man of Steel was awful. It was horrible. It was one of the worst movies ever. Batman v Superman stunk. Nobody wanted to see Batman v Superman. Nobody cared about Batman v Superman after it came out. It's a failure of a movie. And I said, well, how about this? I said, you know, because he said, you know, nobody wants a Snyder cut because, you know, it's going to be the same thing as Batman v Superman and nobody liked that or whatever. And I said, well, look, that's not true because one, people do want the Snyder cut. We're getting the Snyder cut. You can't stop it. 3, the Snyder cut is completely different than what we got before. And
and it's kind of crazy because most people did say BBS, the theatrical cut was bud. It sucked. But then when everybody's like, there's an extended cut.
Yeah,
and then you started seeing everybody started reviewing it, and everybody was like, it's surprisingly better. It's
and that's what I shared, Devonte. That this person was saying that like nobody wants a Snyder cut because Snyder failed in stuff with Batman v Superman. I said, well, no, the studio came in and made him cut out a half hour of the movie. I said, but it's amazing when they released it on Blu-ray and it had the half hour put back. All of a sudden, that Blu-ray sat at the top of the charts for 5 weeks in a row. It was number 1 for 5 weeks in a row. And this person just comes back and goes, nobody bought Batman v Superman on Blu-ray. Well, then you just, if you're just stuck in your own mind, what it is. I mean, the facts are people bought the crap out of that Ultimate Edition.
Yeah, as I remember,
that Ultimate Edition is in a lot of houses.
Yeah, I remember there was a reviewer, I can't remember what his name was, but he had just did one because of like the whole quarantine. He's like, I've heard people tell me to like go check out the extended cut of BBS. He got back, he's like, yeah, it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. Like if you didn't like some of the parts in like the theatrical cut, you're not gonna like them here. But the half hour that they put in there really gives more depth to the story and is more cohesive.
Yeah,
and it goes a long way when a movie is more cohesive and it's not just like you know what I mean, just jumping around.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah, I got one. Sorry, I had one more.
I just wanted to read just a couple of comments and then you say it, and then we'll close up. So Ambassadorial Wing says 187. I do agree. This whole mess needs to just end. And I look, I'm right there with you guys. The only reason I'm talking about it now is because I think we're having a civil discussion, and I like the fact 187 that you're a fan of both. And he said all Jody wants is a Snyder cut fan call out the Snyder cult. The cult made threats to him, so if you're Snyder cut fans, call them out. And we would. We've come against that. You know, I mean, I don't know what else to do, but but Ambassador Willing says, you know, let it end. Both sides need to adopt a live and let live position, end the attacks, and if need be, just ignore the other side. And we all need to kill super toxic fans. Makes us DC fans look bad. I agree with that. So we said Ambassadorial Wing, well said. Darth says, well said, Ambassador. And then, oh, hey, I've been wanting to say hi to Cup and Malik all night because you've had some good stuff. Said Poindexter Lounge, the Snyder cult is meant as a generalization of the whole movement. That is wrong. The generalization is just stupid and wrong. Absolutely. Cup was it Cup and Malik? Cup of Malik. That's the problem, Cup of Malik. You're absolutely right. They're using it as a generalization for the whole group that and he's let it slip out. Like I know that he said that there's a difference, but then there are times where he puts it both together and he says, no, it's all together. It's all Snyder. It's all these people who want Snyder. It's all the people who want the Snyder cut. They're just all this way, and this is what they want. That's not what we want. That's not what the majority wants. That's not even what like a powerful minority wants. Nobody wants somebody's daughter to die. Nobody wants that mocking to go on, and they're not doing it in the name of Snyder. They're not doing it in Zack Snyder's name for sure. So if there's just a jerk out there who's just doing or saying that and trying to troll and trying to do something like that, like I said, that goes both ways. That goes from both sides, and those kind of things need to be squashed. Absolutely. So 187, that's what we would squash that. If I saw anybody in our chat ever say something like that, dude, it'd be over. It would be over. And I better not catch somebody that like I know or that like I'm super close with doing something like that, because Devonte, I would squash that hard. I mean, you talk about making a video, I would have access to those chats and those things, and I would out that person and I would talk about it, that this person said this and stuff in our chat and stuff. And you better hope that you don't have some big YouTube channel, because I would come after that.
Mm-hmm.
Because right is right and wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about some movie. It matters the people who are connected to that movie. And that's it. That's what's up, Jack? He says it's almost 6 a.m. So good morning. I know, man. It is but that's where we're at. And we just need to treat each other good, treat each other with respect, and stop all this mess. Block the hate. Block the hate. 27 says, I'm just saying that I hear Jody. I'm just saying it keeps bouncing around here. Sorry. I'm just saying what I hear Jody talks about when dead kids get involved, game over. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think it's right. I don't think that's right at all. But like they don't have anything that says that I did that, and they just attacked me. Jody attacked me. I mean, they did this big expose on me. They've threatened to dox Max, and reveal his family and who he is. And Max would never, ever, ever think it's okay for somebody to do that to Jody and his family, or about his daughter. Would never support that. Yet they're threatening, that you can't even critique their videos or critique what they do, and that's or else they're gonna go after him. That's doxing. That's actually illegal in most states. Like, it depends on what state you're in, but to say, and Andy Signori even tried to tell him that, and he's like, well, I don't know what doxing is. He says, but we're going to go after this guy if he says one more word. He says, if he even mentions my name again, we're going to do this. Well, that's not helping anything either,
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so what are your closing statements there, bud?
Okay, it's just one question that to end it off. So I know you've probably heard about the new interactive Batman movie, right?
Interactive Batman movie?
So basically what it is, it's if you've ever seen Batman Under the Red Hood, it's an interactive version of it. And basically what it's going to be is, like, from my understanding, it's going to be the movie, but you're going to get to pick like certain choices and stuff that influence the outcome of whether if Jason Todd dies, if he becomes Hush, or if he lives, and becomes, I guess, Red Robin, which I think was really weird. But yeah,
that is
so
weird.
he could either become Red Hood, Hush, or Red Robin that kills people. And so it's an interactive movie. Like, they got the trailer up. It came out like this week or so. Like, and so I was wondering. So I was gonna ask, if you had to pick 3 like DC characters, and if you have any storylines you would like to see adapted like that, what would you want to see?
So 3 DC characters and adapted in a way that
it's like the interactive movie, like an
kind of like pick your own ending kind of thing, like and how the story goes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Man, I'm trying to think. I mean, one would be Superman, obviously, because Superman, right? And that's me. So yeah, I want Superman. As far as story goes, man. The Death and Return of Superman is a great story. It covers about a year, total. I actually have my Sega Genesis game of the Death of Superman, and it covers the whole story pretty well. So it would be interesting to see that, though, and like maybe does Superman come back and make the choice to continue being Superman, or just maybe something kind of change him because the Eradicator put him away and saved him up to use him as a battery or something, I mean,
it'd be a really good ending if you were to put that in there.
What's that?
What if Lois Lane becomes like the dark multiverse Eradicator?
Dude, did you see did you read the dark
I read that comic. I was like, bro,
hold on, guys, just a second. Hold on, just stay right there with that thought. Okay. All right. Right there, guys. You got to read this.
Bruh,
this is so good.
It's an incredible story. It's like one of those. It's like the Dark Multiverse is like a really good retelling of stories.
Yeah.
And it's like, even though the ending is dark, it's like the only one more brutal than the ending and what happened in that book is literally either Blackest Night or the Judas Contract. Oh God.
So guys, what these are is Dark Multiverse. If you haven't seen these yet, I mean, they've been out for quite a while now. But they're basically retellings of certain stories. And this one right here, the Death of Superman, is completely different. It's basically Lois Lane, man. She loses Superman, and they transfer the power
Basically-
of the Eradicator into her, and she gets Superman's powers, and
Yep.
she decides to take matters into her own hands. And oh my gosh, she starts killing people, trying to stop them from succeeding anymore, because Clark is dead. The world needs a Superman. And let me see if I can find. Oh man, check this out. Check out this panel right here. Like look at Lois Lane. Okay. Oh, there we go. Look at her. She has this power. She's going to take over for Superman. And
she actually blames the superheroes. I remember that part. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. She blames the
Because-
that's one of the best panels ever, man.
Not only is it because it's not the original Justice League team from the story, it's the A team of Justice League. So Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern.
Yes, she blames them because they did nothing. That they sat back and did nothing, and she kills them all, including Batman.
She doesn't kill them all, does
no,
she?
doesn't she? I'm looking at
No,
right
she
here.
kills.
She's killing somebody.
No, she kills Batman because Batman tries to like because she for some reason she went to Metropolis and killed the Joker. I'm like, we all know the only reason she did that, right? Am I the only one?
That she killed.
She
Joker?
went to Metropolis. She went to Gotham City to kill the Joker because Batman's the powerless one.
Yes.
Because she didn't go to no Central City. She didn't go to no I forgot where Green Lantern is. She didn't go to nowhere where like the actual superheroes have actual
Coast
powers
City.
that could
Coast City.
yeah. She didn't go nowhere near them. But she sure did went to Gotham City.
Yep.
And then had the nerd. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
She had the nerve to kill Batman and then fly off like oh wow. Wow.
Dude,
oh.
so guys, right here, these panels right here. So these are independent stories. So you can literally just pick up this book and you're good, right? Like you could pick up individual copies of the Black Multiverse or the Dark Multiverse. I'm sorry. But it's called Tales from the Dark Multiverse, and it's awesome, man. And I think they're going somewhere with this, aren't they? Like aren't they? Like, because there's a character. Well, because there's a character in called Tempest.
No, but it was a it was a spinoff book. Basically, it was called Flash Forward, and what had happened is the character was introduced all the way in Sideways, the new character that came after like Dark Knight's Metal.
Yeah.
But basically, it's the equivalent of the Watcher, and so he's able to see both the Prime Multiverse and the Dark Multiverse. And so he sends Wally West into the Dark Multiverse to stop it from spreading into our universe. So all these stories you'll see him talk about. Yeah, that's what happens.
So it's written by Jeff Loveness, penciled by Brad Walker, inked by Drew Hennessy and Norm Ratmond, colors by John Callis, letters by Clayton Cowles, and the cover is Lee Weeks and Brad Anderson. Now here's the thing: if you read and were into the Death of Superman, you remember that Lex Luthor
had hair
in the story was the clone Lex Luthor. They've got him in there. That's how far back they've gone for this story to show this is like a what if this thing had happened. And I'm going to go full screen for this because you guys got to check this out. Right. So I'll be right back to your icon there, Devonte, in a second. So Lois Lane goes and finds Lex Luthor. And guys, this is the most awesome thing. So basically she goes and finds Lex right there. Lex is partying it up because Superman's dead. Look at that scene. She grabs Lex by the throat because she goes and talks to him. She says, he's drinking. He says, well, we all grieve differently. She says, I know it's you, Lex. I know what you've done. And he says, could you be more specific? I've been so busy now that he's gone, meaning Superman. Nuclear standoffs are good for business. You don't buy weapons. Even you feel safe. And they go back and forth. And he says, but of course, you're here because you already. He says, let's see. What else? Oh, he says, I've got his cousin on my leash because Lex is basically admitting to her that he's the bad guy, right? Because back then you didn't know that. So he's admitting to her that he's the bad guy, but trying to tell her that there's nothing she can do about it. So he goes, I've got his cousin on my leash because Supergirl was dating. I mean, it was Matrix. It wasn't actually his cousin. So they must have refitted that one for this. But he says, I rerouted every dollar of the Tomorrow Foundation to fund child soldier militias. He's telling about all his evil stuff that he's done. He says, I struck down a few climate regulations, but that was just over brunch. So I don't know if we need to count that. And I needed LexCorp to finish strong for a second quarter. So a few regional conflicts, maybe a vaccine shortage here or there would give us a nice little bump. And then he says, and I murdered my secretary on the way home from the funeral. and he says, just let me know what I could. He says, I murdered my secretary on the way home from the funeral just to let him know that I could, and I won, meaning Superman. So he's just doing stuff just to get away with it because Superman can't do a thing. He says, I think that's it. He says, but of course you're here because you already know all that. He says, and you can't prove it. He says, none of this will hold up in court. I own my judges, or I own more judges than you. So maybe it's time to learn what he did long ago and just go save a cat from a tree. And she grabs him by the throat. Here's the whole point of this, is that Lois starts to think that Superman was weak and just couldn't take care of business and get the job done and kill like so many others. Check out what she does. She doesn't even let him get the words out. She grabs Lex, pulls him out of the building, starts taking him up in the sky because remember, she's got got Superman's powers. And she tells him, look at this panel. This panel is so powerful. I don't know if you guys, there's a glare. She tells him he was Clark Kent. Look at the look on Lex's face right there. She tells him right there, he was Clark Kent up here. Look at the look on his face when she says that. Like absolute shock. It's amazing. It is so fantastic. And then she takes him up into the sky, up into the stratosphere, where through the atmosphere where he burns up. So basically, she tells him that, and then kills him. Guys, then she goes after the Joker. She's basically a one woman wrecking crew, and just absolutely, because she believes that that's the way to take care of the
Thank
job.
God. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's crazy. Yeah. There's a lot of good stories like the Blackest Night, the twist they put on that. Judas Contract, I think was like one of the I guess stories.
Yeah.
There was a lot of moments where I was kind of like looking at the Teen Titans like I guess, but okay. We're just going with the story. But yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, Death of Superman would be good. Let's see, if I had to go Batman, maybe Nightfall, like around the same time, like to see what they could do differently with that one. And let's see, a third one. I mean, a third one could be Flashpoint, right? You could do, Flashpoint and maybe do a choose as you go, because Flashpoint could open up so many different doors,
Yep.
Which I think would probably be the one that I would definitely do. If I had to pick a Marvel one, maybe Civil War.
Yeah, Civil War. I actually read the What If book for Civil War. That was crazy. It's kind of crazy. The last story where all the superheroes died. I was like, wait, how?
What?
I'm like, how you kill Reed Richards off? And then not only that, which guy? I think it's kind of jacked up how everybody was like, oh, Spider-Man died. He's Peter Parker. Who's this guy? I'm like, wait, what? What? That was kind of funny.
It's crazy stuff, man. It's crazy stuff. Yeah. Here's what I'm waiting for right here. Philip, we're all waiting for that right there. I want to know what that is all about.
Same. So, I can't wait for 3 Jokers.
We got to find out what that's all about. And Cup of Malik says a woman who is sad and distraught with the powers of Superman and the mindset of Punisher. Dang, you do not
pretty much.
You don't want to get in that. So hey, Devonte, you rock, man. You brought the end, man. You brought it tonight. Thank you for your patience and waiting. There were so many people, man. It was awesome. It was awesome when we started off, man. There were just so many people in there, and so I appreciate your patience because you really did stack it up for the end and some great conversation all around. So thank you so much, brother.
No problem. I'll see you next time, man.
All right, man. Sounds good. See you later, buddy. All right, so I'm gonna say this. Geeks Cosmic says Enosh is the king of stream. I'll take that, king of stream, and I'm the Larry Bird of the DCEU because I'm bringing home the MVP, baby, and I'm doing it in style. All right, guys, we did it. We did a 6-hour live stream tonight. Holy cow, 6-hour live stream. I gotta get some food. I'm hungry. Man, 6 hours. That's a long, long time. No wonder I look tired. Don't forget, tonight, 10 p.m. It's Monday, so 10 p.m. tonight, Robert Meyer Burnett on this stream, on this program. We're going to talk to him. We're going to have some fun. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait to actually talk to him and pick his brain about some stuff and have him share with us. All right. I know there's 25 of you still here, so that's awesome. Just make sure I'm covering all my bases. Everything's good. I'm sleepy too. Marathon stream. Good night, everyone. Ash says, before I leave, you got to know about the Mezco Red Sun Superman figure. I believe I do. I believe I know about that one, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, though. Sweet dreams. Be safe. Don't forget, don't let anybody tell you that you can't love what you love. You love what you love. You stand up for what's right no matter what. And stay nerdy, my friends. That's about it. I'm going to give away a comic book later today when I get up. And we're going to have another great day here at the Poindexter Lounge. I appreciate you all so much. You guys are awesome. We're almost at 10K, man. Philip, you're right. We're almost at 10K. Got about 500 to go. Let's see. What do I got here? Right now, we stand at 9,471. So share these videos. Talk to your friends. Tell them they need to be here at the Poindexter Lounge with you. All right. We want them here with you and enjoying this. Thanks, Devonte. I saw your note there. I'm always glad to have you on, bro. You're an awesome guest for sure. All right, guys. We'll see you soon. By the way, we've got some special stuff planned for when we do hit 10,000. We're gonna do some fun stuff, like we're gonna play Jackbox and stuff, and like have you guys like in the stream and everything, so you can do. 187 says clip me out. That's funny. Since I sent you some Instagram, that's awesome, Astro. I look forward to looking and seeing what you got on there. It's really cool. Love you guys. You guys have a wonderful night and a wonderful day today. And I'm going to sleep in on my day off, and we'll come back and we'll do it all again sometime soon. Well, we'll do it all again at 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight with Robert Meyer Burnett. So next time, I'm Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, saying go get some sleep. Hug somebody you love. I think Tiffany's up by now trying to get ready for work. So I was here when she went to bed, and I'm here when she gets up. And I'm ready to go to bed myself. Till next time, bye-bye.